The stream has started. The streamings
I'm
are
proud of you.
streaming. It says it is streaming. It's streaming.
I'm proud of
you. Maybe. We're checking. It's going. Yeah, I see myself.
How now,
right here.
brown cow?
I see it.
How
Okay,
now,
I see
brown
it.
cow?
I see it.
There you go.
It's working.
There you
The
go.
arsonist
Again,
had
Slack
obvious
me if you have any issues. I'll have Slack up throughout the day, so just let me know.
Okay. Then.
All right, have a fun podcast, everybody.
I'm hitting tweet here, and then it started. Hey, everybody on twitch.tv/KindaFunnyGames. It's me, Greg Miller. How are you on this lovely Friday? As you probably remember, back in January 2020, we had a studio, and we were in it all in person, spitting on each other, and nobody was worried about nothing. And so we said we were going to do 2 community podcast days where I podcasted all day with the community. We did one already. Now it's time for the second one. So you get 5 hours of podcast here where we use twitch.tv/KindaFunnyGames as the place where we record the podcast with you watching, and you get to learn a bunch of new shows from Kinda Funny best friends, and everybody has a great time doing it. This, of course, is Steve and Andy from Dual Screens. Gentlemen, are you prepared?
Oh man,
so prepared.
this is how could anyone prepare for this? You know what I mean?
A lot of words you just
you know
said.
what I
want
mean?
you to be angry at Blessing. He ate 8 minutes of your time, so that does suck. That is on Blessing.
That's okay. Listen, I'm a professional,
All right, cool.
and Blessing's a homie. I was on Jump Master.
Don't give him anything. All right,
And
I'm hitting
and I
record
love
on
that
your
play.
record here, and then the show is yours.
Okay.
All right, are you ready?
Okay, I am so ready.
Do what you want with this 52 minutes of time in 3, 2,
Oh, yeah.
1.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Dual Screens podcast. I'm one of your hosts, Stephen Fontana, and with me, as always, he's in that other box. He's Andy Asimakis. How are you, Andy?
I feel good. I
You
feel
do.
like the dreams are going to become memes pretty soon by the time this is over.
Oh, the dreams are becoming the memes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, your eyes are not deceiving you. This is a very special episode of the Dual Screens podcast. Joining us for this special episode is the founder of KindaFunny, who was born to eat chicken wings and play video games. As I live and breathe, he is Greg Miller. How are you, Greg?
I am great, Stephen and Andy. How are you?
Welcome. I'm fantastic. I can't even begin. Like the heart rate's going. I wish I had like the little number on my screen, but
Don't
man, this
worry
is
about it,
fantastic. The last time that we met, it was a arduous 7-hour line in New York City that ended in complete darkness.
I was gonna say you ended up. You were one of the ones that meet me out in the park, or did you meet me in the Starbucks line where I had to pee so bad, where I was like, I gotta get out of here. I gotta go do this.
That was after the fact.
Yeah, that was terrible.
Yeah, that was. It was.
And
a
that's
great
what
time
happens when you don't
everybody.
really plan. You know what I mean? Kind of funny. We were like, we'll just rent this bar and everything will be great. And then you got there and it was great for a few hours, and then it was way too many people, and we took it over and we had to move it, and then there's nowhere to pee in the park. It turns out.
Yeah, the parks don't have places to pee. Go
Who
figure.
would have
Well,
thought?
they do
You know
now.
what I mean? Oh, they do now.
It's everywhere. Any hole you could find is good at this point in the parks of New York City. It's
Okay,
getting better.
good.
But for those of you that are new here to the Dual Screens podcast, this is the internet's #1 gaming indie developer podcast hosted by 2 people you've never heard of, probably. That's right. The show posts each and every Friday for your listening pleasure on your podcast
today.
service of choice. Yeah, it is. It is. You're getting 2 shows today. Or kind of, sort of, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. It's a bonus show.
Yeah,
you're getting it.
Yeah,
you're getting it when it happens, and it's fine. Everything's fine. On your favorite podcast service of choice. If we're not on a service of choice that you like, but you're watching this later, let us know and we'll get on that service. So we did. We're trying to get on everything, and we're pretty much on
How much of a
everything.
nightmare is that? This
It's
show
a
is about indie
fucking
video games,
nightmare.
of course, but you're an indie podcast, and you have to understand
Yes.
that, like, I don't know how to do that. I never had to do that. We left, and then Tim took that, and then Tim just makes sure we're on everything. And I don't know what magic he works and how he does it, but it seems like it's a pain in the ass.
Put it this way, Greg.
Yeah.
It's way easier when you have your numbers versus ours.
For sure.
Like for us, it's like we have to prove a lot to get on some platforms, but it's not a big deal because you know what other platform we're on? We're on YouTube, and you can watch it as a video podcast, and it's so freaking easy. A baby can do it. It's youtube.com/dualscreens.tv.
Benjamin, subscribe to youtube.com/dualscreens.tv.
He can do it. A baby can do it. I'm telling you. My kid has done. He's one of our 800 some odd subscribers. If you want to support us with your hard-earned cash dollar
Why
bills,
does your kid have his own YouTube account? That can't be good. That's way too young.
dude,
That's
we'll
what
get
I was
into it.
saying.
We'll get into it because he did it by himself.
Oh, Lord.
He's 6.
Oh, Lord.
He created his own profile, and he's like his
Nightmare scenario.
That is, that's not what you want to hear. Right?
But I have to approve videos that are public because he had one video on there. He's got like 700 videos. Here's this right off the track. he's got a video of me completely shirtless telling him facts about dinosaurs.
Okay.
And I was like,
That sounds like a
buddy,
pretty good video. I'd watch that. That sounds like something that goes
we
viral.
cannot put this on YouTube. This is not
Too
YouTube
sexy.
safe.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, too sexy. But if you want to support this fucking trash fire, go to patreon.com/NDS podcast, just like our Patreon producers, Colton the Apprentice Nestler and FNH Paul. We cannot continue to grow without all of your support. It is your support that allows us to travel, to go to PAX East, to get the latest and greatest technologies to cover for you on dualscreens.com. So thank you so much for doing that. And just $1 gets you into our VIP Discord, where you can hang out with us and our former guests. That's right. Indie developers galore in there that you could pick their brain on indie development, or just kind of hang out, try their games early. It's a great time. So head over there. But now it is time to get into the meat and potatoes, which is special. It's a special meat and potatoes. We're not talking about how games are made. We're going to be talking about how indie games are covered. Now, Greg Miller.
Yes.
Let me tell you a quick story. Very
Please.
quick story.
Remember, Blessing ate up 8 minutes of your time, so that's all.
It's
on him.
okay.
Blame him. Blame him. No,
I'm
I'm not
good at
rushing
this.
you. I'm letting you know Blessing's your enemy.
Fine. I love Blessing. I love that Merc City. Here's the thing. Years ago, when PS3 was the rumors were starting to churn, right, about the PS3. I asked a friend, I said, I want to know news about the PS3. Like, how do I follow this? And he said, go to this website. It's called IGN. Go there, and there's always posting news. So I was following that for a while, and then I don't know the exact timeline, but they started this thing called podcasts. And I was like, what is this podcasts, you say? You know?
What is this, this new technology will never
it
take off?
was.
I
It
want
was
my
a
video game in newspaper form.
That's right. I had the big old clicky wheel iPod and all that stuff. So I do the thing, and this fucking goof is doing this show where Undertaker's bursting through walls, and I'm like, holy shit. That's a person that was created to specifically find me as an audience. Like, the whole wrestling thing, the comic book thing, the goofy humor thing, and from that point forward, I was hooked on all things Greg Miller. And that's not just that's not just the circle jerk, okay? That's not what this is for. But I just want you to have context for the fact that I didn't follow any gaming news whatsoever until the PS3 and until IGN. And then something magical happened across all of those years, where these things called PlayStation Minis sort of came around.
Thank you, Zombie. All praise Zombie Blognack and Jeff Rubenstein. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Wow. Throwback. So
I think if you want to really get into it, and I'll let you keep talking, but I was deleting things off my phone the other day because I finally have hit the tipping point where my phone's like, listen, you got to get a bigger phone because you have like, what is it? I think I have 63,000 photos on my phone because I don't delete photos on my phone. Yeah. And so I was going through and looking through it, and I found a screenshot of a conversation between Rubenstein and I on text where he's like, everybody keeps coming up to me at this event and asking me about PSP minis.
Oh,
yeah,
my heart breaks for the PSP.
The PSP Mini, man, it's still going strong, man. That thing is still.
Is the PSP Minis audience still huge?
Minis, no. Yeah. The PSP has its audience, has its emulation audience.
Sure, of course, yeah.
They're crazy about that PSP. But just to get back to that, like, that's sort of where this whole new world of indie development sort of, it was like the genesis. It was the seed in the dirt, as it were. Oh,
I gotta move my head. Sorry, there. January 17th, 2012. Does that say? Me talking to Jeff from Sony.
Wow.
PlayStation Minis. I'll never delete that. I'll never delete that text message. That was the power of Podcast Beyond in 2012.
Do you know what I will never delete? And you could maybe say that this is a little bit Riddler-esque, in that I might be a sociopath and you might want to get me arrested, or at least put a restraining order on me. I have all the emails from us back and forth from my IGN wrestling league where we did the SmackDown versus Raw wrestling league.
Oh my God.
I still have all those emails. It's like, oh my God, he answered me. And I like printed them out there in a box somewhere.
I wish we could do that again.
That was a blast. Von Penguin, I'm coming after you, you fucker. Yeah. Jim Riley. I'm like, what? And you and your stupid swing neck breaker, but I digress.
Dude, I still have the float over DDT in this. I made sure Gruesome Greggy had that in WWE 2K22.
Yes, your character was Jim Riley, and it was annoying. And I made such cringeworthy commissioner videos. But it was that was like when I really was hardcore into like the whole IGN scene and all that stuff.
Sure.
But it was a blast. But to get back on topic, which
I'll watch Misery later. That was a good movie.
My car breaks down in front of Steven's house. Why did you leave IGN, Greg?
Oh man,
Cock-a-doodie podcast.
Yeah, so like that was sort of the genesis, and then as you broke away from IGN, I mean, we've had an explosion of indie development
For sure.
content out there. I mean, you guys did a couple of showcases, which we like just absolutely loved, because some of the people that you had on there were already on our show. We've been interviewing indie developers for almost 4 years now, 4 or 5 years.
That's awesome.
And we're approaching 300 guests. We've had voice actors on the show from video games. We had the face and voice of Celine in Returnal. We've had
that's awesome.
It was fantastic. Like we've been doing this for a long time, but we've never had somebody on your side of things, which is kind of technically also on our side of things, but you've done it on a much grander scale. You have, all that stuff. So this is going to be sort of about covering indie video games and the best way to kind of do it and the importance of it. So I want to just ask you a quick question to lead off this whole interview process here, as we're leading off 18 minutes into our time slot. Fuck you, Blessing.
I'm gonna let you go 8 minutes over. Don't worry. No. It's
fine.
what I did last time. It eats into the lunch, so we have that break. We're fine. Don't worry.
How important is it to be the megaphone for indie development and indie games in this current climate?
I mean, I think enormously important. I think, it's interesting. One of the reasons, we got all these different pitches for have Greg on your podcast and, where I wanted to go and what I wanted to do. And the reason you guys stood out is because I like the idea of talking about covering this, because honestly, I think it's one of the biggest things we as an industry, the enthusiast press side of it, fail at, because it's so hard to do. Like, people always want to give shit about clickbait or whatever, this, that, and the other. If you want to get down to the nuts and bolts of SEO and getting people through the door, it is about having a sexy thumbnail and a sexy headline. And of course, we try not to lie. We don't lie, right? If it says, somebody the other day was like, a WWE 2K22 review, clickbait headline. And I responded, I'm like, you don't know what clickbait means, do you? Like, we review the game in this. We talk, you know what I mean? Like, this isn't, it wasn't like we didn't review the game or give it a score or say whatever. The problem is, though, that indie stuff is so niche to this day. And I mean that, like, you brought up Returnal, right? Which is arguably, is that indie anymore? Yeah. And at the time, there's a whole different conversation. But for all intents and purposes right now, you can toss it out there, right? And like a Returnal, something that's going to break through and get a bigger audience is so rare. And even when it does, a Returnal isn't a Horizon. A Returnal isn't an Elden Ring. It isn't a God of War. And so you have to start hedging your bets on where you put stuff up. And I think, as you guys know, as a content creator, right, like, there's those things where you have to be like, all right, I'm putting up this show and I believe in the show. I believe in this headline and this is what we're running with. And it's not going to necessarily do numbers, right? Like, I think for us recently, right, like, I love Puzzle Quest 3. Like, I want to talk about Puzzle Quest 3 all the time. I want to play it all the time, blah, blah, blah. But like, when I gave the official review on Gamescast, there was no way we led with that and put it in the thumbnail. Like, granted, there was bigger reviews that week. You go that way. Indie games are the same way, where there are so many different things. Like, I think if you look at me and Janet Garcia and the amount of stuff we shout out and talk about on PS I Love You XOXO, or she goes and streams, right? Or I'll talk about on Gamescast, like, the fact that I have not been able to move the needle for Toem breaks my heart. Like, I love Toem. Like, I think about Toem all the time. I listen to Toem's soundtrack all the time. Full disclosure, my wife's company did do, like, PR and marketing for it, but that's not why I love it. They make a lot of games I don't give a shit about. This one's different. And it's that thing of, to get to the end of the year, to get to Game of the Year conversations, to go on other people's podcasts and mention that and have them go, oh, I don't know what that is. It's like, oh my God, like, how do you push that through? Even something like Chicory, right? Where it was like, Chicory, like, did not click for me. Like, I understand why people love it, and it just wasn't what I loved. But Blessing and Janet loved it, and we put it in PS I Love You headlines and thumbnails, right? And those episodes didn't perform. Now, again, do we care? No, yes, of course not. I wish every video did, better than it does, but we're ready to make those. We did the Horizon spoiler cast 2 weeks ago or whatever, right? And it's like, well, this episode is going to do jack shit for traffic until, maybe a year from now, you'll look back and the numbers will be great because people are looking for that kind of thing. Indies are a different ballgame of, like, there's not going to be a comeback to that. So it is very much about who is your show for, who is your audience, how do you do this? And I think a lot of times when I talk about smaller independent games, I think of it more like, it's the side dish, it's the vegetable on the plate, it's the medicine. And I hate saying that because I love indies so much, but it's the medicine, and then the big picture, the big topic, that's the sugar. And so you have to mix them together to get people to kind of be in there to listen to it, to give that game a chance. But even then, it turns out so many people will tune out, which I get, because, you know, the amount of people from the industry that have hit me up, and game developers who talk to me and congratulate me on, you know, being a dad or whatever, and then go, I can't believe how many games you're still playing. How do you make time for it? And I'm like, well, it's a cheat code. Like, I do get to play during the day for my job. Like, I block out time, and it's not seen as me, you know, screwing off. It is me doing something that'll become content. Whereas I understand that if I had a job that was making a video game, if I had a job that was working in a library, then my gaming time would be limited to when I get home. And when it's limited to when you get home, it's going to be more of it's going to be an Elden Ring. It's going to be this big.
Yeah, you have to choose. You have to pick and choose. Yeah, for sure. Andy, I want to get you into this conversation.
Yeah, it's.
But can I ask you a quick question, Andy? And it's
Sure.
something to kind
Go
of
ahead.
it's something that's going to kind of like
He's going to get you on this one, Andy. He's going to nail you.
no. We cover PAX East. We love PAX East, and the first thing that we want to do when we get to PAX East, and Andy handles our schedule. He schedules all of our interviews and our hands-on time, and basically 99% of our time is spent covering the indie show floor.
For sure.
However, the first thing that we have to do is get all the AAAs out of the way when they open up a half hour early for press and media, because it's a fucking nightmare over there. And there's just a gajillion people, and it's like, here's Sony, here's Square, they have 1 game, 2 games, and everyone in the entire place is shoving each other to get to those. And then there's these indie games that have a booth the size of my desk, where we're trying to cram as many of these in as possible, and none of them get more than 15 minutes. Not like, people waste their entire day on one booth, whereas we're going around that whole
The amount of times I walk through a PAX and somebody yells at me from a line, hey, and I'm like, oh man, well, so what are you getting ready to see? Oh, I'm getting ready to see Sony exclusive A. Oh, that's great. How long have you been waiting? 2 hours. 2 hours?
Yeah,
And like, don't get me wrong, I get it, but like, is it really worth that to play 15 minutes of it? Yeah, you could go play all these other games.
It's really not, because there's so many other games to discover in PAX, especially, and there's so many gems on the show floor. To think spending 2 hours on one game that's maybe mediocre at best, it's like high budget AAA games. Like, I could be playing so many other games in this time, but I may miss the chance to play this big budget AAA game. So it's a hard thing to wiggle around on a convention show floor, especially.
But without those AAAs, and this was kind of my point, without those tents, like when Company A was dropping out of PAX East, when Company B was dropping out of PAX East, I was like, oh shit, this floor is going to be empty. And PAX said, oh, okay, we're just going to expand the indie floor. And they did. Like, they had Panzer Paladin, one of my favorite games from last year, had a massive booth, and it was gorgeous, and it was eye-catching. They had these 12-foot tall mech cardboard cutouts where people were like, what the hell is this? It looked like it was the main event, the main attraction of that little corner of the show floor. And that's what we want our podcast to be.
Sure.
The main attraction is the indie game. And yeah, we may not get 10,000 people. We've had Doug Cockle. That's the
Got
thing?
it. You got it, yeah.
The Witcher 3. We had him on our show, and it's like, people didn't, they don't care who does the voice, like, whatever, but some people did, and that's what counts to us. Like, there are people behind all of this shit that make really cool stuff, and we make them our main event. We're not looking to be an IGN or whatever. Like, we're not looking to be this, I don't know, mega conglomerate of media.
Well, you're doing it the right way, right? This is the things I've said for 15 years, where people say, oh, I want to get started in the industry. How do I do it? And I always say, well, don't try to be IGN. Don't try to cover everything. Everybody does that. Find a niche, pick a lane, be the experts in something, so that when there is a thing, a great indie's coming up, or you want to know when it is, to go to this podcast rather than a general interest podcast. It could be anything.
A really fast way to bankrupt yourself is to invite guests every single week and fall in love with their story and their game. Then you want to buy their game almost immediately. And every single week you bring someone on. It's like, this game is really neat. Okay, $10. Oh, this is also
Just
really
ask
awesome.
them for a code. You're pressed. Why are you? You can do
But
it.
I
He
want
wants to support them.
these
He's sick
games.
in the
But what
brain.
you're doing is giving them the platform for it, right? And then to talk about it and talk about how much you love the game. That goes real far.
It's the sickness. I'd rather get a code for a fan out there than myself.
Okay,
That's my perspective.
Be
Not me.
bankrupt.
Greg, I'm with you, buddy. Give me your game. I'll play the shit out of it. I'll stream it. I will write about it. I will do all the things. I will talk on 3 podcasts about it. But I have 2 kids and a full-time job. I gotta.
Well,
be
it's the other
careful.
thing too of like, I can't tell you in my career how many indie games I've seen and previewed and played and been like, oh my God, this is gonna be great. And then I do get it and I'm like, oof, this didn't come together. And because there is that gamble, and there's a gamble to that for any game, right? We see that with AAA games all the time. But I feel like with the cadence of indie games, the fact that you hear me read on Kinda Funny Games Daily out today, right? And how many games do I list that are out today that you've never heard of? If you want to talk about Steam and early access and all that's like, there is a, you want to drink from the water fountain, but it is just a fire hose of content blasting you in the face. And you're going, I love indies, but this is a lot of indies.
Yeah, no, like for every one of those games where you're like, ooh, this didn't come together, you get a Fall Guys. Like we had the Fall Guys on, and they were fantastic. And then all of a sudden their game comes out, and it explodes into the, and that after the fact got some people to come check it out. Okay. But that's kind of not the point, like, right? Like we're trying to give a platform, a voice to the voiceless, to quote some terrible quote. Actually, that's not a terrible quote. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. We want to be that platform. So, but we don't get upset at that success. Like that's the point. Like we want these games to be successful. The Messenger. There's been a bunch of games that we've
championed.
Andy is so good at it. Andy is so good at finding these gems. Like we do have contact with Jen. We've met Jen before at PAX. Like we have contacts there. We have contacts with Devolver. And
Jen, are these dual screen kids cool? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You get her approval. You get her approval.
I mean, I got a hug, so I better be cool.
Nice. Okay.
Like,
cool.
I don't know. Granted, I was next to Kyle Stevenson, who
sure
just gives that hug vibe out. Like people just it's
he's got crazy hair. He's got to be somebody.
The beard and everything. Yeah.
No,
I
hear you. And like again, like that's the point of what I'm talking about. Where I love that about you guys, that you do double down, and that brings you a core audience that is going to be here week after week to hear, hey, what is going on in the indie scene. But then you do, when you have something that breaks out or people want to find out more, they come back to it from that. And I think that's so powerful and interesting. And that, again, like that's what the showcases were and are designed to do. They were designed to like, cool, now that PSX isn't there anymore, you don't get that show floor experience, which was so amazing, right? Like PSX show floors were amazing to walk through and do it because they were a bigger version of the indie mega booth from PAX. And back to what you're talking about, right? Of like, some of my favorite game demos have been on the mega booth because it's something that I think is lost on so many fans when they go to PAX or a show. And it's that, you get in line, you wait, you get a demo for this PlayStation thing, or you get to a kiosk, not even like a behind closed doors. There's kiosks. Somebody's like, all right, here's a controller and checks in. Like that person's hired to work the booth, and that's, they're from the events team, and that's not really what they do. They didn't make the game. They don't know about it. When you go to an indie booth, when you go to indie mega booth, the person handing you the controller has spent their life making that game. You know what I mean? Like that's where I met Kyle Seeley for the first time. Emily is away, and like the fact you sit there and then they see you engage and get excited and you turn, and like so many people play games and like internalize everything and put it down and walk away. And so to sit there and talk to the people who create these games and share what you loved or didn't like about it, they want all that. They're starving for that. And so it's so powerful to be able to go in there and give it to. And that's the same thing. I say it for like live events. I'm talking about it right now for a podcast, right? Where it's like, even for us, how many opportunities do I turn down, dev interviews or dev things? And it's just like, well, we don't really have an avenue for that. That's not really what we do, right? This is what you do, and that's why it's so great. And there's an audience for that there, but it's like, I know, and not even having, talk to the devs right after they're on your show, I know they love coming on the show and talking. They want to talk about this stuff. They want to engage. And it's, how the industry covers indies. Like, it is a struggle. And I don't think, it'd be easy to look and be like, man, IGN, Kinda Funny, GameSpot, whoever, they should do more for it. They should have this, they should have that. But of course, it's this chicken and egg thing where you're always trying to satisfy what your audience wants. And
that costs money too.
Exactly. And if you're not, so like it is this thing of you take a shot with something and it doesn't connect, you step back from it. It's like, well, if we committed to it, would they commit to it too? Would it grow over time? Would it go this way? Like I've struggled with it. I still want to do a show that's the best thing I ever, and then it's ever played, ever watched, ever whatever. And it's not always going to be Metal Gear. It's not always going to be something you've heard me talk about. It's just like something you played and loved, right? And I've thought about trying to turn that into streams and trying to get that to be, hey, here we do it. We do a streaming day that is somebody just comes in and shows us their game. Like we don't do enough show and tell at Kinda Funny, and nor do I think the industry does at large in a lot of ways. And so it's been for me, Snow Like Mike's been so great about building our Twitch presence the past year and 3 months now. God, it's time.
I cannot believe that. Like. That happened so fast. We love Snowbike Mike was a former guest of when we did copyright infringement dual screens games cast.
Nice.
Which
Tim shut that shit down
changed.
fast.
We changed it to crossplay.
Talk about that, do we? Yeah.
Yeah, we don't mention that. I was like, listen, we just need to do something. Let's just make it simple. And I'm like, you'll do everything Kinda Funny does. Beep blop bloop. Anyway, but yeah, like that's you're hitting it right on the head. I mean that's sort of the whole point. We've had we're actually producing. We're in pre-production for a new show that actually Andy is going to be kind of taking the lead on. Vertical Slice, which is going to be all about. It's going to be dual screens vertical slice. We're going to get devs on that are still working on their game that aren't quite ready to do the PR thing. Want to give you the nuts and bolts of like why you should have it on your radar.
Sure,
like
that's awesome.
they may not be on the Steam page yet for a wish list, but they're gonna get there, or they may be gearing up for a Kickstarter or something like that. So they'll come on and give us a little vertical slice of their gameplay, do a quick little interview, basically what we do at PAX or any convention that we cover, where you get a 15-20 minute time slot and you got to kind of just go.
Yeah.
We want to do that, but like all year round. And you'd be surprised. One of the things we used to be part of this other website that, when we decided we wanted to do interviews, Andy, and you could speak on this a little bit more, because you're the guy. Yeah. And they said, you want to do interview? Like, you can't get a guest every week. You're not going to be able to find somebody to do this every week.
I was like, you watch me, dude.
Yeah.
Andy, them fighting words.
In November of last year, we recorded every podcast up until the second week of February.
We had, I think, about 19 interviews in the span of 2 weeks.
Yeah. There are so many people out there making games and want to tell their story. Like, if I was to give advice to anybody that wants to do a podcast, like, or get into this business or anything like that, like, go to Twitter and hit people up. Like, there are so many
100%.
Developers out there that just want to talk. To your point,
and that's the thing where I think so many people get caught up in, oh well, we don't have the reach of IGN, Kinda Funny, whatever. We don't have a big reach. Right. We don't have a big footprint. When again, for developers, they have, for the most part, usually independent developers, no footprint, right? Like it's not like, not everybody's a super giant, and then even when they are a super giant, Greg Kasavin will come on your shows. Greg is happy to come support independent creators the way he's been supported the same way, and that's the thing. I think people get in their own head about it too much, where it's like, no, these developers want to talk about stuff. They want to have opportunities. The people who are doing, PR for them want to get the game out in front of passionate audiences. So if you have a passionate audience, it doesn't matter how big you are, how small you are. It's about like, does your audience care about this product, and product being indie games?
Absolutely.
And you hear like the most insane stories. Like every game has their own special origin story. Like we've heard things about one guy with $10 in the bank on the day his game launched on Steam, and it was a make or break for his entire life. Or how you stumbled into making an adults only game, like unintentionally, and now you have like $70K a month on Patreon.
Yeah.
So those kind of stories you don't hear often enough, because there's that bubble of AAA game dev. It's very clean. It's very by the numbers, by the book, and there's not enough soul in those aspects. But
yeah, I mean that's the thing. You nail it. That people don't know those stories, and it's crazy to me because I do. But again, I'm privileged in the fact that I've had those interviews and I've covered those things and I've done it. But like again, people tune out or don't tune in for that content. So it's like when people do like, oh man, it sucks. This is exclusive to Xbox Game Pass on day. I'm like, that just paid for the game. Like that game's paid for. Those people mortgaged their house or did whatever. Like you get these people who are putting everything they possibly have into this game, and it was for the longest time, especially for me being so old. These games that did launch and were, hey, if this doesn't sell, like I lose my house. I did all this different stuff, and these were the things. Like, Cuphead, right? They took out a mortgage on their house again to make this happen. And like Cuphead, obviously, did fine, did just fine.
They're okay,
but there's plenty of games that don't, right? Like I forget the name off the top of my head. You guys might even know better than me, but I remember in the last year like last 365 days, there was some story of a game that, yeah, like, hey, our game launched and, you know, it got no fanfare and like we did not even get close to recouping our costs. So we really need help here if anybody can help us.
Yeah, I mean, you could say that, and we could probably name off 25 games if we tried hard enough. Like if we went back into our list of guests, you know. But it's the lifeblood, I think, of gaming, though. Like I understand that you know we have the big brain and we have the heart of like the Microsoft, Nintendo, PlayStation, like all those major AAA titles. Like I get it, but especially with how AAA development is now, where things are getting delayed years in some cases, and the scope getting more and more expensive, and just it's astronomical. Like you can't, like Naughty Dog can't do it all. You know what I mean? Like Insomniac can't do it all for Sony. Like it's just not possible. That's where you get Kena. You get a Kena because of that. And I can't even tell you. Like Kena was absolute joy. Last year was just phenomenal for indie developed games.
I feel like it gets better every year. And I think last year being such a weird quote unquote year, right? Where there wasn't the clearly this is game of the year and this is going to be runner up and yet I think it opened the playing field up for more of those kind of games to rise. And that's what you always look for with indies. And it's what I've said for years, right? The fact that, especially with AA development really falling away and kind of making a comeback right now because of Xbox Game Pass, because of some of the PlayStation deals. But overall, indies are the ones who stepped up to fill that gap, where they're the reason that every week you have dozens of games being released, and then you have these tentpole giant ones. And like right now, obviously, we're in this embarrassment of riches spring/winter, right? Where it is, you know, Elden Ring and Horizon and the list goes on, like everything that's been happening that are big games dropping. But usually it is, right? You get big game, ton of indies, and like bigger indies, like the triple I for indies you hear about so much, and all these other things to get to the next big tentpole AAA game. And so even right now, once we get through March, right, and it kind of quiets down a bit, if you want to go check Blessing's super fun list of video games coming out, or whatever the hell he calls it, like when that quiets down, it will be now time for the indies to rise up again and be like, all right, cool, here's something cool you could be playing or could be doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like I betray them when I play like an Elden Ring because it takes up all of my time.
And that's the rub, right, man? That's the thing, right? Like, is there anything better than coming off something big? You come off a big AAA, a big whatever RPG, and you go, you know what? I'm gonna play this indie, and you play it and you beat it in 2 or 3 hours. And you're like, wow, that felt great. After not slogging, but feeling like, man, I'm wasting time. I'm burning time I could be playing other games with. Again, that's like, I can't even imagine for you guys. Like, that's what I worry about all the time of like, cool. Like, you know, like I've launched my WWE review and we streamed it yesterday. So now I have to move over to Ghostwire Tokyo. And it's like, all right, cool. Like I want to play more WWE, but I feel like I then am like cheating on this, my work. I have an assignment. I have an embargo to hit for previews, right? So like, I got to play that. So I can't play that. So I feel bad about it. But like, I'm talking about games that are, you know, I don't even know how long Ghostwire is going to take, but like games that take, you know, dozens of hours when you're talking about a Horizon or a fucking 100 for Elden Ring stuff. Like, it's the whole same thing of like why I end up when I inevitably, like for Valhalla and even for Odyssey, right? Like those Assassin's Creed games I love and I play, and I eventually have to stop long before I roll credits because I just I can't give you more time. I need to move on to something else. Far Cry 6 was the same way, right? I didn't beat and platinum Far Cry 6 until No, I didn't beat or platinum Far Cry 6 until I did, you know, paternity leave, where I wasn't trying to get to the next thing. Shit, did I beat? I don't think I beat the story of Far Cry 6 for review, did I? No, I didn't.
But you know what? That you even having to think about that is exactly what it's like in this like you have your own special circumstances in the normal world of us 9-to-5ers that like have families and other shit. It's like it's exponentially worse. But
oh, for sure.
At the same time, like when you do find that one indie game that it gets its hooks in you, Loop Hero, cough cough, Loop Hero, like holy crap, and you're just gonna champion the shit out of that game, and it's gonna be. I mean, Loop Hero was on my short list for Game of the Year last year. It was up there. It was ready to go. But like I wouldn't have found that if I didn't just say, okay, I'm carving out the 20 minutes for this game real quick. Because you know I kind of it's my duty, it's my job, and then all of a sudden you fall in love with it. But you have to give those games a chance
for sure.
And that's what Dual Screens Podcast is all about.
Hell
Give it
yeah.
a chance. Listen to it. We do have a bunch of mailbag questions because you ignited a fire in our Discord. So I want to get to a couple of questions here.
Sure.
This one was actually directed to us, but I want to direct it to you. Since we have the awesome moments, this is from Mike. Since we have this awesome moment to broadcast the good word of indie games to the world, what indie games are you looking most forward to in the coming months? So this could be tough because, you don't have the list in front of you.
Yeah, so I'm immediately going to Google something and throw it open, right?
Please do. Yeah, I mean, because I lose track of when shit's actually coming out.
That's my biggest problem, man. Like,
It's
I would toss
early
Stray
access
out.
this,
Stray, I toss that right away, right? Like, I want
Stray,
you got to
yeah.
know it's
Immediately.
on
Very
Stray.
excited for Stray.
For sure. I think it looks so interesting every time we've glanced at it. I want to know what it is actually going to be. Imminently, of course, Tunic, a game that I feel like I covered when I was still at IGN. So 8 years ago or whatever.
Holy shit, that's right.
Yeah, right? Like, that's
Yeah.
outrageous that it's gone on that long. So those are, imminently are close on that. I'm trying to think of longer term stuff. And that's the other thing with indies where this, when's it coming out? When it's done. We'll figure it out, right? Okay, now I'm on a Game Informer article. Bear and Breakfast. You remember when this one got announced and showed?
Oh.
They were on our show.
That one looks
guest of the show.
awesome. If you don't
Yeah,
remember,
they were
ladies
on
and
our
gentlemen,
show.
if you prefer your woodland building experiences to be to lean more cozy than grotesque, then check out Bear and Breakfast. You'll play as the bear protagonist Hank, who, on discovering a rundown inn in the woods, becomes inspired to build up his very own bed and breakfast. It's your job to turn the dilapidated establishment into the finest house of hospitality you can with your own 2 paws.
And let me tell you, if you want to hear a really interesting story of how that game was created and how it's been going, listen to our show with them on there because it was phenomenal. Like it just phenomenal stuff. We have another question. This is one's from the doctor. Hey, Greg.
Jack.
Being someone on the side of games coverage and commentary, what are some things you've seen indie game devs do to grab your attention? What marketing tips do you have that might help some small devs get noticed more?
The big thing I always do with small devs is be personable. And I mean, not be nice to people, of course, be nice to people, but know who you're pitching to and go pitch people. Like, I think that was the thing about, I look at something like Shovel Knight. The reason Shovel Knight was able to get that initial oomph, I mean, on top of it being a great game and looking awesome, yeah, but I mean, like, grab people's attention, is that Shovel Knight was like, who they listened, they consumed video game content. They consumed IGN, GameSpot podcasts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so they were able to go, who likes these kind of old school games? And they went after those people and showed up in their inboxes. That goes so far. I can't tell you the amount of people who've hit me up and been like, hey, I know that you like these kind of games. You'd like our game because of X, Y, and Z. It's the one where, every morning when I wake up and start prepping for KindaFunny Games Daily, even if I'm not on it, like, I go through my inbox to look for new dates and new things to put on there, and I wake up to 90 new emails every morning, and so many of them are the just blah, Game X is launching with a pun about it's the spaceship game is going to rocket into stores on blah, and it's like, that's the kind of shit you go through and you just copy paste into new dates, and go. And so then when you start running into, this is an early access, this is the thing, this has a demo, like, okay, cool, but do I have time to read through every one of those emails and look at the GIF and look at the video? No, but I've done plenty of them where I get rid of them and a PR person or a developer that has known me before or just knows of me from the internet follows back up and is like, hey, we're putting this out and we're KindaFunny best friends. And we really think this would work for Andy because he likes, he loves dodging and rolling. So this is a kind of game for him. Like,
He does.
And I know that is like such a... It sounds like an insane amount of legwork because if you don't want to listen to video game podcasts, if you don't want to do that, to check it at the door is so tough. So then I think it just comes down to working with people who do that or know people that are in the industry that way. Because the personal touch goes so far, whether you are a developer or whether you are PR, to getting you on it. One of my good friends the other day, this actually goes the other way, where he gave me the soft pitch at DICE on a game. And I was like, yeah, it sounds fine, whatever. And then I went on a different podcast and that person turned out to be super into it and they sold me on it. And I texted that friend, I was like, you know what? Give me everything about this game. And he's like, I have to work on my pitch. If this guy in 5 seconds was able to sell you on this, and I couldn't, but it's like, again, when somebody speaks directly to you of, you liked X, so you will like Y, or this is why you'd be interested in it. That goes so far.
Absolutely. We have one from Mr. Nuff here. Dear Greggles, salutations and beyond.
Beyond!
As an industry vet and respected personality, debatable.
Yeah.
What advice would you give to people looking to break into journalistic side of the industry? Now, you've answered this before.
Sure.
On like 1,000 things. So, Mr. Nuff, I'm disappointed in you. No, I'm just kidding.
No.
but the world has changed since COVID. So what kind of advice I want to give a modifier. What kind of advice would you give people trying to get into it now in this remote work environment post-COVID?
I mean, for now, it's what I love about the advice is that it's always been the same. It just evolves over time, right? So if you would have talked to me in 2007 when I got hired at IGN to review PSP games or whatever, I would have said the same thing of like, oh, you want to do this? You should start doing it. And that stems from, of course, my story of getting hired at IGN, where I've known I wanted to write about video games and talk about video games, but we'll say write because that's all I knew at the time, since the 4th grade. And so every choice I made was to get a journalism degree and go work at EGM. Like that was it. I was going to graduate University of Missouri. I was going to move back to the burbs of Chicago where I grew up and where EGM was at the time. And I was going to do that. And I graduated college and nobody would touch me, man. And the story always goes that, I got hired at IGN on my 13th attempt on my post-college email, meaning that in a year and a half, I applied for 13 jobs at IGN. The first 12, I didn't even get a rejection letter. I didn't even know that I didn't get the job. Nothing came back. And it's because, of course, IGN gets hundreds of job things every time.
Sure.
The 13th one, I submitted it. A month went by, but I submitted it. And then when they finally looked into it, I got contacted, interviewed, and hired within 24 hours. So literally overnight, all my dreams came true. And so
then you almost got murdered.
Yeah, well, I almost died in a blizzard. Different story. But when that was all done and I got out, Earl wasn't going to murder me, all right?
I don't know. The jury's still out on that. You know what I mean?
Thank you, Earl in Nebraska. When I got to IGN and I had signed all my paperwork, my first day was done. Like, Roper was like, how'd it go? I'm like, it's great. And I turned to him and I was like, but what happened? And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, what was different this time? And I'm like, I applied 13 times. The other 12 times you could have had me at any point, but you didn't hit me up. Why? And he's like, well, this time you proved you could do it, because in that year and a half, I had been writing on a daily video game blog. I had been doing a weekly column, and actually this is the final 6 months of it, to be honest. But I had actually been doing it and showing I could do this, and it wasn't a clip here, a clip there, and then just the belief I could do it. And it's the same thing I remember when EGM was hiring for the review crew when I was in high school or whatever, and I was like, they were like, submit things, maybe you could be it. And I wrote my first 2 video game reviews ever and sent them in, and I'm sure they were garbage, and no wonder they didn't touch me. Like, so for writing, the advice always was, do it. In 4th grade, I knew I wanted to write about video games. Well, I should have been writing about video games for every game I played. Every game I play, I should have been reviewing, so I'd be getting better and learning how to actually do a review. I didn't. And so that advice over the years has escalated to, oh, you want to do what we do? I get that all the time. I want to start a podcast, or I want to do that. I'm like, cool. Or what's your podcast? Oh, well, I don't have it yet. We're waiting on getting the mic, or I want to make some more money to get the lights. And I'm like, throw that shit out. Like, you just took a photo with me on your iPhone. Your iPhone can record a podcast. Like the first, if we're going off of Greg Miller's experience, right? Your first 100 podcasts will be garbage, or at least you learning the kinks of it all, right? Like I look back and I would never listen to them.
We made it.
But I look back at those early IGN podcasts when I'd be on IGN as AFK or I'd be on GameScoop, and I was so in my head because it was like, don't breathe into the mic. Am I breathing too much? How do I talk? When do I interject? But they said this, and I think that's this developer, but I don't want to say anything. And like, that's natural. That's going to happen. That's going to go. Let alone even when you get together, when we hired Blessing, we brought back PS I Love You. Like, I felt like him and I took weeks to get an actual cadence going, because that's a dance, man. 2 hours with one other person. Like, you have to figure out the cadence and who each other are. And like, again, we had to deal with COVID on top of that. And so the advice in 2022 is you should be doing it, and it's easier than ever. Like I'm talking about, you have an iPhone. That's how easy it is. Sit around a table with your friends. We all understand Zoom now. We all understand Discord. We all understand Teams, whatever Google Chat, whatever the hell you're using to talk and see people, you could be recording a podcast that way. And hundreds, if not millions of people are doing it. So there's tutorials on how to do everything out there. And then you get into how easy Elgato's made it to have studio lights. I'm pointing to like the low profile arm. This is not a sponsored thing. It's just the fact that they make awesome shit that makes it easy to do these shows. Like, that can all come later. The nice camera, the nice lighting, all that can come way later, because in the beginning, people aren't showing up for that. They're going to show up to see what you're talking about. And you have to have the content there to back it up.
Yeah, absolutely. And, look at TikTok. Like, you could even look at TikTok to like a 60-second, 90-second quick, like the nanobiologist, friend of the show, friend of kind of funny, best friend, who does his Nano Reviews. And they're great. They're like these short little concise little reviews, and they're fantastic. And as difficult as they are to get to be, noticed or polished or whatever, you can start somewhere.
Build that library. You never know what's going to be the one to break out, right? Like, we're learning so much right now with our TikTok experiment that Roger and his team started, this year, and really going hard on it. It's us doing reviews. And like, for me coming in with having done so many IGN video reviews, it was such an eye-opening experience that like, oh man, I only have 40 seconds to do this. Like, there's no time for me to give you the preamble of where the game came from and what the developers did before, right? Nobody gives a shit. Is it good or bad and why? And it's not even like in the old time, show, don't tell. Now it's just like, just tell them. And then we'll show, don't tell. And when we talk about it in Gamescast, just get it through the door right now. It's a fun new thing to learn.
Yeah. So we're short on time. So
I said you can go. Let's go to 12:08, and then I'll go to 1:08 with the next person.
No.
Oh, you have a life. You have a life to do. You got something more important. I see how it is.
No. This is probably the most
Andy,
important
how do you put up with
segment
this
of the
guy
show.
every Friday? I don't know.
It's a challenge every single Friday. It's every single day of my life.
You're like, you're getting off light just on a Friday? No, it's there.
I get the anxiety, the doubt. I get all of it. It all comes to the point. I'm like, listen, it's gonna be fine. They liked us.
He's my rock. Well, actually, there's a parallel here to Dual Screens and young Greg Miller, because 2 years ago, I wrote to Greg Miller to talk about Dual Screens when we really sort of.
Okay.
You were like, yeah, nah, not right now. I'm busy.
Good.
And I was like, cool, but it makes sense now because we did it for those 2 years where we really hit our stride. We rebranded. We really hit the nail. And now I guess we kind of floated to the top. As the cream floats to the top. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Elizabeth, I'm coming.
This is also what I have to deal with on a daily basis.
I got the hat and the sunglasses somewhere.
I saw the belt.
And you see
I've been
my
eyeing
belt.
the belt. Don't worry about that.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean that's a parallel. But I want to get into rapid fire. Okay, this is how we end every show with
Clear your
every
mind.
guest, every indie dev, and you don't really even have to clear your mind because honestly, some of these questions are going to be completely ridiculous.
Got it.
But this is how we get to know you.
Love it. Thank you. Nobody knows who I am. It's great.
Okay, not a single one of our people that's listening to this. We basically are doing this as a favor to you.
I appreciate that. Remember, everybody come to youtube.com/kindafunnygames, like, subscribe, share.
Exactly. So we're going to start off with some simple questions,
Sure.
and then we're going to ramp up the difficulty. Are you ready, Andy?
I'm so ready for this, Steven.
This is going to be good.
This is always the best part of the show.
We're going to start off easy. Is cereal a soup?
No.
Interesting.
How many
Interesting. As I'm taking the Rorschach test over here. Oh, well, click the pen. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go.
How many pigeons could you carry at one time?
13.
When you're getting dressed in the morning, is it sock, shoe, shoe, or sock, shoe, shoe?
Sock, shoe, shoe.
Interesting.
Pineapple on pizza, yes or no?
Yes.
Come on. It's Greg Miller. That's why I didn't lead off with that question, Andy. Come on.
It's one of those things where I would never order it. Well, not never. There's it's Andy Cortez has his pepperoni diplomacy act where there needs to be more pepperoni pizzas than any other pizza and I agree with that. I do.
And I agree with that as well.
But I do appreciate when it is a smorgasbord of pizzas and there is the Hawaiian pizza. That's when I'm like, you know what? Yes, I will do a slice of this. I can't remember last time I ever ordered a Hawaiian pizza, but like I definitely like to nosh on it when I see it.
Put it this way, it's a strategy, I think, because if you are ordering pizzas and you're passing around the phone, you're like, here, order a pizza, whatever for the group, and you order a Hawaiian, because everybody's going to order stuff that everybody likes, right? You order the Hawaiian, you're guaranteed at least 2 Hawaiian slices. Sure. You're guaranteed, because nobody, it's so rare, and I love it, and it's delicious. What would you rather have, the power of flight or invisibility?
Flight.
Mm-hmm.
If video games were illegal, what would their street name be?
I would say you got the goods with the Z. You know what I mean? Yeah, I need some goods.
Goods with the Z.
Because I was going to go games with the Z. That's, the cops would know immediately.
Yeah.
But you say goods with the Z, it could be anything.
But do you have to say goods with a Z, or do you have to pronounce it?
No, because if you're on the street and we come up and we do the cool, like, back alley bad guy handshake, people are going to be like, and I say, you got the goods, you're going to know what I'm talking about.
No, the cop goes, goods with the Z, then you know.
No, not that. Narc!
Which one? You got the one with the backwards Z or what?
Asking too many questions, officer. I don't buy it.
I'm counting on it.
Good reference.
Yeah. Would you rather explore the deepest parts of our ocean or the deepest corners of space safely? You could do it safely. There's no harm to your life. You can get back to Earth, no problem.
Space. Ocean, whatever. I'm going to find another fish down there. You know what I mean? Whatever.
Would you rather have one actual get out of jail free card or a key that unlocks any door?
A key that unlocks any door.
The master of unlocking. I got it.
Yeah.
The master of unlocking. What's your superhero name?
Gruesome Greggy.
Sounds like a villain, but okay.
That's the grappler. Gruesome Greggy operates in that gray area. He's like a Punisher. You know what I mean? Like, what's he gonna do? I don't know. He's out there for the good thing.
If you could pick any song to play when you entered a room, what song would that be?
Ghostbusters.
Oh my god, I love it.
So good.
God, fuck, Greg's back.
Okay. Piggybacking off of that. Does Busted make you feel good?
Oh yeah, all the time. In any form.
Always.
In any form. That's true. That's true.
Oh my god. Would you rather eat a dick flavored cake or a cake flavored dick?
Interesting. So now for the cake flavored dick, when I eat it, am I like, is it cannibalism or am I just like sucking on a dick?
Yeah.
Everyone got you, Jen? Your headphones aren't on for that one. All right.
The power is yours, Greg.
It's not.
It's not cannibalism.
We'll let that slide in this instance.
I guess even after asking, I'd probably go with the cake, the dick flavored cake.
Got it.
Yeah, because remember when it went around TikTok for a while where people were like, avocado tastes like clean dick or something. You see this TikTok trend a while back?
No.
Go look it up.
I can't say
go
that.
To go to
what
the
is
TikTok
going on in your
archives.
algorithm, Greg?
My algorithm's got all sorts of good stuff on it. That's all I'm saying.
This is a very specific question. When Undertaker was bursting through that wall,
Love it.
what was the wall made out of?
It was brick. It was brick. Oh yeah.
Of course it was.
Because it's how the kind of funny, God, Jesus, the IGN, that version of the IGN podcast room was set up as it had that brick wall because it was when we just moved into 2nd Street and we were podcasting down on 2 actually, and yeah, they had the brick wall there at the back. That's
fucking Kool-Aid man. Rest in peace. Okay.
Chokes and Clements through a table.
Would you rather be a reverse Centaur or a reverse Merman?
Okay, so yeah, so I gotcha.
Yeah.
I'd rather be reverse Centaur. I just feel like I don't have to have the gill thing to worry about. Like, hey, do I need to be in the water a lot to be? And I don't want to be in the water that much as a mer person.
True.
And that'd be kind of dope as hell. It'd be like this, like fucking bull walking around. But I'm assuming I can talk still.
Love that look for you, by the way.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
I'm gonna pick somebody. Here we go. This is what I'm gonna do. Your phone rings. It's the middle of the night, Greg.
Yeah.
Middle of the fucking night. It is 2:30, maybe 3:30. Maybe you just put your baby boy back in after a nice nighttime feeding, and you're like, "Fuck, I am tired. I'm going to bed." And boom, phone rings.
Yeah.
Okay. It is the police department. It is the Detective Sausage Cakes.
Oh my God.
And Detective Sausage Cakes. And Kevin Coelho has been arrested.
Sure.
What is his crime?
Breaking and entering.
Oh, okay. What? Can I ask what he broke and entered into?
Yeah,
Where?
Taqueria.
Taqueria. Yeah. That's so.
What?
It's
I
right
just
there.
wanted to make a burrito. I mean, you can hear him on the back as detective. Sorry, Sausage Takes talks to me.
And okay, we need the Photoshop now of Milk Mommy
in jail. The bars in front of his head.
Just the signs there. All right, Andy, let's get a couple more and then we'll get out of here.
What is something you have done that should have killed you?
Oh, backyard wrestling.
Oh yes. Oh, that was the other thing. That was the other thing that what we had in common. I was like,
Lord,
he also did this nonsense. This is great.
Yeah.
Who didn't? Honestly, don't try this at home.
Yeah,
my
get
ass.
out of here. They still put it. They put it in front of the new game too. Don't try this at home, school, anywhere. I'm like, all right, calm down.
Where else am I gonna play video games? 2K in the streets?
Get out of here. I need the goods. With a Z.
With a Z specifically. What was the dumbest way you've injured yourself?
It was in college where our upstairs roommate was moving out. He'd put all the stuff he didn't want down there. I went down and got his suitcase he was throwing away, which is canvas. I put the lamp he didn't want in the suitcase. I brought it back upstairs. It wasn't even funny. We took it back outside and we were drunk. And so I jumped on top of the suitcase, and it was a big glass lamp that I thought was going to pop and shatter inside the suitcase. Instead, what had happened is it didn't, and it rolled. So I jumped on it, and then it rolled out from underneath me, and I fell back into the grass and rolled around because I got the wind knocked out of me. But then what had happened is we had forgotten that earlier in the night we had taken all the belongings, put them on our friend's car who would come over to party, and we put the carpet there, the coffee table there, and then some beer bottles and garbage on it or whatever. And when he came out, he got mad, and he threw all that stuff down, and the beer bottle shattered and went into the grass. So I rolled around and rolled back, and I thought I had hyperextended my right knee, and I was like, oh God, and I looked over at my left knee, and it was just gushing blood because I had rolled over on a broken in half beer bottle, like if you're in a bar fight.
Probably.
And I was super drunk, and it cut into my knee, and I always said it looked like a perfect baby bite, like it was like a baby upper and bottom teeth, but bit me. And I walked into the house drunk. We were all having a party, so everybody was drunk. And the only person sober there was my buddy Kyle's girlfriend. She looked at me and was screaming, Miller, oh my God. And I was like, is it that bad? She's like, yes, you have to go to the hospital right now. And my buddy Kyle, who was playing Mario Kart on GameCube, didn't even look over. He just goes, Miller, soldiers fight in wars. And I went, you're right, Kyle, they do. And I went to my room and I got a t-shirt and I tied a tourniquet around the wound and I walked around our East Campus neighborhood drinking the rest of the night. And I woke up in the morning because we were going to do a parade through the streets of Mizzou as the Antlers. And I woke up and I threw up in the bed and it was just caked in blood. It was just blood everywhere. It was a crime scene, and I took it off, and I couldn't like extend the leg, and I was like, I'm in trouble here. And so we went to the hospital, but since I'm a kid at all of 19 probably 19 at this 19 maybe 20, but we'll say 19, we got outside the hospital and I didn't want to go in because I didn't want to worry about insurance or payments or that. So we started trying. It's it's a university hospital, so there's a bunch of kids there who are like med students or whatever. They're walking in and out all the time. We kept trying to stop them to ask them to look at my leg, just random ass people in scrubs, like, and they were like, no, we will not do this. And finally I went to the student center hours later. And I got there and they filled the forms and I waited out in the room for like, the 15 minutes or whatever. Then they brought me in to like question me what was really going on. She's like, okay, cool. Can I see it? And I opened it up and she went, oh God. Oh, okay. You're going in next. And I got in there and the doctor's like, you should have been here last night. There's nothing we can do for it. I'll give you a saline wash right now and you'll bandage it up and you're going to have a scar the rest of your life. But you should have gotten stitches last night. And that's how I still, to this day, have a scar on my knee that kind of looks like a baby bite. It went down over time.
Wow.
But it's just a flesh wound.
It's just a flesh wound.
Yeah.
All right. So here's the final question of the show. It is the most important question you're going to ever be asked in your entire life.
You're going to ask him this question?
Yeah.
Oh God. Oh boy.
Of course I am.
I want the real show.
Every single guest has answered this question, or at least attempted to. Some failed. Most succeeded. But it's really the most difficult question you're ever going to be asked, and you're going to probably have to think about it for at least a couple of milliseconds.
Okay.
But again, this is a simple question. It's the most difficult question, but it's simple in the sense that it's a binary answer. It is this or that. It is yes or no. It is A or B, as it were. Literally, a dog can answer it. Maybe not a baby. Some babies. Maybe yours.
Okay. And
that question is, Andy or Steve?
Ha! Well, I think Steve's done more of the legwork here on the show. Like, he's been talking and hosting. You know what I mean? Like, Andy's a great second banana. Don't get me wrong. But like,
Andy knew his role here.
Steve's been driving the show. He's got a championship belt back there. He's got a bunch of Batman Funko Pops. He's got the shirtless Spider-Man. Now look at Andy. What's he got? Some doors, some closet doors. It looks like maybe.
I was gonna say
there's Sega Saturn games on the bookshelf. I can't really make it out.
If you didn't pick Steven, instant suicide watch. So I'm glad.
Oh, I would have been.
Really
he can't come. He's not going to be able to come back from this one.
I would have. Yeah, my therapist would have needed a phone.
Price
call
412 does point out that with those doors back there, you might have some goods in there. So maybe I made the wrong choice. Andy.
Oh, he's got goods with a Z for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to bring us to the end of the show. If you want to follow us on social media, I am at Batchild27. Andy is at PantsGuy. We are at Dual_Screens on Twitter. We're at Dual Screens over on the TikTok, which we made one video exactly so far. Listen, this is hard.
We
It's hard
nailed it.
work.
We nailed it on the first one. We don't need
got
any
that.
more.
We retired. We hold up the award and that's it. Facebook.com/groups/DS podcast. And again, if you want to support us on Patreon, it's patreon.com/NDS podcast. And again, you can get into our Discord and all that fun stuff with that for as little as $1. You can follow us on Twitch, twitch.tv/dual screen streams, and that's dual DUEL, in case you were wondering. It is dual like fighting, not dual like multiple. It's called a pun. It's like a, you know what I mean?
Puns
It's
work
like a
real
play on
well
words.
in the audio podcast realm. That's right.
They sure do. They sure do. And again, our YouTube channel is youtube.com/dual screens TV. Where could everybody find you, Greg, as if they don't already know?
Ladies and gentlemen, you can find me at youtube.com/KindaFunnyGames, where we talk about the nerdy news you need to know about each and every day in the video game industry, whether it's Kinda Funny Games Daily, PS I Love You XOXO, the Xcast, or the Gamescast. There's something for you to watch.
Indeed. And, notification bell and all that fun stuff.
Yeah, of course. Like, subscribe, share.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Greg. Thank you, listeners. Thank you, viewers. Thank you, Miss Envy, who's going to get your very special wink right now.
Wow.
And as always, please be excellent to each other.
I'm cutting your record. Bam. You're still streaming. Don't say anything horrible.
Still streaming. Don't say anything horrible.
That was a
And the
great show.
shirt
That
comes
was a
off.
great show.
3-1 sucks.
I hate indie games. I can't wait to never talk about them again.
Indie games suck. Somebody get us into the freaking AAA sphere. Sony, Shuhei, what are you doing, bro?
Guys, that was awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you for doing that,
thank
man.
you,
That was fantastic. And we're looking at that.
was
We're right
fun.
on time. Get us the hell out of here and
Crushed
go
it.
do your next one. Good luck, everybody, on your streams, and have fun. And we love you. And you can also follow me on Twitch, twitch.tv/Batchild. Love you. Bye.
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 All right, everybody, we're getting rid of these losers. No, I'm kidding. Okay. I'm kicking you guys to waiting room. I can't.
Oh,
So you guys
Lordy.
go back to waiting room, and then we bring in McKenna and Jose Ruckus. We're going to do HBO Max. Hello, McKenna and Jose.
Hello.
Hello.
There you go. Activate your camera, Jose.
Oh yeah.
It's okay. When we drag you in, it does it. And then bam, boom. Okay, cool. And now I got to do this. I'm going to rearrange everybody here. I'm fine. How you guys doing?
Fantastic. How are you?
I am excellent. I'm excited to hang out with you. McKenna, you host the show, right?
Yes, I do.
Cool. I'm putting you in slot 1 over here. Remember, you're already live. I know you already know, but I'll just keep saying it because I know Jose, he's got a hot temper. He can turn on a dime at any point and start yelling at people. And then me. That's me over there. Cool. Boom. All right. You got, oh man, 12:08 on a dot. All right, cool. You guys ready to go to 1:08?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
All right, cool.
do it.
The show is yours. I'm gonna start recording. Actually, Jose, you're starting to drift off of my sidelines here. Hold on. Do this and then expand your thing. Who needs Kevin? You know what I mean? I've been saying it for years. Move this over here.
Good luck.
Cool. There we go. All right, cool. All right, here we go. The show is yours, and I'm recording in 3, 2, 1.
Hello, and welcome back to another episode of HBO Max, a show where we watch and review everything on the streaming platform, HBO Max. I am your host, McKenna. Joining me, as per usual, is my co-host, Jose Ruckus, aka Brandon. Brandon, how are you today?
I'm doing really, really good today.
It's great to hear. And joining us is the one, the only, Mr. Greg Miller. Greg, how are you today?
I am great, McKenna and Brandon. How are you?
Living the life, living the life.
So how
No.
deep into the HBO Max catalog are we? Are you guys just going alphabetically? Is that what normally happens on this show? You just watch whatever you run into?
We've barely scratched the surface. I don't have a percentage off the top of my head.
The show started off with mostly me bringing movies for McKenna to watch.
Sure.
Then we did a Harry Potter marathon.
You have to,
and then
of course.
we've
Now-
we've just been bringing on guests and letting them pick a movie.
For your marathon, did you guys then watch the reunion thing yet? Was that part of you? And have you done that yet?
Yes, it was like a lead up to the reunion.
How was it? Well, I haven't watched it. I see it and I want to click on it, but I don't got time.
I really like that. Harry Potter has sort of been like my brand, for lack of a better term, since I was like 11. So it's like I'm all about that. I thought it was fantastic,
Okay.
but
Okay.
I might be a little biased.
That's fine. Brandon, what'd you think?
I'm not like super into those kind of things. Like I haven't really liked any of the reunion specials that they've done.
Damn.
It's just like
Not even the
It's-
Friends
it's just-
one?
the Friends one. I think was the one I liked the least.
Oh,
Like
it's
I was
just
like
cool
the
to
Fresh,
see them again.
The Fresh Prince one I think was probably the best. But it's just like I don't know, man. Like I've seen Will Smith do a bunch of
I
stuff.
don't
Like,
know.
Yeah, it was. I will say though, when I watched it, it was really exciting because halfway through there was like fire trucks going by my house. We had to do a drive-by, so like it was like a fun little break in the middle of it. We had to do not a chase, but we did drive-bys.
Not a chase, but a drive by, no big deal.
we had to check what was going on. And it just made me want to watch it even more. So it was great. It was a fun time. Today we'll be discussing Superman. I've only ever seen one Superman movie, so
Which one?
Superman Man of Tomorrow.
Nice. Okay, so lay it out for what's happened here, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead, McKenna. It's time for you to attack me. It's time for you to throw me under the bus. I appreciate it. Go for it.
So, as Brandon mentioned, when we have guests on, we let them pick the movie, and Greg picked Superman Man of Tomorrow, and we watched it. Well, not all of us.
4 a.m., ladies and gentlemen. I'm in the nursery. I'm bouncing Benjamin. I'm like, man, podcast day. I can't wait. I'm like, what am I talking about on all these shows again? I started thinking, and then I got to McKenna, and I was like, I said I'd watch Superman Man of Tomorrow. Because there was the thing where you hit me up, and you're like, you need to pick something to review on HBO Max. I'm like, no problem. Like, we use HBO Max all the time, and I was very much like, I don't want to do something we've done recently. There's, I mean, like, obviously, we just went through Peacemaker. We just did a Euphoria screencast. I'm like, I could throw those out there, but that doesn't. I'm like, I went through my list of things I've stacked up in HBO, and yeah, Superman Man of Tomorrow, if you remember, debuted at DC Fandom 2020 when we were still very much in the dome, and it was free for that weekend. I forgot why I didn't watch it that weekend, and then it went just to be digital and be bought. Then it's on HBO Max, and so it sat there forever and ever and ever, and it's based on at least partly based on Superman American Alien, a comic that I love too. And I was like, this is my chance. This is the one. Let's go. And then you guys discovered firsthand why Greg Miller is not on more in review content, because making me watch anything is just for pulling teeth. It's just pulling teeth, because like we watched Scream the past 2 nights, because of course we start watching stuff later for Jen, who goes to bed early, and so we break it up. And even when I'm watching anything, even if I'm enjoying it, it's always all right, Jen's only gonna be awake another 20 minutes, and I can play video games. Then I can get back to WWE. I can start in on Ghostwire Tokyo. I can do all this different stuff. And so last night, Jen went to bed. I booted up Ghostwire to start working on my preview. And then 4 a.m. I'm like sitting there. I'm like, oh no. And then it was like, okay, I got this. And I'm like, I already know that I've overpacked my Friday. I'm already in trouble for the Friday, because of course there's 5 hours of podcast going on right now. But then before this was a business call. Before that was the weekly call for KindaFunny. And before that was Kevin teching out my setup so that I could run the streams without him or whatever. And so I was like, okay. And there was a moment where Jen relieved me at like, I want to say 5:30 or 6 o'clock in the morning. And there was a moment of like, do I watch this fucking movie right now? And I was like, no, I need sleep. So I went to bed, and I was like, I will watch it during the meetings. I will half pay attention to everything. I made it a whole 27 minutes into the movie. I'm enjoying it. I think the Lex is great. It's Zachary Quinto, right? It's Spock, right? He's a great Lex so far. I love the art style of it. It's going places that I enjoy. And it also is so far being kind of right in line with American Alien. I know they cited other references to it. I think it might be because of the Max Landis drama that had happened, the accusations about him being a horrible, horrible person. And so I think that might be why they kind of pulled back when they talked about it being all American Alien, but I digress. I did not watch the movie. I did not do the homework.
It happens. It's okay. I've got questions about Superman in general.
So yeah, that's the easiest thing. This is your first Superman movie. What did you think of it?
I thought it was all right. Like, I know like the general Superman, like general sort of what goes on, but I thought it was fun. I liked the animation style. I liked Darren Criss. So, I mean, that was a good time. I really only know him from Star Kid and Glee. So it's like, oh, he's back. Cool.
He's back in Superman form.
Yeah, so that was pretty fun.
Brandon, what did you think?
Yeah.
It's an interesting movie. It obviously it starts off like very, very American Alien inspired, right? Which I love that comic a lot.
Yeah.
It definitely opens up in scope though about what they're trying to do, because I guess this was the very first movie when they relaunched the animated universe, right?
Right.
And so they do a lot of things. There's a lot of plot that I don't necessarily think needs to be there. It goes a lot of places. If this is your first Superman, McKenna, it's tough. Like,
Jean
the fuck
Jode
is
shows
Lobo?
up. Yeah. Yeah, who's Lobo?
the
Who's
Martian
Martian Manhunter?
Like for most of it, I thought he looked like a member of Kiss. For like, I was like, yeah, I guess this is happening.
Why are they hanging out with this janitor so much? What's that?
Yeah, why is he giving coffee to this Rudy Jones guy?
Yeah, I was like, he's gonna help. That maybe that's Superman's sidekick. No, it's quite the opposite.
Parasite, man. You gotta be careful.
Yeah, it's Superman doing Superman things. Who knows? I don't. So like, okay, I'm gonna for my first question. So like, Clark Kent grew up on a farm, correct?
Correct. Smallville, Kansas.
Okay, what kind of farm was it? Do we know that?
Depends on the interpretation you're on. You know what I mean? Of where it is. It's rare that they double down on it all that much. You're not wrong to be like, what the fuck? It's like, yeah, you know, I don't remember even in Smallville, right? Jonathan and Martha Kent have this farm. I never remember them going out and really harvesting crops or taking care of cattle or doing that kind of thing. In Man of Steel, they deal a little bit more with it of, you know, Jonathan talking about like when the flood happened that flooded out the Langs and them having to save all the stuff and die. But yeah, it's just in the chat, Mike Larkey says plot farm. It's just a plot farm. And there's also a bunch of interpretations where it's not like something they wanted. Like it wasn't what Jonathan wanted for his life, but kind of inherited it, so they just live on it.
Can I think that it's a corn farm? Does that follow?
I
Totally,
think in the
that
Rick
works.
Donner movies, there's just like big shots of cornfields all
Yeah,
the time.
he
so-
races through it on his way to school
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah.
Can I sidetrack Brandon? Should I ask Greg my corn question?
I'd
Yeah,
love to.
yeah,
I'd
absolutely,
love to hear this
absolutely. Ask
corn
Greg the
question.
corn
Yeah.
question.
Okay, how many ears of corn have you eaten in one sitting?
I mean, I don't think it's an outrageous number. I would imagine, you know, as a kid, like you're getting the summer corn. You're like, you go to a fair, you get that corn that's like hot and buttery and salty. Maybe 3, but probably something more 2 realistically. I don't know. And I'm talking about
three is my number.
Yeah, I'm talking about the full thing of corn, not like you know they break it in half or whatever. That's not.
Right.
I'm adding it up. McKenna, how much corn have you eaten in one sitting?
7. But apparently, according to my sister, I hit 8, but I don't remember it. Like, I don't know if I just like
She blacked out for the last cob.
for the last one.
Corn drunk.
7. Yeah, it's like summer. Like that's what just all I eat essentially is just corn on the cob. That is my dinner for that night.
Where are you? Like in what?
I'm in Pennsylvania.
Oh wow, that much corn! I would have definitely assumed Midwest.
Yeah, I'm back home. I live in Philly right now for school, but back home I'm like right next to like corn country. It's just cornfields everywhere.
Sure.
It's good time. Let me tell you what. It's glorious. Just driving up the road, corn stalks on either side.
You
good
pull
time.
over, you take one right off, you eat it there. You don't even need to cook it. You
Exactly.
don't even need to put it in the
Right.
water.
Exactly. We were bred to eat it raw, you know.
Defective
So,
Sloth says there's a lot of corn in Pennsylvania. I never would have known that. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Pennsylvania,
Yeah.
you think of Hershey's, you think of Penn State. That's pretty much it. Then you don't
That's
think about
about
it.
it. Yes.
Philadelphia, I think, is its own thing. It's like when people talk about Illinois, but you're really talking about Chicago. Like I understand there's a difference there.
It's a whole other thing out here. It's different, it's scary. No, depends where you go. What
Wait, the corn's scary or just in general Pennsylvania scary?
in general, like you're 1 minute you're like corn, and then the next minute there's just a shit ton of deer, and it's like there's trees, and then there's like. Then you go to Harrisburg, and then there's...
And see, Harrisburg, I feel like a town I've heard about. I've heard about Harrisburg, but I don't know what's going on in Harrisburg. I don't know why I've heard about it.
I live 20 minutes outside of Harrisburg. I don't know what
What's
goes on.
popping
There's
in
an
there? Is it a main city center for Pennsylvania?
Yes. It's like... That's where the news stations are, and like the newspaper, or, those buildings, and like that's where the train, and there's an airport, and...
It's the state capital. That's why I've heard about
Yeah.
it. Okay.
Yeah. And there's a science center called the Whitaker Center, which is maybe the best part of Harrisburg, in my opinion. There's a hospital.
See, now this is just embarrassing. It's the state capital, but then according to Wikipedia, with a population of 50,099 in the 2020 census, Harrisburg is the 15th most populous municipality in Pennsylvania.
State capitals are bullshit.
They
man.
suck,
Yeah,
Brandon.
they're-
Thank you for saying what the rest of the states are afraid to say. Like, it's dumb. We should re-vote. It should be like a Survivor thing where we all go like, come on now.
Like Nevada, it's Carson City. Like, who cares about Carson City? Sacramento sucks, dude.
It's, if anything, I think it's really just these states trying to prop up another city. Where they know, like Illinois, Springfield, nobody in their right mind would give a fuck about Springfield. You never go there unless you had to go there for this kind of thing, right? So you say that's what it is. Missouri, right? I-70 cuts right through it. You go St. Louis, you go Columbia, you go Kansas City, all great cities to hang out in. Unless you want to go to the capital, then you go down south to Jeff City. Like nobody would deviate off of I-70 to go there.
Yeah.
Garbage. This is
Kansas
dumb.
is just this one thing where they all shit in a bucket. That's their state capital. I forget what they call it, but that's where they do it.
Yeah.
By the way, do you curse on this podcast? Because I've been fucking dropping them if you haven't noticed. All right, just making sure. Sorry. I'm off my game. I should have been asking.
Yeah, state capitals. I don't get it. Why?
Yeah, no. I mean, it's from a different era, right? Where it was like,
Yeah.
hey, everybody, we came out here, we put our little stake in the ground, literally, we have our covered wagons, and now I'm sure life will never get better than this grassy field right here in Harrisburg. So this will be the state capital now. Everybody's like, cool, I don't want to go further than this. I don't want to die. And then lo and behold, they were like, you know what? They got cheesesteaks up there. We should have done it up there. That was stupid. Why did we do it down here?
I couldn't imagine if Philly was the state. That it would be even more chaos. Like, nah.
I mean, Philadelphia seems like a nightmare. Every time they win a championship or whatever, the whole city gets burnt down. It's
That's
ridiculous.
just sports in general for big stuff. You can't get away from that. I got caught in the LA riot that one time when when the Lakers won. It happens. These things happen.
sports.
Let me get the podcast back on the rails a little bit here. I was really surprised, Greg, when you picked this movie because McKenna DM'd me. Was like, "Hey, Greg's coming on the podcast." I was like, "Okay, we got to get like a really Greg Miller ass movie for this." And there were a couple that popped into my mind that I was like, "I hope he picks this one."
What'd you have?
Superman the movie, obviously.
Sure.
Any of the Richard Donner movies,
Yeah.
great. I love those movies, so I would love to talk about them. But the one that like I really really hoped you would pick is New Frontier.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, New Frontier I watched and don't remember anything from it. Me and Nick have this conversation when we talk about DC animated films a lot of like, I didn't watch that, and then we like watched the trailer and I'm like, oh, you know what? I think I did watch this. It's just like at some point the sponge got so wet with information from the DC animated universe, it just went everywhere and I can't keep up with it. Why do you love New Frontier so much?
I mean, mostly I love that graphic novel.
Oh, sure, yeah, Darwin Cook, yeah.
Darwin Cook's just incredible. I think it's really like, if you want like just like reading Golden Age comic books kind of sucks. They're kind of bad.
Yeah.
But like
Different era.
that is like capturing the entire Golden Age feel in like a modern book that really readable. It's really, really great. And I just thought it'd be fun to talk about that. Get to talk about the old style of Superman, the old style of Batman, all that stuff.
Well, since I didn't do the homework, we can still do that. You can just talk about that.
Well, McKenna hasn't seen New Frontier.
McKenna doesn't care about Superman. She just spent 15 minutes talking about Harrisburg for no reason. Don't get on my, you know what I mean?
Well, that's kind of what I want to do here. Is so McKenna's never seen a Batman movie.
Jesus Christ.
was-
How old are you, McKenna?
I'm 20. I just turned 21.
Like today? Are you doing shots yet?
A month ago I did. I haven't had an alcoholic beverage yet. One day.
Okay, fair enough.
Hasn't happened yet.
Hey, man, don't rush yourself. If you don't want it, don't do it.
Yeah, one day. But yeah, no, I think the only DC movie I've seen is Wonder Woman.
Okay.
I think.
Did you like it?
I know yeah, I enjoyed it. It was from what I can remember. I like Chris Pine.
Who doesn't love it? Everybody loves Chris Pine. Yeah, he's great.
But yeah, I think that's all I've got on DC.
Why have you like? Is it something you're actively avoiding? Are you all in on the MCU? Like, what's going on? Give me like Fog of War is slowly revealing what McKenna is. I need more.
I've seen all the way up to Endgame in terms of Marvel. I haven't seen Endgame yet. I'm a little scared to watch it because I know I'll be sad, even though I know what happens, but it's just I'm not ready for it yet.
Didn't Infinity War kind of end sad though? Like you're like, you know what? I'll walk away with everyone, half the world dead. That's what I'll stop at.
So watch movies really weird. Like, I skipped around a bunch in Marvel in terms of, like, watching them in theaters. So I saw Infinity War in theaters, and then, like, I don't think I saw any other ones in theaters after that. And then I barely saw any before that, so it was just really confused. I didn't know what was happening.
Yeah, that'll do it if you don't know, if you're not watching them in the right order.
Yeah, things happened as oh no. But I sort of also knew, it's like, I knew, I had to think about it because I was like, I knew there was a new Spider-Man coming out after Infinity War. I knew, like, all these other movies were trying. So I'm like, they had to come back. So it was like, I wasn't that sad, but at the same time, I still cried. And then I think that's superhero. It's all
That's
the
it.
stuff I've seen, I think.
Just MCU stuff, and then Wonder Woman,
Yeah.
and now Superman, Man of Tomorrow.
And now Superman Man of Tomorrow. Yeah,
It's
exactly.
a change. Yeah, okay. I see it. I see where that was from. Yeah, like I said earlier, I didn't want to pick something like, you know, I wanted to, like, super be engaged, and I just totally screwed it up. But, like, I wanted it to be something that was new for all of us kind of thing, where it was, you know, hey, let's jump into this and go. Because you don't need to hear me rant about Batman v Superman Ultimate Edition or Snyder Cut again, right? Like, and then, yeah, I guess Richard Donner, like, I mean, that's another one, like, we haven't done Superman in review yet. You know, I think it's because Superman is, like, horribly unpopular. So Tim's like, that's just not going to perform well. But I would love to do that one day and talk about those movies. Because even then, it's like, you know, I love Christopher Reeve. I think he's an amazing Superman. I think those movies are awesome. Superman 1 and 2. Superman 3 is enjoyable kind of as a comedy, and Superman 4 is enjoyable as a train wreck. But, like, I think they did so much damage to the character in popular culture. Like, because it was just, like, establishing for generations, like, yep, Superman's indestructible and can rewind time at will. So, and he's a total alien, and he totally isn't Clark Kent at all. I'm like, oh my God, like, to watch, as a kid, you watch that and you're like, this is amazing. He's Superman. He's doing all these cool things. And then you watch it as, I think, a fan of the property more now. And it's like, oh my God, this screws up so much stuff that I think is, like, the very core of what Superman is.
Well, so, like, what for McKenna, because I've seen pretty much every Superman movie. I haven't seen, like, all the animated stuff. I read a lot of Superman comics. If you were going to recommend Superman movies or Superman media to McKenna, to like somebody who, like, this is her only exposure to Superman is this one animated movie, like, what do you like? What do you think, like, captures the character really well?
And that's a great question that's really hard to answer, because, and obviously we're trying to recommend something that you could actually do. And so, like, I would go to comics, but if I was talking about live action stuff, I would go, and this isn't really what I'd end up recommending probably, is Smallville. I think Smallville's, for all of its problems, which are many, and again, you know, there's 10 seasons of Smallville, the majority of it is dog shit. But there are great episodes. There are, season 2, I think, is phenomenal in terms of building Superman lore into it and showing what this is. And above all, I think Clark's relationship with the Kents and, you know, having them as parents and seeing how Clark is Clark, and Clark will become Superman, but that doesn't mean he has to go the full Christopher Reeve route of being the, well, I don't know, Lois, and being a total nerd and hiding from it and doing all these different things. Like, I think Smallville does better than any other live interpretation what I love about Superman, which is that he is this character, he is Clark Kent. And that means that he wants to help people, and he would help people with or without the superpowers, because that's how Jonathan and Martha raised him. And the powers just allow him to be good on a greater level. And so then it's about trying to do that and then, you know, take on a Superman identity or something to shield his loved ones from harm in some way or another, and try to also then be this beacon of hope and that people can rally behind and understand and, you know, want to do good for it and want to support and be proud. I think, you know, the underlying message of Superman, right? And again, that I think, you know, I don't hate the DCEU, but like I always say, right? Like, that's not what I would have done. Like, if you would have given me hey, Greg, we're letting you start the DC cinematic universe. Man of Steel has things I would have done and then a lot I wouldn't have done. But the whole conversation about hope from Jor-El, you know, give them an ideal to strive to, give them a strive for, you know, they'll stumble, they'll fall, but in time they'll join you in the sun kind of thing. Like, that is such a great encapsulation of what I think about when I think about Superman, because it is this idea of having the symbol and having that, you know, the symbol mean hope in a way that I think you can totally apply to our incredibly jaded timeline right now of everything else, where it is so easy to be sarcastic and selfish and just take care of yourself and not worry about other people. But I do feel like when you, and again, it's probably just me and some, you know, some fans, but when you do put on the Superman shield, when you do that, like, that to me speaks to, at some level, you understand those values, that you want to be a good person, that you want to do right. You know, and I know I've talked about it many a time, but like, 13 years of Catholic school I went to, and I don't stop and think when I pick up paper on the street or find a lost dog and try to get it home. I don't think what would Jesus do? I think what would Superman do? And it's not, driven by, man, I'm trying to get ahead by being good. It's not, I feel like I'm being forced to be good. It's just that I think the values of helping and trying to be better. And, I think right now, even the new, Brandon message of, truth, justice, and a better tomorrow is like such a great encapsulation of what that character is and what he wants, what I want to be in my own life, let alone what you want to see in a fictional character that, again, struggles because so many interpretations get it wrong in terms of he is all-knowing, all-powerful, he's never doing anything wrong. Or I think, the DCEU leaned too hard on him questioning his place. I like that story. I like those things, but, listening, like, I thought it was interesting to have Jonathan, like, do the, like, should I let them die when he's talking about the kids on the bus, right? And he's like, I don't know, maybe. Like, I remember seeing that and being like, wow, that's a really interesting take. But the fact that it resonates so long with Superman for so long, and then we're like, oh, that's rough. Like, I wish we could have gotten out of that. You know what I mean? Like, I also wish, Henry Cavill is a mountain of a man, just a glorious human being. And so, like, when the tornado happens and Jonathan stops, it's like, you are not a 12-year-old boy. You are, you're Henry Cavill. They've aged you down the best they can, but run your ass over there at super speed and save him. Like, that should have been your moment to be like, okay, cool. And like, now they see that these people try, like, Smallville already wasn't turning on him. Pete already knew that he had powers. Lana already knew that he had power. I digress. But like, that's the kind of thing, like, it's so many different pieces of Superman exist in pop culture that I think get it right to some regard and do interesting things with the character. What I think is the hardest struggle is that for me as a Superman fan, and again, this is a very selfish take, because if you talk to Gary Whitta is very much the opposite of me. He's almost the Kill Bill monologue, right? Of like, Kal-El is the person, Clark is the mask. That's how this works. He's an alien. And I think my interpretation of Clark being Clark and Superman being Clark, but just putting on a grander stage and using a different name kind of thing, still works in the fact that, yes, he's an alien. He has those things. He is an outsider. He feels that. But rather than let that alienate him, right, he lets his humanity win out, even though he doesn't technically have humanity, right? Like, he's not a human. There's so many different pieces of pop culture that do parts of Superman right, but then just don't get that right. Where it's so hard for me to say, oh, McKenna, you should watch X, because it just doesn't exist. I would lean maybe a bit towards the animated series. Like, I think that does a really good job. I talked about it last time we did the community podcast. Like, one of my favorite moments in the animated series happens in the pilot, right? Where it is, and it's like, a standalone movie if you wanted it to be. On HBO Max, by the way. Should have done that. And it's, Superman shows up for the first time pretty much, and there's this plane crashing, and he goes and he flies up and he grabs the tail of the plane, and the tail, of course, separates from the plane, and it just keeps going. And Superman has this moment where he has it, and he goes, nice job, Clark. And he flies in. And I remember watching that at home as a kid being like, they get it. Oh my God. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like, and even his Clark Kent in that thing, Tim Daly does a great job of doing a Clark that isn't like, he bumbles a bit when he has to, but he's not like Christopher Reeve, where it was like, oh, you have to be over the top Steve Urkel dork so people don't think, like, what a horrible existence. Why would anyone want to do that? Why would you ever have that happen that way? And they do such a good job of it there.
Yeah, I think one of the best things that Superman Man of Tomorrow did was that it really does focus on Clark's struggle with knowing that he's an alien, but not feeling like an alien.
Yeah.
He feels like a person. And I always like a Superman who, being an alien, is more like informs him on humanity than it is like alienates him from humanity.
For sure. I like that he can forget. That he can forget that he's an alien at times, right?
Yeah.
It isn't something that's always with him in front of him. There's those moments, and I think, again, for the start of this movie, there's, and it's pulled from American Alien, right? Of watching the alien monster movie, right? And he breaks down in tears as a little kid, because it is like, oh my God, this is how people would think of me if they knew what it was. And again, that's such a great, piece of fiction to put out there to then make the core decision of why you'd hide these powers, right? Is that you don't want to be different. You just want to be normal. And again, Smallville does that so well. And again, hit or miss here and there, but like, Clark wants to play football, right? He could go out there and, score a touchdown every time. And Jonathan Kent is very clear, like, You could, and that's not what this is about. Like that would be unfair to everybody. You need to, live with this. You need to understand that like that just isn't how you should use these powers. And granted, Donner's Superman has a throwaway line about that too, right? Where Clark is the equipment boy or whatever, and then he comes home and he's like, and I can tell that guy apart, and he's like, you were put on this earth for a reason, right? And it's not to score touchdowns. Like that's something that gets wrestled with a lot, but I think to varying degrees. And I hate again why I think Smallville's so great. Like you watch the Reeve and Donner Superman, right? And like, I never get the feeling that Clark is Jonathan and Martha's child. I get very much that they are taking care of him. They're almost like a halfway house for him, right? And there's something I think maybe with the age gap there of like, of course, Jonathan and Martha are so old in the 76 Donner movie right from the start. I loved that, John Schneider and Annette O'Toole in Smallville were contemporary parents, and they were raising him as their kid, and like there was never a doubt that Clark was their son, and Clark never doubted that either, right? And there are those moments of like feeling different and being different, but them always being there and having that dynamic and having just a regular family dynamic, even though they are very much not regular. And I think they play with that in really interesting ways of like letting Jonathan and Martha, their character, shine through, because again, that's what always makes Clark Superman to me, is the values he's taught by the Kents. And so, to have Jonathan go out of his way to be helpful and trust people, there's, something that always stuck with me. Like, this is how much of a loser dork I am for Smallville and Superman, right? Of like, I think it's when I think it's the doctor maybe that Lex is dating, who eventually finds out that Clark is an alien or whatever because of the blood. And Jonathan's very much like, you're going to look at this blood and it's going to change everything, but he has to trust her, and he does. And she doesn't show Lex, and it's a big deal. But at some point, they basically asked, like, how did you know you loved Jonathan? Or like, how did you know Jonathan was different to Martha? And Martha says, one day at college after class, I came over to him and he was eating an apple. And I asked if I could borrow his notes. And he said, sure, here, and gave them to me. And I said, you're just going to give them to me? Like, this is the entire class. There's a final coming up. I'm paraphrasing, obviously. And he's like, yeah, like I trust in the good of people. And I thought that was like that's such a core thing of what it is. And I talk about that all the time, very publicly, right? Of like, I think, my character and who I want to be, because I fuck up all the time. Like, I don't think Clark would be nearly as sarcastic and mean to his friends as we get on KindaFunny sometimes. And sometimes we take it too far and we have to say pickles. And again, we have that relationship, and this isn't fictional. This is real life and real emotions. But it is that thing of so much of my character is informed by what I want to be and who I want to be and who I want the world to be. And it's very much what I was talking about with Superman, right? Where I think he sees the good in all people, but he also sees people fuck up all the time, right? On a grand scale, but he never loses the optimism. And so I think, you see that with us all the time where, we trust somebody, we work with somebody, we have a guest on or something, and it turns out they are not cool. We thought they were cool and they are not cool. And it's like, okay. And like that could easily steal us and guard us, and we become closed off and we don't want to open our doors to other people, right? And it's like, that's just not how it works. Like I refuse to do that. I want to believe in the good of people. And when people are bad, I want to call out people for being bad, and I want them to be better, and I want them to, make amends for what they've done. But that's on them. That's not on me. And so I can't take the sins of somebody else and apply them to somebody else, which I think is such a Superman thing. As he sees, Lex be horrible, as he sees Star Labs do whatever terrible thing they're doing, depending on the continuity. Usually they're pretty good, but man, I'll tell you what, Emil Hamilton in the animated series, not the Emil we all thought he was he? You have to be trusting. You have to put yourself out there, whether you're indestructible or not. So there's no live action Superman to watch. Long story short, I could make a Smallville must watch list, but even then, I think it's, and even I guess it's like one of those things. Like, I think Smallville's pretty great, and I think that's season 3 maybe. Jesus, but the Witch season is really where you're like, oh my god, the majority of this sucks. But then they kind of get back on at times, and they do things here and there. And then when Lois's introduction came, that was good, and blah blah blah. And the final season was fun, just to close it all off. But at that point, you're getting a Justice League show pretty much.
Did I hear you? Did you say Tim Daly played?
Tim Daly is animated Superman for Superman the Animated Series and Justice League, right? And then Justice League Unlimited, they switched it, I believe.
Like Wings Tim?
Yeah, Wings Tim Daly. That's right, yeah.
No way!
Yeah. Oh, dude, if you love Tim Daly that much, you should go look it up. I forget what it is anymore. I'm sorry. But him and his son did for a while a YouTube show or something. And so his son got cast as Superman in one of the animated films they were doing. And so then they did a whole thing that was like the passing of the torch. And like, it was him it was Brandon Routh. I think they got back for it. They got a Dean Cain involved. Like they had not all the Supermen, but a lot of Supermen in there that were like doing a different thing and making jokes about Lois and stuff. It was cute.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I gotta look that up then.
Shout out for knowing Wings. I don't feel like enough people talk about Wings.
I just finished Wings.
That is a psychotic thing to say in 2022, but I appreciate it.
See, it's like the whole Cheers Frasier thing, and then I was like, I gotta put Wings in there because
Does it hold up at all? Like, I don't remember a single plot line from Wings, but I remember watching Wings with my parents every week because it was Tim Daly, his brother, Helen, the like waitress that Roy was in there, the old lady, the guy who would be Monk. This is like Thomas Hayden Church's like first role is Lowell, right? Lowell, right? He was like the mechanic or whatever.
I enjoyed it. I thought it was fun. Yeah, I had a good
I feel like they would just
time.
put anything on TV back then. Like, you know what I mean? Like, whatever.
They were
yeah,
just like milking everything out of Cheers that they could, man.
Is that a spin-off of Cheers?
It's in the same universe. Like Norm and Cliff are in an episode. Oh my gosh, someone else.
Sam
Frasier-
shows up in an episode, right?
I don't think so. He shows up in Frasier. I know,
Okay.
but I don't think he ever shows up in Wings. Frasier and Lilith show up in an episode, and I think Rebecca shows up in an episode.
Dude, yeah, I
Like-
never would have. I like how I just came through and named like a good portion of the IMDb page to some degree, and I would have never in a million years been like, and also it's in the Cheers universe.
Well, yeah, big fan.
What, they like in Pawtucket, Rhode Island? There's something like that, right?
It's
New Hampshire?
Nantucket,
Nantucket.
Massachusetts.
Massachusetts,
Yeah,
okay.
it's like right off. Yeah, good. Let me tell you what. Good stuff right there. Except Hulu's weird. There's like 20 episodes missing because of like copyright music and
Right.
everything. So it's like there's just random like plot holes. Cause like I think it's like the second to last season, Helen's sister shows up and she becomes a regular. But like Hulu doesn't have the introduction, so she's just there all of a sudden. It's like, oh, I guess this is happening.
Is
now.
she a redhead?
Yeah. Mhm.
Gotcha. Yeah. She's the one who married John Ritter, right? In real life.
Yes,
That
I
sounds
believe
right.
so.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, John Ritter.
Rest in peace. Yeah, because then that's right, because John Ritter's in the show.
Dude, they were a package deal back in the late 80s, early 90s. You get one of them on the show, you know John Ritter. Or vice versa. If one of them's there, the other's going to pop up. You're going to do it.
Yeah, it's really fun going back and watching those shows and be like, oh shit, that's that person. Like I had no clue Tony Shalhoub was in Wings, and
Yeah.
I was like, oh, there he is.
What
I'm
was
now
his character
watching
in that? In
Antonio? He was a taxi driver.
I remember the taxi driver part. I couldn't remember the name. Yeah. That was the thing when Monk started hitting. I was like, all right, cool. But I remember him from Wings. And everybody's like, what the fuck is Wings? I'm like, oh, all right.
Yeah, it was Tony Shalhoub. Might be my second favorite actor now.
Who's your
I
first?
like him. Tom Hanks.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Tom Hanks is great. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I haven't seen a lot of movies, so like the list is pretty short. It's only at 2 people right now. It was at 1 before I watched Monk. Now it's at 2.
I appreciate
But,
that.
you know.
This is rare air to be in. You know what I mean? Like Tony Shalhoub should really be honored that he's made this list.
Yeah, I'm a big Tony Shalhoub fan. Very recent, but you know what? Tony Shalhoub, shout out.
You've seen The Big Night. The Big Night's great.
I have seen The Big Night with the Tooch.
Dude,
It was-
Tooch.
I want you to know, like literally, I was sitting there thinking of the big night, searching for Stanley Tucci's name, and I could not come up. How is Stanley Tucci not on this? I love Stanley Tucci.
I've only ever seen him in The Big Night.
Oh my
Maybe
god!
if I
What
watch
about
more movies-
Oh god, there was something. I mean, he's in a million things. Crap, there was some.
He's like one of the all-time great character actors.
He's such a
Like,
great
in
character
so
actor.
much stuff.
What am I? I'm thinking of something like Pretty Woman, but it's not Pretty Woman that he's in. But he's like a similar kind of thing there. Doesn't matter. But Stanley Tucci's amazing.
Yeah.
Last Glass Gaming tosses out Transformers. Not what I was going for, but yeah.
Marvelous Miss Maisel.
I haven't watched that.
He's in Devil Wears Prada.
That sounds right.
And
That sounds like what I'm
Easy
looking for.
A.
Easy A. He's such a great dad in Easy A.
Oh, he was in Beauty and the Beast. Who's he?
I'm gonna look up and see how many Stanley Tucci movies are on HBO Max.
I was gonna say this is where you got to take this show now. HBO Max on the Tooch. That's what you call it.
Gooch Month.
Oh, Hunger Games. Yeah. He's got that show too, where he just makes food now, right? Or he travels around.
Oh
eating
yeah,
food
he's
or
got like a
whatever.
travel show.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Look
Julie
at him
and
go.
Julia. Yeah. Stanley Tucci, one of those guys. He's just in everything good.
Yeah, he is.
That's incredible.
Him and Tom Hanks is the other one. You put Tom Hanks in on a movie poster, I'm like, I'll watch it. Whatever. I'm in. I watched that one where we went around and read the news of the world. I was like, all right, this is fun. I just like to see Tom Hanks do stuff. Now he's gonna be in that Elvis one, right? That looks good.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
God, he's doing like a voice in that. It's so weird.
Come on now, Elvis. Yeah, one of those things. Yeah.
Yeah, the movies. I don't know about movies. I know about
Okay.
Tom Hanks and Tony Shalhoub.
Greg, I got a Superman question for
Sure,
you.
please.
So now that you're a father and you're a
Yep.
huge Superman fan, I feel like you're at the perfect point to answer this question. At the beginning of Man of Tomorrow, there's that scene of Mom and Pa Kent having a conversation about like letting Clark know that he was an alien. They feel like maybe they told him too soon and stuff.
He's wearing
One,
glasses, and Jonathan's getting yelled at about it. Yeah.
Neil Flynn, so good as Jonathan Kent.
Agreed.
Great voice.
Agreed.
Make him cast him for the actual live action. He's so good. Love Neil Flynn. If Clark was your son, when would you tell him that he's an alien?
It's a great question. I would do it early. Like, again, I think you're going to have the powers he starts to develop, and as they start to poke through, you need to have those conversations to explain, like, why this is happening, why you can't tell anybody about it. Because that's the thing, right? I think if any of us could fly or lift the truck, right? Like, you'd want to show your friends. You'd want to nerd out about that to it. But, like, you understand that, of course, there's a whole bunch of ramifications to this of you being literally an illegal alien. Like, you know what I mean? The fact that the government would want you for scientific experiments, the fact that people would be scared of you. Like, those are all things you have to wrestle with. And I think, again, for the Kents, you know, not knowing where those powers are going to go. You know, how powerful he will get, what will happen, what he can and can't control, too. Like, there's so many things in there that are unknowns that I don't think I'd let that go. I think the kid needs to understand from an early point that, like, when this is weird and it sounds like I'm making a joke, I'm not. When, you know, you're in class and they're talking about how your body's going to go through changes, they're not the same changes you're going through. So, like, if you start to feel something that seems weird, go away from all the people, come home, get it, you know, do all those different things. Like, you have to shield them that way from it as they learn to wrestle with it. Because I think even, like, you know, for you being a comic reader, you know, when they introduced Jonathan to main continuity here and him and the Kents were living on the farm, like, they did such a great job with that of, like, you know, where he kills their cat. Like, he cooks their cat alive with his heat vision by accident. And it's not done as a horror thing. It's not done as a shock or a joke. It's done as I don't know what to do. And, like, Clark and Lois having to talk him through that and make him understand. And the fact that they used that over and over again, like, that came back in that run where it was, hey, like, we're talking about this being a definitive moment for him where he killed something he loved, that this is a real threat and real fear. And how do you wrestle with that as a kid who is different?
That moment was so heartbreaking in the comics. Like, I remember reading that issue when it came out and just being like, oh, fuck. Like, that was tough to get through.
For sure, yeah. And so, yeah, I think you have to tell him early, and I think you have to, you know, keep it in. Like, you know, again, Jonathan does such a good thing not a good thing, I guess, but, like, what I would do, right, where when he picks him up from the house and puts him in the car and they're on the ride home, he is like, he's like, so that scared you, and, like, did you say anything? Did you tell anybody? Did you explain why it did? Like, he's trying to take care of Clark, but then also trying to take care of the secret, which is obviously somewhere I think you'd really fall. Did either of you, and actually, McKenna, I know you, no Tony Shalhoub, no Tom Hanks. Brandon, did you watch the Superman movie that wasn't a Superman movie from James Gunn's brother Sean?
Brightburn?
Yep, there it is. Thank you much.
I didn't see Brightburn, no.
Oh, really? I recommend it. Yeah, it's one of those things, again, like, as somebody who's just like, they haven't done a really great Superman movie. They would take too many liberties. Like, this one being very specifically, like, we're making Superman into a horror movie. I thought that was a really, really good interpretation of taking the mythos and narrative and all that stuff and seeing, like, the branching points of, like, yeah, what if Superman was sent here to conquer, right? And what if, like, you know, the parenting wasn't nearly as good as the Kents to make sure, not that it was, like, bad parenting, but, like, what if it just, the love of the Kents couldn't actually anchor Clark to humanity?
I'll have to watch it. I'll have to put it on the list.
I don't know if it's on HBO Max, everybody. I'm sorry. You have to start a new podcast to watch it.
Ooh. I did have a question. What is there, like, a specific time period that this, like, Superman happens, or is it
The Man of Tomorrow, the one we just watched, or the one I watched 20 minutes.
That or just like any of them. Yeah.
Usually they're modern tales. I mean, it depends. It's usually meant to be concurrent with whatever time period it is. And I say usually, I'm painting with a very broad brush. I'm sure there's money. You talk about New Frontier, right, and stuff like that, where they're playing with timelines. But usually, yeah, it's meant to be here. And I thought that was another one where, the Superman and Man of Tomorrow from here, or like when Clark's trying to tie his tie and he's FaceTiming his parents, and his parents don't know how to use FaceTime, like. That's a cute thing that, again, you don't see much of them deal with, right? And it's the same thing of, like, if you want to go to, like, Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman, a scene that always stood out to me there was the first time Lois comes back to Smallville, Clark and her aren't dating. They get, roped in for some kind of story that they're there, and they end up at the Kent's house, obviously. And so, again, I've grown up with this interpretation from the Donner films of like these grandparents that live in a farm, right? And like have nothing going on. And so when Lois gets there and is like she's like, do you have, and she's trying to explain a fax machine with some, where could I go to put, and she's like, you mean a fax machine? And she's like, Martha takes the thing off. She's like, you have to have a fax machine to live out here. It was like such a, hey, this is a modern interpretation of what that would be and what those parents would be.
Interesting.
Did the movie make you question when and where it was happening?
Yeah, sort of, because it was like I know Superman obviously been around a bit and it's like modern technology, so I didn't know if there was like specific, like obviously I was just like question.
The city is like really stylized to look like futuristic and stuff.
Yeah.
It's not like the normal metropolis that is just like 1980s Toronto for some reason.
Yeah. I like it when they double down on that in the City of Tomorrow, because again, that's the thing of like Metropolis is meant to be bright, shining, glistening buildings and like amazing skyscrapers, and like Gotham is meant to be dark and dreary and like terrible.
Oh, you got a question, McKen?
Oh no, well, it's a dumb question.
Hit me with it.
Okay, let's go.
You asked me how many ears of corn I've eaten in one sitting. I don't know. I think you're all right to say whatever the fuck you want from here on out.
So you know how like towards the beginning of the film when the security guard breaks the phone, do you think that it's sort of like breaking an apple where like you don't twist it but you just like snap it in half? Like, do you think is that how you
I feel like
snap a
phones are
phone?
always broken in weird ways in movies where like I don't know if that would actually stop it. You know what I mean? Like because I think you'd have to like pulverize stuff to get rid of it. But how many times you watch like a Jason Bourne movie and they like break the flip phone in half and I'm like, do they really? I mean like.
Like you're like snapping a single cord that just like powers the screen when you do that, right?
Yeah, exactly, right? Like I feel like you really got to really smash this thing to get it offline and do it. But then again, I'm not even sure how much you're really tracking me, how it's really going. So who knows?
Yeah.
Greg, for the listeners, what's some like good like graphic novels? I know you've done some recommendations before and stuff, but just like if they're listening to this, they like your pitch for Superman, what he means.
I think American Alien still stands up. I think American Alien, you know what I mean, separate the art from the artist kind of thing. American Alien is a really great interpretation, especially for a modern take on Superman. This is happening out of continuity. It is some of the touchstones we saw at the beginning of the movie, and then goes a little bit out with it. But it is a great one. There's so many great parts of it. Like first off, he fights Lobo in the comic, and obviously the inspiration for fighting Lobo here. But what I love about in the comic, Lobo is the first metahuman he's fought, the first superpower threat he's fought. And so like when Lobo starts really smashing up Metropolis, there's a scene where Lobo's like, "Are you crying?" And Superman's like angry crying, which resonates so much with me, of course, because like I cry when I get angry. And then on top of that, like him seeing the death and destruction wrought by Lobo coming up and screwing up Metropolis, I think that's really powerful. And the same thing I always go back to, when it's Kenny and Pete come to visit from Smallville, and Clark picks him up at the train station, and they're walking back, and he's like, oh, and he's explaining, they're talking casually about him being Superman, and I think it's Kenny who's like, man, you must never take off your glasses. Then he's like, I take off my glasses all the time. And he's like, what do people say? And he goes, they say, hey, you look a lot like Superman. Because like, who would think Superman's riding the subway with them or walking around? It's like, oh man, like that's such a fun. Yeah, you wouldn't think that. We get so caught up on what a dumb disguise it is for the most part. But then it is that thing of like, oh yeah, like you wouldn't think you're at the grocery store with Superman, because he does come off as coming from the heavens, coming down like a god, and that does help out real there. So American Alien is always a good jumping on point, I think. I always say if you want to, I'm hit or miss on if I want an origin story. You know what I mean? I have to be in a mood or whatever. So if you're trying to get past that and you understand Superman came to Earth, Superman falls in love with Lois Lane. That's great. I always recommend Superman Last Son. It's he's going to get it, isn't it? Jeff Johns and Richard Donner, right? Richard Donner, really of course, did the Superman films. He came and co-wrote this with Jeff Johns, and it serves it was in continuity to an extent, but it also serves kind of as like, this could be a sequel to the motion pictures if you wanted it to be. And it is, Superman and Lois, again, dealing with a very human struggle of not being able to conceive a child and what that's meant to them and where they're going. And then lo and behold, the Kryptonian boy falls from outer space. And so, Superman and her try to do the right thing and turn it over to the government because, of course, they can't take care of this kid. The government, of course, backstabs them. Superman breaks it out. It's the great stuff of them going back to the Kents. There's a great scene of the door opens and it's Clark there with this kid, and he's like, whatever it is, 30 years ago you took in a boy and with no paperwork, show me how you did that. And it's such a cool thing. And the story then goes a whole bunch of different places and gets into Zod and Non and Ursa and all that and stuff. But a great book and a great read. I think that it doesn't require lots of Superman to jump into. And so those are the ones I throw out. I know people always throw out All-Star Superman. For me, All-Star Superman's a bit too Golden Age, Silver Age, where it is just like, Superman's invulnerable. Isn't this cool? And Lois doesn't know who he is. I'm like, I don't know. That doesn't really do it for me.
Yeah, I really like All-Star Superman. I have it up there. It's a book that I've read a few times, but it's so alien Superman.
Yeah.
It really doesn't have a lot of the emotional beats that I like in a Superman story.
100%. I'm right there with you.
Oh.
So, okay, Superman, Kryptonian.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's obviously there's different species, different aliens and whatnot. Do they all have similar attributes? So do all Kryptonians have the heat vision? Can they all fly, or are they just
under the influence of Earth's yellow sun? Yes, all Kryptonians would have Superman's abilities.
Oh, okay.
Now this is where it gets interesting too. For when you will, of course, go watch the movie Man of Steel after this.
Right.
Zod and a bunch of Kryptonians show up on Earth or whatever. And this is one of the things that I hate about this movie that breaks it for me, is that Superman's decided to be Superman finally, right? He's never fought anybody super powered, and then Zod shows up and has equal abilities pretty much instantaneously. And they do a whole thing about atmosphere, and it's stupid. But he shows up and he's got it. And it's the fact that Zod doesn't just kick the shit out of Superman immediately always pisses me off. Because I always say, right now, you give me Superman's abilities, awesome. And then you put me up against a Marine who also has Superman's abilities, that guy's going to kick my ass in 2 seconds. I don't know what I'm doing. And Zod's like, I've been trained to fight since birth. And I'm like, cool. And he what were you trained to? Work on a farm, raised on a farm? He's like, yeah, I don't know shit about throwing a punch. And you're just doing it nonstop. Oh, hold on. Another good one here. C Porky92 shouts out in the chat. Superman smashes the Klan. That is a good one. That is a period piece of Superman taking on the Ku Klux Klan, and through the eyes of an Asian American family who moves to a different neighborhood in Metropolis, and they're like, "This is a whites only neighborhood" kind of thing. Really good. Inspired by the Superman serial radio show that really fucked up the Ku Klux Klan when it came out. People were like, you're right, the Ku Klux Klan is stupid. That's a really good one. It is, again, a different interpretation, a different Superman, a period piece. I think if memory serves, he doesn't fly in that one, right? He rides the power lines, I think, which is a classic-y thing of that. But another one, too, that does wrestle with, hey, I'm an alien. What does that mean? But more importantly, it's cool to see Superman wrestling with being an alien, and then, of course, this Asian American family wrestling with being outsiders to the place they've moved to.
The heat. Okay, wait, no. Let me not go to the heat vision. My stupid comment on heat vision.
What's your stupid comment on heat vision? I want to hear it.
I just think it'd be really cool. So in Man of Tomorrow,
yeah,
he heats up a beverage with his heat vision.
Yeah.
Mm. Now I don't know if anybody else struggles with heating up beverages, but for some reason I just don't do it right. Too hot, or it just doesn't work at all. It doesn't. I'm real bad at heating up milk.
Okay.
I just think it would be really nice to have heat vision and actually.
Oh my God, Superman's got so many cool powers that would be just nice to have in the moment, right? Heat vision for sure. If I always think about when you got a thread hanging and you can't rip it really easily, just singe it off real quick. In the comics, he had. I'm sure certain things. I think in the animated series, yeah, he has a mirror that he shaves with that way, where he bounces the heat vision off and burns his hair off his face. That's a cool way to shave. Come on.
Oh my God.
Right.
That's. So okay, in that instance, the heat doesn't melt the mirror then? Or
no, it's bouncing back like a laser.
Oh, duh. Okay, yeah, no. Okay, that makes sense. I forgot the laser property. Yeah, okay.
I mean, you didn't forget, again, everybody's different. Everybody does something different, right? Smallville's heat vision is very much not lasers. It is heat waves or whatever coming out and burning stuff. And again, you want to talk about a good take on heat vision too. Like, how do you introduce all this stuff? Heat vision in Smallville, the first time Clark gets it is when he starts to get, when he's going through puberty and is getting turned on. Like, and then he has to have this conversation when he comes back to his parents. Like, so what were you thinking about? And he's like, I was thinking about sex. And they're like, oh, okay. So like, then they have to try to like get. He's like, if we can figure out the trigger, we can figure out how to do it without the sex part or whatever. And like throughout the series, right? Like when a new power would get introduced, Jonathan would help Clark through it of like how to deal with it, right? Like I always come back to the X-ray vision. The first time Clark gets his X-ray vision, right? He sees into the girl's locker room, which is funny. He didn't do it on purpose. But he also sees Pete down to his muscles, right? But then like they're doing a test in the thing, and Jonathan reaches into his pocket and he goes, Clark, what's in my hand? And Clark goes, it's your pocket knife. And he goes, you saw through my hand. And Clark just goes, no, you always keep your pocket knife in that pocket. And I always thought that was a funny gag. But anyways, the heat vision thing, yeah, he comes home after starting a fire at school after his hot substitute teacher made him think about sex or whatever. And then like Jonathan's all right, well, let's go into the field and train. And so they go out there, and Clark's like, for this one, can you like go? He's like, yes, I'll leave you alone. And he like walks away so Clark can sit there and get horny, but also figure out how to use heat vision. It's good stuff.
You're really selling me on Smallville.
Smallville again is like, remember, the incubator for every CW show that would come before. Remember, it runs 10 years and then Arrow starts and starts the Arrowverse. And I think maybe it dovetails a little bit, but you understand what I'm saying. So like, it is very much like, season 1 is Freak of the Week, where every episode there's a new meteor freak that's shown up because Clark came in the meteor shower. It also left kryptonite all over, so people are dealing with the effects of being exposed to kryptonite radiation. And then there's still great Superman parts in that, of course, of like whatever, but it is very much like, this Amy Adams shows up and she used to be fat, but now she's super skinny and now she can eat. She eats people. She dislocates her jaws and eats people, and like. But then season 2 is when they were like, you know what, let's actually double down on the Superman mythos. And that's when they do Heat, the episode that is that. They do, Whisper when he gets his super hearing. And they have Christopher Reeve come guest star and explain, he's like this, he's Dr. Virgil Swan. He's been studying the Kryptonian stuff, message he got years and years and years ago forever. And now, he's went into like hiding about it. And so he invites Clark over because he figures out that Clark is the offspring of Jor-El and Lara, and he's deciphered the message and gives it to Clark and teaches him about Krypton. And it's like such an amazing passing of the torch moment to have Christopher Reeve back in the Superman mythos, because this is of course after his accident. He is paralyzed. He is in his wheelchair as Dr. Virgil Swan and stuff, and some of his last like acting stuff.
Interesting. I have one more Superman question. Okay, so he's Kryptonian. Isn't the weakness Krypton, like the element?
Sure. So again, it's changed. It's going to go where you want to go with how the interpretation going. Generally, the idea here is that Krypton was not poisonous to Kryptonians when they lived on it. It was that when Krypton exploded, there was obviously a chemical chain reaction or whatever, and then as it hurtles through space, it actually changes into that meteor green rock. And also red rock and, all the colors of the rainbow kryptonite. But for this argument, gold kryptonite. Put on this ring, you lose your power forever. It is like basically a irradiated. I'm not Neil deGrasse Tyson, but some kind of chemical thing has happened, some kind of property change based on the explosion, kind of like a mini Big Bang, and then it following Clark out or into the universe in general. The way it tumbled, the way it went through, like, what's the deal with like there's some kind of radiation ring around the earth or some shit like that, right? That you go through when you come and go or whatever, like in real life, not even in comics, like stuff like that. It's changed the properties and the makeup of it that then make it toxic to Kryptonians and instantaneously. And then again, your interpretation, it'll make kryptonite hazardous to humans over longer periods of time, most of the time.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, okay. All right.
That makes sense. That checks out. That checks out on my planetary knowledge database. All right, great.
Yes. My 3 science gen eds I had to take. It sounds about right.
They talked a lot about planets exploding and turning into meteorites.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty common.
Yeah. I took astronomy once. Don't take astronomy. It's not fun. Well, it is. No. Brandon.
Yep.
Do you have any concluding thoughts or questions or feelings?
Superman, good. Love
Superman,
him.
good.
Good guy.
Superman is good.
Superman, good.
Superman, good.
Superman, good. And Greg, do you have any concluding thoughts, feelings, or questions?
I want you to watch some Superman stuff. You know what I mean? I want you to get in there. I want you to try some stuff out. You got Hulu. Smallville is on Hulu. I think you could jump in. You could have some fun there for sure. I forget who it was recently. Oh no, they were talking about the Lois and Clark. Here's what I would say for your HBO Max watch list. I would watch the 2-part pilot for Superman the Animated Series, and then also watch the pilot for Lois and Clark: The New Adventures of Superman. Different interpretations, but also from a base level of what a modern Superman is. I think they both do it well for their time periods and what they're up to.
Okay.
Thank you for taking notes and writing this down. It means a lot to me.
I am. Don't worry. It's color coded too. Don't worry.
Love it. Love it.
Thank you very much, Greg, for coming on. Where can the people find you?
You can find me talking about Superman and all sorts of comic book stuff over on youtube.com/KindaFunny, where we have shows where we do things in review. Upcoming next week, we are going back to the DC Extended Universe and ranking Peacemaker among all the other DC EU properties. It's going to be interesting to see where it ranks because we were very high on the show, but are we higher than Birds of Prey? We'll find out.
Ooh, fun stuff. Brandon, where can the people find you?
The people can find me on twitter.com/Jose Ruckus and now mostly at twitch.tv/Jose Ruckus, streaming a lot of Fortnite, trying to stream board game stuff every week. Greg, if you want to get these hands in some Monopoly, you know where to send a DM.
Are you, when you say that, are you streaming it in like the game? Are you playing it on a board or are you playing like Monopoly video games?
So last night we played Ticket to Ride through Steam and stuff.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know if they've got Monopoly on Steam, but
I've already told you guys about the properties of the Monopoly iOS version. All right, it's very good. You can play that, but yes, I'm sure Monopoly is on Steam, and yes, I would gladly come play you a Monopoly.
hell yeah, bring it.
You can find me on Twitter at PotterPants212. There's a link in my bio to find everywhere else you can find me. And you can follow the show on Twitter at HBO Max, HBO MAKS. And then there's links to the YouTube and to the Spotify and to audio services.
Around the globe.
Around the globe, of course. Apologies. And yes, so thank you once again, Greg, for coming on. Thank you as always, Brandon. And go watch some stuff.
Go watch some stuff.
That's a great sign off. Go watch some stuff, yeah. And I cut your cord. There we go. You're still live. Don't say anything horrible.
Oh.
That was so much fun. Thank you guys for having me and putting up with the fact that I'm a stupid idiot at 4 a.m. I was like, fuck. I fucked this up. I fucked up the show.
I think it made a really good episode.
Yeah.
That was great, yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, watching live on twitch.tv/KindaFunnyGames. It's time for my lunch break. And remember, when I come back, I got 3 more podcasts in the afternoon. Well, Mike's over in the... Oh, they're doing... He's got to work, doesn't he? Oh, like, is anybody... Last time around, we had him play Fortnite, but that was when people weren't doing a million things. I don't know if Mike's doing anything. I'm going to grab Mike and bring him in here real quick. Everybody hold on. If Mike says something horrible, he didn't know he's getting dragged in. Snowbike Mike, I've dragged you into the room. It's me. You're in the room with me live on Twitch. Hello, Mike.
What is going on Twitch.tv? It's your guy, Snowbike Mike, joining the pod with Jose Ruckus and McKenna. What's going on, y'all?
Hello.
Hi, Mike.
Their podcast is done, and I'm going to take my lunch break. Do you want to stream something? We didn't talk about this. This is us making the show live as we
You're
go.
throwing it on me. I would love to stream some stuff. Yeah, can
Okay.
I take over?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you could do that, and then I can eat lunch, and then I can be back at 2 o'clock. So you only got, 50 minutes to do something, but I figured it's better than just cutting for no reason.
Yeah, of course. Greg, let me see. Let me envision what I'm thinking here. When you say you're taking lunch, what kind of timing do you have for me?
I'm
right
back
now?
at
What can you
2
do for
o'clock.
me?
I'm back at 2 o'clock.
No, I mean, are you walking away for good, or can, you do 2 things for me?
I mean,
Right now, I'd like for you to... I'll just put my camera on. You can just leave my camera on for 5 minutes, and then when I set up for the stream, could you end your stream and then let me take over with a game?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, cool. Then I'm going to turn on my camera, and then let's just do that right now. So,
All right.
you can say goodbye to these 2 incredible podcasts.
Bye to you two.
I will hang out. All right.
Thank you. That show is great, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
Bye.
Talk to you later. Bye.
All right. So now I'm going to do the Kevin stuff here. I'm going to do this. I'm going to hit that. I'm going to do this. Jose, leave, Jose.
Oh, yeah.
Get the fuck out of here. And then, we're using the JK games. They're coming up later. Don't panic if you see this, Jerica. You're not live right now. We're just using your overlay while we figure this out.
That sounds great.
I got to pee so bad, Mike.
That's perfect. Why don't you go pee and then come back, and by that time I'll have my stream set up for a quick
Well, I'm
handoff.
starting
That's
some
great.
uploads here on the videos I made for these.
Oh,
kids. So you
okay,
hold your
okay,
horses,
okay.
all right, there, buddy. You come in here, no horses. I need you to stop it. All the horses. What? I don't know. What are you playing this weekend? Can you tell me, or is it all secret stuff?
What am I playing this weekend? More Elden Ring, of course. More GT 7 is what I'll be playing, and then I'm patiently awaiting Shredders, which, funny enough, Greg, you actually got a hold of me right as I was writing up an email to the team over at Shredders. One of my first time ever reaching out to the team right there. And so I'm reaching out to them with some stoke, right? I'm going to share the stoke with them and ask them if they would like to join me on a podcast or stream. So,
Love it.
you know, you caught me in the middle of that.
I love it. I love to see you being proactive to go get your thing.
Thank you, homie. So I thought that would be fun, but I was just kicking it with my dude Bless, which, funny enough, that means me and Bless can play some games if he's bored and free. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but he's not.
Oh, dude,
watching
yeah,
right
I'm
now.
down.
Oh, he's here.
Yeah,
He's right here. He's hanging with me.
I was literally in the middle of a conversation with Mike, and he disappeared all of a sudden. I was like, "What happened?"
Okay. I'm gonna go pee then. Bless you. If you want to turn on your camera, I can turn mine off, and then I can come back and I can negotiate the trade off here.
Oh shit. Okay. Are we just playing games for the next 30 minutes? What's
Yeah,
happening?
pretty much till 2 o'clock.
30 minutes, an hour. Yeah, we'll just kick
Okay.
it. I mean, you and I can kick it for a little bit too, and I'm setting up things. I'm thinking like Fortnite end of the season Bless right now, or I can turn on Shadow Warrior 3. We can check that out together. I don't know if you've played that.
You can stop
Sea of
being a
Thieves.
coward, climb into hell in a cell. You know what I mean? Let Bless kick your ass, you coward.
Mike doesn't want that smoke. He doesn't want that.
We could play more wrestling with the people, that's for sure. But yeah, you know, we could do a quick move there if you got any desire for that. I would say Elden Ring, but like you're playing over on
Why would I do
PlayStation,
that?
you know.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we could just hang out and do like, I guess we don't have that set up. I was gonna say do the Kevin setup of showing both our screens at the same time playing Elden Ring.
Yes,
I'm down for whatever you're feeling like. I can look through what I have downloaded here because I
Okay.
have 2K. I could hop into GTA Online for a little bit because I was planning to do some of that. I have a musical story. I got Sifu, Apex, or whatever. Any of the stuff you listed too, I'm down for.
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking we do Fortnite duos, you and I, Bless, because it's almost
Fortnite?
the end of the season, and I need that Spider-Man suit, and I'm so close to it. So I think we
I'm
got to
down
do
for
Fortnite, to be honest with you.
All right, let me make sure I have it updated.
A lot of people are screaming, Mike, we want Zelda Breath of the Wild, and I'm going to give you more Zelda Breath of the Wild, but
Oh,
I was
shit.
not prepared for this, just so everybody knows. I was actually doing other things, so we will not do Zelda Breath of the Wild. I want to make sure we are ready for the fun and all that jazz. But yo, KindaFunny best friends, what's good? Are y'all enjoying Community Podcast-a-thon Day number 2? You just had 2 really good ones with indie video game talk. Of course, HBO. What y'all watching on HBO? Because you know what I'm watching lately? Winning
Peacemaker?
Time. The Rise of the Lakers
Oh.
Dynasty. Bless. This is a must-watch show. You'll even enjoy it, my friend. I promise you, you're gonna even enjoy it, dude. It's that,
You think
it's
so?
that worth it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Is this like
It
what
is
is a documentary?
very
I've
good.
not heard of this.
No, I wouldn't call it a documentary. It's more like I don't know. Twitch chat, help me out right now with how you describe this. It's like what's his name? John C. Riley, the guy that we love from all those funny
Yeah.
movies. So he plays Jerry Buss, who was the owner of the Lakers, right? And it's more like kind of a documentary series, but like it's not. You know what I mean? I don't know how to
Okay.
describe it.
It's like
they'll
a
come in and tell me.
biopic. Is it about
Maybe you
like
know what I
more
mean?
scripted?
It's like that. It's like that scripted. You're gonna have Magic Johnson in the team, which is dope. Biopic is what Peak is saying. Okay, I like that. I like that. I vibe with that. y'all.
Dramatization. Okay, I see. I get the vibes.
Yeah, he gets
It's like
vibe.
the episode of Chappelle's Show when he was telling the story of who was it? Was it Rick James? Was it Rick James and Charlie Murphy?
Yes. Oh, I love those ones. Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
It's like that.
I love that. I love
James,
those are some of my favorites. So I would highly encourage you, Bless, if you get the chance, watch episode 1, which is now out. It's an hour long, and it's good. It's terrific
Okay.
type stuff. So it's gonna be well worth your time. But that's what I've been watching on HBO Max. What about you, bro? Because I know you were in for Euphoria. What else have you been watching?
Yeah, I finished Euphoria. Sadly, I wasn't able to do the screencast review, but like I enjoyed Euphoria a lot. I have some problems with the second season. I feel like
Okay.
they gave up on a lot of storylines, and there are certain things that didn't come back around on. I think season 2 does have maybe the best and most harrowing episode where I won't spoil it for anybody who hasn't seen it, but like there's an episode that's kind of, it feels like a bottle episode where it's all focused on Rue and what she's going through, and it is maybe the most like stressful / triggering / impressive episode of TV I've ever seen. Like I couldn't watch it all the way through. I had to take a break and like
Okay.
wake up the next morning and then watch it. It was that stressful. But you know, I enjoyed it for the most part. And then Peacemaker, I still need to finish. I'm on the last couple of episodes.
Oh
of that.
snap! Okay, you got pushed through
Yeah.
Peacemaker. Okay, for sure.
I'm
for
digging a
sure.
lot. Like John Cena's destroying it in that show.
He's so good, right?
He's so good.
great.
The comedy is great. You know, I don't know if I'm loving it as much as like the world is loving it, or like I've only heard kind of
Oh,
funny
really? Okay.
impressions of Peacemaker, but like I like it a lot. Mainly for the comedy and for John Cena. Like I could care less about the actual story, but you know, it's whatever. But yeah, I've been watching that.
Mike, are you ready?
Yeah, Greg, why don't you cut stream and I'm ready to turn on.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be back. You might have to refresh. We'll see you in a second. 5, 4,
Oh, everybody's saying I'm way loud.
3, 2, 1. The streams have begun. The streams have begun streaming. Hi, everybody. It's Greg. You can't see me normally because I'm just one giant thing of face here. Don't panic, though. I know it's just one giant thing of face. Chat, are you panicking? Looks like no one is panicking. I'm proud of you all. I do see that Spawn on Me's Khalif Adams, who is a coward, is in the chat. Of course, he was all talk about wrestling me today in a Hell in a Cell match. And then it turns out, guess what? Nope. He doesn't
He
play
plays
on
on Xbox.
PlayStation. Clown. What a clown.
Clown.
Thank you, Blessing. Let's bring over our next podcaster. Welcome, Josh and Tom, to twitch.tv/KindaFunnyGames. How are you?
Thank you
Good.
for
How
having
about
us.
yourself?
I'm excellent. I need you to turn on your cameras. They turn off automatically when you get drug around the rooms. And then I need to organize us efficiently.
Hello.
Okay, let's go. Oh, I'm not streaming. I was like, wait, Kevin told me stuff. I don't want to screw it up. Let me do this. Share my screen. This is, yeah, do this thing. And then bam, there you go. Little conference mod. And look at that. Bam. Everybody's right where they need to be. I'm centered enough. How we doing? How are we, gentlemen?
Oh, I'm living the dream, man.
Introduce yourselves real quick to me. I haven't met
All right.
you.
I am Josh.
Hey, Josh.
And I am Tom.
Hey, Josh and Tom. Josh, are you lead host?
Yeah, I lead it off.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to put you in the number 1 slot there just so
Okay.
that it looks that way on the thing. Oh, that's what I'm doing wrong. Hold on. I'm showing the wrong
It's
window.
MySpace rankings all over again. This breaks my heart.
Let me change windows real quick. That's what I'm screwing up. Bam.
Tom,
Bam.
you're still my number one. Don't
And
worry
you
about
guys
it.
can see
okay.
that. Boo.
Well, I'm sorry. I have to put my wife in front of you because of relationship.
You
I see.
understand. Come on. You understand. That's how it's got to be. I am ready if you guys are ready. And everybody, hey,
All right.
welcome back. Of course, this is twitch.tv/KindaFunnyGames. Today I'm doing 5 hours of community podcasts. I've taken my lunch. Now we're on to the third one, which will be cast to the past here. And so, yeah, I'm going to count you in, and then I'm going to click record, and then the show's all yours. You guys ready?
I am ready.
Here we go then. 3, 2, 1.
Welcome, everybody, to Cast of the Past, the time-traveling podcast where we take a look at old video games in a new light to see if they're still worth playing or if they're just big piles of garbage. My name's Josh.
And I'm Tom. And hey, this is weird, Josh. There's usually only 2 guys with glasses and beards on the show. What's going on here? Who's this?
So today we have a special guest on our show. You know, a while ago we've had a man named Tio on our show. We had the gorgeous, the lovely Pat Nat on our show a couple months back. But this is season 6, Tom. So we had to go big for the season premiere of season 6 of Cast of the Past. And let me just say, I have a nice little thing made up for our guest today. I have an intro because this person deserves an intro.
All right, roll out that red carpet. Here we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's guest is a man who chose the Ouya over the PlayStation Vita. A man who hates chicken wings so much, he goes to Buffalo Wild Wings, orders chicken wings, and only eats the celery. Xbox's biggest fanboy, ladies and gentlemen, Greg Miller.
I can end this stream, you know. There's no Kevin to go through. I can turn it off, Josh. I can end this right now. How dare you, sir? The Ouya?
You are anti-hosting. This is
What is this opposite day garbage? How are you guys?
Good.
We're good.
man.
Thank you again for being here with us. We're very excited to talk to
Oh
you.
man, thanks for making the time to hang out with me.
Yeah, because today's game, as I understand it from Josh, has a very special place in your heart. Josh, what are we covering today?
Today we are going to be talking about the legacy of God of War 2018.
Ooh. Ooh, excellent.
Yes.
Fantastic. I noticed that today. Yeah, obviously I booked you guys on this podcast, Podcast-a-thon a while back. And I was reading through, I'm like, what am I talking on this? And I got to you guys and you're like, Greg's going to choose a game. I'm like, oh, damn, did we ever choose a game? Did we ever talk? I'm like, they know me. They'll pick something I'm all about. I'm not worried about it.
I gotcha.
Josh just got it. He got it. But yes, for listeners of our show, you know the rules. But if you don't, we like to wait until a game is at least 3 years old to cover on the show, because then enough of the discourse is settled and enough of its reputation is probably established. And God of War 2018, luckily enough, it's right there. It's right in that sweet spot. So we want to talk
And
about
it's
the
still kind of relevant with coming out on PC recently.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, and
people have been
Ragnarok coming this year. Come on now.
Yeah, well,
Perfect.
is it?
I hope. Yeah, don't jinx it.
I believe more and more for some reason. You know what I mean? I'm getting closer and closer to being like, yes, it's for sure. I believe it's Hannah. It's a game you could believe would come this year, but you also could believe could be delayed.
Well, if it gets delayed, you can now officially blame Josh for jinxing it right here.
Great. Perfect.
So there we go.
Gotcha. I got you guys.
So, as we mentioned, this game comes out in 2018, blows up the world of PlayStation fandom, all that.
For sure.
Stone Cold instant classic. Not try to give too much of the opinion away of this, but let's go round table, starting with our special guest, Greg. What were your kind of personal takeaways when you played God of War for the first time?
I couldn't believe what I was playing. It's one of the few, honestly the only time where I had taken my PlayStation 4 with me, because we got God of War and then it was PAX, and I want to say it was PAX East, right? It was in the spring, right? And it went out there and I brought it. No, it was PAX West maybe. Hold on, God of War. What was the actual release date on God of War? April. Yeah, April. Okay, so yeah, that would have been PAX East. So I brought the PlayStation 4 and the review copy of God of War over to Boston. And it was one of those things I knew I'd have to work on. I knew I'd have to not be around PAX as much, but I didn't miss PAX, if that makes sense. Like, I went all the way to Boston, and I was living this dream of playing this game that only got better the more I played it, while also drinking really expensive room service coffee and, like, sandwiches here and there. And I remember I would only leave the hotel room to go do the panels I was going to be hosting or going to be on or whatever. And it was just such an incredible experience of being like, I can't get enough of this. I can't believe what I'm playing. I can't believe they made me, somebody who did not like Kratos at all, care so much about Kratos, care so much about this game. Like, God of War, I previewed it where we got to go downtown. We got to go to LA. I previewed up until you, Freya, and Atreus have the boar, and they made us stop there right as we were about to get to Freya's house. And so I remember coming off that, like, that was awesome. That was great. And then to play it and see it expand and see how, upgrading your armor worked, how it worked to go between the different worlds, the way the story evolved in general, the way the boss fights. I to this day still marvel at God of War. And as someone who doesn't replay games, like, usually I get pretty bored, I'm so stoked this year for that first. Once we're 100% sure it's coming this year, I want to play it like with a month or two before God of War Ragnarok drops to be right back into it. But my interpretation of putting it down was, I think this is my favorite game of all time. And 3 years later now, like you said, or 4 years later now, like you said, right? It is my favorite game right now. It's at the top of my list, which is something I never would have thought I would say about a God of War game.
Excellent. Josh, how about you?
So when it got announced at it wasn't E3, was it?
PSX,
It was,
I think, right? Wasn't it?
Yeah. It was at one of the PlayStation conference. I remember they had the orchestra there, and that was the big thing.
So wait, maybe that was E3 then. They all run together. They all run together.
It was E3 because in the documentary they show that moment and Corey kind of like sitting and watching the event play out. It was very big, very big.
And I remember watching that conference and like, what is this? What is this? And then when it showed Kratos, like I like marked out for a moment. I was what? And then I was like, wait, why am I getting really excited about God of War? I didn't care about God of War since God of War 2, and that was like kind of meh. Like, it looked great on the PlayStation 2, but that was it. And I was like, man, like, I'm really excited for this. Like, and I got so like pumped and so jacked up over it. And then like all the stuff was coming out over it. And then I think there was a Game Informer article about it as well, or one of the magazines picked it up, and I was like, man, like that was the first time I picked up a gaming magazine in a long time too.
Oh, come on, but with your GameStop card, your GameStop privileges or whatever, you were getting Game Informer shipped off to your house. Don't worry about it.
But no, I mean, it was one of those things, like, it was something that I was anticipating it, and I was actually looking forward to, because like nowadays, like we get games and we hear about games, but do they ever live up to the hype that we expect from them? And that's something very, very rarely happens. Thank you, Elden Ring. But
I honestly think Elden Ring exceeded the hype, which is outrageous.
oh my god, yeah. But no, it's one of those things though. Like when it came out, I was like, I bought it day one, which something I very rarely do. And I sat down and I just played it nonstop.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest part, like that clicked to me that this was something different. It was like I was like 3 hours into the game, and I was like, wait, the camera didn't change. The camera didn't change at all. Like I realized that the whole thing was a one take, with some loading screens hidden in there.
Yeah, they do some fancy little magic here and there. But yeah.
But no, it was one of those, like that blew my mind, and it like made me love it even more. And then as the story started to progress even more, I loved the characters. I loved the world. I got a little confused sometimes with the naming of the places, but it's okay. It's, you know, what are you gonna do? But no, overall, it was one of those things that lived up to the expectation.
Very cool. Very cool.
What about you, Tom? Because you just recently played it for the first time.
Yes. So for me, I played God of War 1 way back in high school, and then I missed the rest of the franchise, not out of any malice, just out of like, life was happening. And then I followed the hype train around this, and I thought it always looked really compelling. And the thing that kind of drew me to this, honestly, is the fact that I'm a filmmaker, and I heard this whole game, it's a giant, like, seamless one-take event, and I'm like, how? So when I finally got my hands on a PS5, this is the first game I threw into it. I was like, all right, let's do this. And I was floored by everything else on top of that. But I just want to start with, yeah, the kind of magic cuts that they use, whether it's when you're going into the world serpent's mouth and it closes and it's like, oh, that's a load screen, even though we just have the audio of like, oh, it's dark, oh, and boy, you know, or the little shove yourself through the crevices.
Of course.
It's like, you know,
classics.
But it's seamless. So seamless. And it's not just that it's one take, it's that everything within these takes, it focuses on really good character blocking and shot composition.
100%.
I did a video on this of how they managed to keep everything in focus at every pivotal moment and emphasize, you know, the character drama without the use of cuts. It's truly breathtaking. But beyond all that, it's held up by the fantastic performances and the super, super engaging and fun combat. Like, I had a blast, you know, mastering the Leviathan axe and just learning how to plow through enemies more and more efficiently. And when I was done,
the first time you throw the Leviathan axe and call it back, you know what I mean? I remember that at the preview where you used it and then just boom, and it was like, whoa! Like I remember that was the one where we all left after playing that, and it was like that set the stage for that. I remember, you know, when Avengers got announced, and it was always like, all right, Mjolnir has to feel like that, and Mjolnir did not feel like that, and that's why one of those reasons Avengers is Avengers and God of War is God of War.
When you're the OG boomerang projectile and you can't work as well as the Leviathan hammer, you've messed up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, left a big impression on me. And I also thought it did a good job of this new trend of like reboot quills or soft reboots, what have you, of you can come in with my lack of experience with the franchise beyond a quick like read up and jump right in. And like nothing felt alien. The big moments hit, like the references to Kratos' past. It's like, I understand all of the dramatic weight of this without having been in on it. And then I can only imagine for longtime fans, it had to like hit that sweet spot too.
Well, what I found so incredible was it, like, you know, for me, the God of War story was that, yeah, like I started at IGN 15 years ago in end of February, beginning of March. And then right after that was the release of God of War 2 on PlayStation 2. And it was like the swan song for the PS2. PS3 was already out, but, you know, this had dropped. And I played a little bit of it, and I found it just like God of War 1, where this dude's just screaming and having sex with girls on beds and then, you know, smashing a pot and throwing it on. I'm like, I get the combat's cool. It's just not my scene. I'm not really into it. And so when God of War 3 rolled around, you know, PlayStation 3 game, I was further up on the PlayStation team. You know, I might have been running it at that point. Probably was. And, you know, played through that the whole way through. And it was still the thing of like, all right, like, you know, I'm doing it, and then you get to this ending where he gets stabbed and it looks like he's dead, but he's not dead. It's like, all right, like, you know what I mean? I remember Ascension, like God of War only ever spoke to me on the PSP for Chains of Olympus and Ghost of Sparta. And I thought it was because those stories actually tried to flesh out Kratos a bit more, dealing with his brother or something to that effect. And they were fun to have on the go. And, I don't think there was as much weight behind them. They were, it was ready at dawn. They were ready to have just a game that was fun to go through and tear some stuff up and whatever. And I think that worked as a portable thing for me. But I had no attachment to Kratos, to God of War, to the Blades of Chaos, you name it. And so to be playing 2018, to be loving it, to be falling in love with all the stuff you're talking about, right? Even in, that debut trailer we're talking about, right? Like the blocking of it, of when Atreus doesn't kill the animal, right? And then Kratos, goes to comfort him, but he pulls back. Just that scene, that little bit in the trailer, you were like, oh my God, like that's saying something without saying something. Like they're doing something here that we don't usually get out of it. And so then to be playing that game and get hours in, and I will never forget, like, everybody has their this gave me chills moment, or like, oh my God, I can't believe when you mark out for something. And for me, not a God of War fan, I understand it, but not appreciative. It didn't mean anything to me, the history before it. To get to where, Atreus is wounded and they're like, you need a weapon no such weapon exists or whatever. And Kratos goes, I know of one weapon. And I went, I just got chills saying it, right? I was like, oh my fucking God. And he gets in the boat and goes, and Athena pops up and talks to you the whole way. And you get there and you tear apart the house, and I was like, I flipped out. And it's not like I loved the Blades of Chaos. It's not like I was the biggest God of War fan or something. Like the game at that point had made me care so much about Kratos and how they framed his past, where I always thought he was a shitty character. Calliope, Zeus, your son has returned. It's like, dude, do you have another range? Like, you're always up here. Like, give me something, man. The fact that this game gave context to all that, showed this growth of Kratos, showed him trying to be something different, and then brought it back, and then made me care about those games. I was like, oh my, like, what a master stroke. And then how much fun it was to use those. And it was also just like, I'm sure I'm a moron and everybody else totally was like, oh, I'm going to get Blades of Chaos at some point. I never thought we were. I very much had bought it hook, line, and sinker. I'm like, oh, it's just going to be the Leviathan X. Shout out to PlayStation for not ruining that in pre-marketing materials beforehand or anything like that. Like, that is like such the perfect moment for me of like, wow, this game is so special.
And beyond that, just as a note, when I managed to go my whole like time before playing it without getting the Blades part spoiled, and with the way that the combat system had been completely redesigned, at first I was like, how are these gonna work? I've been using this axe, and it seemed like the camera was like perfect for that the whole game. I'm like, is this gonna? And then, it completely worked.
That boat ride though, like it was one of those things that, like, yeah, you came from Kratos's past, but just riding on that boat and just feeling the music that came with it, just his conversation that he was having on the boat, like you knew he was going to do whatever he needed to do to save his son, like at that time. And it was just one of those things, like it was, oh, thank you for that.
Absolutely. So,
but 2018 was a huge year, though.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yes. So this game hit critical acclaim, but what didn't get critical acclaim in 2018? Possibly one of the best years for gaming. I wanted to talk about the Game Awards next to kind of just summarize what a year we had. Let me see how much we can get. Well, we got your God of War. We've got a little game called Celeste, top of Josh's head right there. We've got a big old blockbuster called Red Dead Redemption 2. We've got a superhero game that I think Greg might have heard of. It's called Marvel Spider-Man.
I remember that.
We've got a game in where you hunt monsters. It's called Monster Hunter World.
Madden came out that year too.
Oh, of course. Oh,
the definitive Madden. Many thought. Yeah.
I was there in line. But Game Awards, for me, I remember the big narrative of that was it was Red Dead versus God of War.
Yeah.
And at the time, I had only played Red Dead. And I love that game as much as I love God of War in terms of what it's doing for storytelling and gaming and the scope of each game. Did Josh, I presume, knowing what I know about your opinion of Red Dead, you went into that Game Awards on the God of War train exclusively, right?
No, I went on in Celeste, man. Come on. I went in full guns blazing. I thought it was going to be the year that an indie game was going to outshine everything. Celeste came in with perfect 10 out of 10s, 100% everywhere. And I was like, if an indie game is going to rival these juggernauts in the gaming industry, like this has to mean something. It has to mean something. And then God of War 1, and I was like, okay, I'm still not upset. It's a great game. I understand why. Like, dude, I'm not gonna.
That was the thing about every award show that year, whether you're talking about Game Awards, DICE, whether you're talking about just IGN or GameSpot's Game of the Year. It was one of those where it was always a toss-up and you could see any of them winning and you wouldn't be mad about any of them. Like, I think you named all those games right there, and each and every one of those, I could sit here and make a case for why that was Game of the Year, and then why, if that won, it was cool that it won and it wasn't a big deal. But in fact, it was Red Dead or God of War, and then never Spider-Man. Poor Insomniac.
Unfortunately for Yuri, yes, and the rest of the Insomniac team. Yeah.
I'll never forget it.
Always the bridesmaid, never the bride.
I hosted DICE Awards that year, and like they won for like, I don't even know, sound or technical. She like not like, you know, a Game of the Year, action platform or action adventure of the year or anything like that. And like they won, and they uproarious from the Insomniac table. They all came to stage because they were like, "This is our shot." Like, we have been sitting in the wings for every awards show. We're coming up for this, all of us, to celebrate this.
Get your speeches. Fantastic. Yeah, I for me the highlight of the show, I still remember that to this year, was when you had Sonny Suljic and Christopher Judge go up on stage together, and he gave him the Kratos boy, like, read the nominees, boy. That was like the whole crowd went nuts for that. In like my friend's house, we were like, yeah, woo, you know.
And that's one of those things again where it's like, you know, that moment's so great because, again, those performances were so great and so standout. And I think, you know, you bring up Yuri from Spider-Man. You can bring up a number of different people. I always, when I think of like voice actors breaking the mold and getting that kind of recognition, I think of Dave Fennoy, Melissa Hutchinson from Walking Dead season 1. But of course, Nolan, Emily from, Uncharted, Troy and Ashley from Last of Us. When you see people break out that way in their first one, where they really get out, because Christopher Judge, obviously well known in the geek space, you know what I mean, for Stargate and a bunch of other stuff. And so like when that happened and gaming kind of like accepted him and embraced him that way, and I had to have Sonny there and have them have that relationship and have all the behind the scenes footage and stuff, like that's so special when voice actors and actors are celebrities that way to us, that you are like, oh man, I just want to see them interplay that way together.
Absolutely. So Josh, sorry, go ahead.
No,
go ahead,
ahead.
buddy.
No, I was gonna say, so like we're 4 years out of it, right? The games have come and gone since then. What has God of War influenced, do you think, over the past 4 years?
Man, I think it's that, well, multiple things, but what I would say is what you kind of touched on earlier, right? Of like the requel, the reboot, whatever you want to call it, the soft reboot, however you want to put it in there. It is breathing new life into an older character. And I think we saw a lot of that last year in the build up to Halo Infinite, where it was this conversation of like, cool, like, I mean, even maybe before they even announced it, is this going to be like a God of War Halo game where it's going to redefine what we think of Master Chief, introduce him to a new crowd, make him cool to an audience that hasn't cared about Master Chief before? And I'm speaking a bit out of turn as someone who never cared about Master Chief, but also didn't connect with the latest Halo. Like, no, it didn't. And that's good. That's fine. Don't get me wrong. Like, totally fine to be like, we're sticking to, 343 wanted to make a Halo game that harkened back to Halos before it, but also opened up the world and stuff like that. And that's good and that's fine, but I do think that puts a limiter on what happens then, right? Like, Halo came and went, and there's been a whole bunch of different conversations and podcasts, and the XCast even from KindaFunny last week or the week before, talking about like, man, maybe this was a miss that Halo didn't have Forge mode and didn't have co-op multiplayer and didn't have all this, or co-op campaign when it launched, because it's kind of just come and gone and it hasn't redefined. And I think the fact that we're sitting here talking about God of War this way, and that people still compare games that are coming out, where they're talking about performances, cinematography, the one-shot stuff, the rebooting of a character, whatever you want to call it, what they've done to Kratos here, like taking something that is it. You look at something like Ratchet, and you look at Ratchet and Clank, right? And of course, Ratchet and Clank won a bunch of Game of the Year awards, including KindaFunnies last year, and that's all well and good. But Ratchet and Clank is very much a modern Ratchet and Clank, and that's awesome and that's good, and there's an audience for it, and I'm not saying it shouldn't exist, but again, it won KindaFunny's Game of the Year because we all had things we really cared about, but they were all different things, but we all respected and liked Ratchet enough to put it high enough on our list that it was the only game that was on everybody's list, and so we got enough votes to get the Game of the Year the way we do it. And I think a few different times that's happened at award shows where votes get split between some real competitors, but then Ratchet is such a solid game that people come out. Is Ratchet going to be talked about in 4 years the way we're talking about God of War? I doubt it. And that's, again, not a knock against Ratchet. It's a great game. I loved it. I had a great time with it, but I put it down and I didn't really think about it again. Whereas God of War has been that conversation of performances, story, what is going to happen, even before we knew Ragnarok, let alone the fact that like the Easter egg of going home to sleep after you beat the game. Because that was the other thing. I beat the game and I put it down and I was all set for my review, and I forget who I was talking to, like, no, dude, go to your house. Go to your house right now. Stop what you're doing. Go to your house and do this thing. I was like, okay, cool. And like, God of War is something special, and I think you can compare a million different aspects of different games to it. But I would say, yeah, the top of it is right now that how do you breathe new life into something and make it more than what it was before?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
What about you, Tom?
So for me, hearing what everything Greg just said, I really do agree, because my examples were a little bit more, micro than macro. But, when I think of games that came after God of War and influences I see, they're smaller, but I still think they're important. Ghost of Tsushima's upgrade system and the way that its skill trees evolved. As I was pouring through those menus, I was like, oh, I'm playing God of War again. I would not be surprised if, being within the PlayStation family, they were just sticking to that. An interesting similarity I saw was within last year's Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy, in that basically the whole Guardians team is like, Star-Lord is Kratos and you're playing with 4 Atreises.
That's a good point.
The way
too.
you got to
Yeah.
manage them and direct them around the battlefield, that was an instant jump out to me. And, its focus on going the extra mile with cinematography and everything in its cutscenes. They really wanted to bring not just the visual elements of the Marvel films, but just clearly a higher standard to it. And I would like to think that maybe God of War helps set that standard. Josh, what about you? What do you think? in terms
The
of
only
impact?
big one that comes to mind for me was Jedi Fallen Order. I
Okay.
thought that those two games very similar to each other. The way that it's not all one take and whatnot, but like going to the different planets, very similar to going to the different realms, very similar to, you still have the walking through cracks in the wall as you're hitting loading screens. You had the little droid being as your Atreus pretty much at certain times, being able to help repair stuff or go through and run through the menus in there as well. Like, that's the closest comparison even to the combat in that game too, like throwing the lightsaber, pulling it back to you, what I mean? Like there's a lot of similarities there that I think that's the closest of anything that I've played recently that resembles anything like God of War 18.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to talk about throwing and pulling. Obviously, those have been mechanics in Jedi games and, for a long, long time. I think, if anything, it's the fact that now, if you are going to have a throw and call back, or, a throw and call response gameplay mechanic, it's going to be compared to the Leviathan Axe. Like, I think that, that's the whole thing. I jokingly mentioned Avengers, but it's true. And it is true for Fallen Order. It is true for anything you play that does that. It's always going to be compared. Does it feel that good? Because that's what God of War did, right? God of War felt great. And I think that's why it's a masterpiece. That's why we talk about it today, is that every part of God of War, I think, is a 10 out of 10. Like, I think the performances, the visuals, the level design we haven't talked about, but it is that thing of like, anytime you could go on the branching path into a dead end, there'd be something you'd want in that dead end. Like, I never felt like I was wasting my time. Everything felt very specifically placed for a reason. And then, the gameplay the Leviathan Axe feels good, but it just felt good to play in general. It felt good to order Atreus around. It felt good to explore. It felt good to have the heft of Kratos. The way Kratos looks is the way he feels when you play that game. And I hate playing games where you're like, okay, cool, I'm just, if it's first person, I'm just a camera on a stick moving around, or I'm playing this thing and it just isn't lining up, or it doesn't have weight to it. Everything in that game has weight.
Absolutely.
I hate doing puzzles in third person games like that, and it made me enjoy them, where it's like, hey, there's that certain thing over there, well, I'm gonna throw my axe over there and grab it, but I have to pull it back in a certain amount of time, so this door, like, I have to be in a certain area to it. Like, it made me think outside the box in a combat style for non-combat related things. And the last time I remember something along those lines was when I was playing Portal.
Gotcha. Very cool. So, something I wanted to ask, what do we think about the recent history of partner characters within video games? Now, obviously, God of War didn't create the concept of a partner character. When Josh and I were talking, we thought back to Elizabeth in BioShock Infinite, and then obviously The Last of Us, probably the earliest big standard. But I think Atreus became, for me anyway, just kind of the new standard of like a partner character that's not just important in the narrative, but honestly useful in the mechanics of the game. And I wanted to get both of your takes on if you can think of any examples before, or if you think more recent games are gonna start being smarter with how they have you interact with other important characters within the game.
I mean, I think it's so easy to screw that up, right? How before this, and I think even for Last of Us and whatever, how hard is it to hear you're going to have an AI companion and not roll your eyes so far back into your head thinking of escort missions, to not think of Leon and Ashley from Resident Evil 4, right? To not just hide in this garbage can. Let me go do the god. You just stay in the garbage can, don't get killed, and let me do this. Like, it had been so long that you had completely useless companions. And there's varying levels of degrees of how that works and doesn't work. Even Last of Us, where Ellie, of course, is great. How many times do you see Ellie bump into the thing? But since only Joel triggers it, you see Ellie breaking. It's like, all right, what I mean? Like, that's whatever. Like, yeah, to have Atreus there and do that, I think, is another reason where it was okay, cool. Like, this is the ascension, no pun intended, of what you can do with these characters, what you can do with a side helpful character that doesn't have to be somebody that because it was just you look at like a Joel and Ellie and it's like, cool, it's literally an escort mission, but I don't have to protect her, I don't have to worry about her, that's all I care about, and that's fine because then I get focused on the gameplay. And so to give Atreus the ability to help you out and do stuff, it does harken back to like what you're talking about, the way Guardians of the Galaxy moving forward then took that and weaponized it and basically made the Guardians Star-Lord's special abilities.
And it was super stressful whenever any of them went down, because you got 4 Atreises, like I said, to run across the map and try to heal. But Josh, what do you think?
No, I mean, yeah, earlier than that, I would say, I'm trying to think like co-op related games like Gears of War. Like when you had like your teammates go down or you went down, they had to come over and pick you up or something like that. Like they were helping you out in the world, but it wasn't like necessary. Sometimes the story-based ones like with Dom and whatnot, you had to keep them alive, but you had Gears of War, you had BioShock Infinite, like we talked about, and then Last of Us are the ones that I think did it right. Greg talks about one of my least favorite video games of all time, Resident Evil 4. We all know.
Look at you come for the jugular on this game. Oh my god, you want to piss off the chat. I love it.
He was so quiet during Greg's spiel, and then he did it. He's like, oh.
Listen.
Hey, I think Resident Evil 4 is overrated as hell. Don't worry about it.
Thank you. It is. Oh my god. Resident Evil 4, Super Mario 64, 2 shitty games.
God.
Thank you.
Whoa, okay. You're taking it a bit further than I was ready to commit to, and I appreciate it.
You give him one hot take, and then he's like, every influential 3D game is trash. Like, no.
I hate Frogger!
There's always a line, and I like to look over that line just to see. No,
Greg, I really didn't appreciate that hate on NBC's hit game show Frogger. I really didn't appreciate it. America's national treasure. Come on.
No, I mean, it is one of those things that, like, when it came to those side characters, like Greg said, though, in Resident Evil 4, how many times, Tom, when I was playing Resident Evil 4 in stream, did I shoot Ashley in the head? And it was by accident, but she was always in my way.
Sure it was. Man who hates Resident Evil 4. I'm sure you shot the president's daughter in the head by accident. Let him go, everybody. Let him go, boys.
Our work here is done. Our work here is done.
But that was
dead
always
when I got there.
Like even in Metal Gear Solid 2, like, taking Emma's hand and walking her around. It's like, this sucks. Like, this is just like slowing it down and making you not feel like we've made you powerful. So now to make you less powerful, we'll give you somebody who's, a glass cannon or whatever that's going to get destroyed.
Sure. But to that end, I think that's the kind of appropriate description of why we like it when it's Atreus, because his quote unquote weakness doesn't ever feel like a problem, because we get the scope of the game. We get the father-son dynamic in that story. And Atreus is useful enough that when he is weak, it's
enough.
Not... That's what Kratos would say. You're useful enough.
Useful enough.
But yeah.
I'm starting my space heater. I'm not running away.
Oh.
I still hear you. Keep going. It's fine.
It's a cold Greg. Anyway. But no, I think it's an absolute good. I'm really interested to see how they're going to evolve it within Ragnarok.
Oh yeah.
And I really just want to see more games where if we're gonna do duos or partners, they got to be done smarter and more efficiently, and ways that it's not going to interfere with your gameplay experience. So.
And it's always going to be fascinating of what is the next evolution of that. Because it is a fine line to walk. Like, I get it of, cool, you are Kratos in this example. You're the god of war. You're this all-powerful thing. How do we give you a companion that isn't annoying and gets in your way, isn't useless and doesn't do anything, doesn't do too much, doesn't get into, you know, give the killing blows before you can. Like, there's a lot to juggle in there, and it's why most games don't do it. But then when you do, how do you figure it out?
Absolutely. So Josh, something was announced recently, like, you know, obviously during the span of waiting to record this. Do you wanna tell it to everybody what got announced?
Yeah, the Ninja Turtles collection that Konami released, right? Is that what we're talking about, Tom? No,
Oh, of course. Yeah, perfect segue. No.
the God of War TV series, the TV adaptation.
That is allegedly going to be produced by Amazon, from what I believe. Please feel free to yell at me in the comments if I'm wrong.
No, that's correct.
But okay, cool. But I thought this was really interesting because I know that they have been trying to make a God of War movie of some sort for a long time, and the last confirmed thing that I knew was happening is that it was going to be a live action film, and that Gerard Butler was apparently the front runner for Kratos. And I was like, in 2019, like, I'm not trying to hate on Gerard, but all right, that's a choice. But now we're sitting here, TV adaptation, and Amazon clearly, they're, you know, if you can just see through the Lord of the Rings series, they want to be, you know, a prestige streaming service.
Sure.
And maybe this can be their key to it. So what are our feelings on this, on God of War going to TV? Greg, how do you feel about this getting a series?
I've been surprised on all the kind of funny stuff. Like, I've been way more positive than most. And I understand there's definitely wait and see. Who's doing it? Who's in it? There's a million questions like that. But this gets me infinitely more excited than a God of War movie. Like, I think the idea of, the way I've wrapped my head around it is I think it'll be the 2018 story. And I think it'll be that you are introducing it in a way that you could come in this and not know anything about it, which would be super fascinating to see those flashbacks, to see Kratos wrestle with the flashes of images of what he's done. And then inevitably, you know, if it's 8 episodes, episode 6, right, is we start off in ancient Greece and we see, you know, Kratos kill his family, and we see the, you know, Blades of Chaos get welded to his arms and the ashes of like, I think you see all that and you get suddenly have that like moment for a new viewer of like, oh my God, like this guy's been through so much. No wonder he's been so mean to Atreus. No wonder he's so cold. Like, I want to see that story breathe. I want that story to be 8-10 hours. I don't want it to be 2 hours, everything shoved in there. You know, I don't know if you guys saw Uncharted, right? Like, leaving Uncharted, like, I thought it was a fun popcorn movie. I had a lot of fun with it, but it is like, you know, Nate and Sully's relationship moves really quickly. All these different things, this happens, that happens. You just accept all these things that are going on. And for a story that I think is as complicated as God of War, in a good way, I want to see that go. I want to see that breathe. I want backstories on the characters we get introduced. I always mispronounce his name, right? But Mimir, right? Like, let's have an episode about him before he's just a head. Let's go through and have some fun with that. And like, I could see that going. I could see that living. I could see that being a visually stunning show. I think the fact that, you know, it is set in the woods, you know, on this giant hike, basically up to the top of the mountain, makes for some really cool set pieces that can be, you know, the mixture of giant redwoods in nature mixed with the mythical, and having the giant creature and troll come out that you have to fight and slay with your axe or whatever.
Do you think it would cross too close to the Witcher show?
No, I don't. I think that I love the Witcher show. For full disclosure, season 1 and 2 we just adored here. Not to mention Henry Cavill's great. I think you get away from it because I do think the fact that you start, and this is somewhat spoilers, I guess, for Witcher, but you start with him and Atreus there. Like, what I love about the God of War 2018 video game story is that it's so easy to wrap your head around, right? They've lost their mom. He's a standoffish father. Now they just got to get her ashes to the top of the thing, right? Let's go from there. And Witcher was a lot more to wrestle with, right? In terms of, okay, cool. What's Triss doing? How does this work? Yennefer, but then here's a whole giant flashback. Then the reveal that the timeline's different, and then finally, right, you get Ciri and Geralt together at the very end, and that kind of season 2 of them. Then I think starting with Atreus and Kratos together and going and having that Baldur fight and go from there. I think you get to slowly drip feed into the crazy stuff, the giant monsters, the different, you know, draggers or whatever they're fighting as they go along their way. Whereas, you know, Witcher is more like there's a different monster every week and it's kind of a big deal. Whereas I think this is going to be a more like, you know, the way Atreus reacts in the game to seeing these things so close to home now, and then the reveal of what the handprints and the, you know, the barrier spells and all that jazz.
I like that. I like that a lot, because something I didn't even consider is, yeah, that makes Atreus a good point of view character for the audience. Everything can be explained to him, and then we, the audience, get it. Like, in terms of like the technical high fantasy stuff or anything like that, it's like, oh boy, you don't know. And then boom, the audience has that in point. When Josh and I were, talking about this for today, we were like, so where's the show start? Because we're gonna play a little game real quick. We're gonna play who should they cast as Kratos? And my choices, I kind of split it because I was just like, well, what era is this show gonna start in? So Josh, I'm really interested to hear who are your choices if they cast Kratos, and if they're like timeline specific to the show. Tell us why.
Okay, so timeline specific, I would say Tom Hardy for Kratos. I would say Batista for Kratos. If they did it back with the original trilogy, I would say Vin Diesel as Kratos, because just listen, just constantly just screaming and yelling and being over the top. That's what Vin Diesel wants to do.
We're family, Zeus.
But I can't remember his name, but he played the wizard in Shazam.
Jaimin Hansu.
Yes. I would pick him as well for Kratos.
Yeah, I can't confirm at all if this was officially rumors or just fan casting, but I remember Jaimin being thrown around a lot for Kratos back when, the kind of initial games came out, because he had that big role in Blood Diamond in 2006, and that was between the first two games, and a lot of people were like, well, he's got the voice for it, he's a muscular guy, he could probably pull off playing Kratos. So yeah, that would be pretty interesting. I would, my three, maybe the first one may be controversial because I know how Josh felt about this movie. But so my logic is, if you're going to do the show in the whole scope of Kratos' life, so you got to start young and have somebody who can age up, I think I would like to see a young up-and-comer like Robbie Amell from Resident Evil Welcome to Raccoon City, because I think he's got good action chops and he can grow into it. You know what I mean? Like, just get buff enough until you're at the huge dad bod Kratos. If we're talking about actors who maybe have the potential now, I would come to mind, also just in terms of pulling off voice, because the voice is like obviously iconic in Appointment. Winston Duke from Black Panther and Us would be a kind of a left field choice, but I think he's got the potential to pull it off. And then a super kind of jokey Winston Duke. Yeah,
okay, yeah.
Throwing that axe around and everything,
Damn, he actually, wow, that's a perfect choice. I'm looking at him right now. Boy, I can see that.
And then finally, a complete joke choice, but NXT era Triple H man with the huge beard and the bald head. He already uses a sledgehammer. I mean, I haven't seen him in Blade Trinity, so I don't actually know any of his acting chops, but he's got the look down.
You got the chaperone to go off of.
Oh, that's right. Oh,
I'm always so bad at this in terms of picking who it would be, and it's such a different. I feel like this is going to be somebody we don't expect. Like, I saw Batista go around a lot, and it's like, I love Batista. I would love to see Batista's interpretation, but you know how this stuff goes, right? Yeah, they're going to do a season of it, but yeah, they're also hoping for a season 2 and a 3. And like, they're not going to do one and done. And I know Batista already said about the next Guardians being his last Guardians, and he was like, pretty soon my boobs are going to start sagging, kind of thing. And so that's where it gets into an interesting thing of like that. And so it's like, I've seen Jason Momoa go around a lot, and I love Jason Momoa as well. I think he's fun. I think he can have fun with the role and be serious. Obviously, he was great in Game of Thrones before we knew he was just a huge goofball. I think depending on his Aquaman, it can be fun, is fun. I liked Aquaman, the movie, right? Like, it was a fun, stupid popcorn.
Very fun, yeah.
And so like that would be that. But I just feel like they're gonna go. I think they'll do somebody not unknown, but not on that level. I think we keep looking at like movie star kind of thing, right? Where it's like, who would you put in there and where would you go for it? And I'm not saying like these people, are better than Amazon TV, and obviously Amazon's got the money. I just think it's going to be somebody more like a Robbie Amell. Robbie Amell's a really interesting choice. I don't think it would be him, but like that level where it's like somebody who is like, who needs to be catapulted to that next stratosphere? You know what I mean? And Robbie Amell is somebody who's a friend of the shows or whatever. I think during the Duff we started following each other, and we talk once in a while. He's great. Okay. And so like, I'd love to see him do that role, but I wonder who it would be that you put in there and do it.
Now, I don't know. I don't want to overstep boundaries when it comes to this, but like, let's say Robbie Amell would get it. Do you think there would be any backlash for whitewashing that character?
I do. That's why I don't think it'll be him.
Right.
I do think that would be, and I think it is also, I think it'd be really important and cool to do that, because I do think a lot of people miss the fact that Kratos is a person of color. You know what I mean? Like they're just like so hung up thinking like whatever, and like he's got white skin. Well, actually they're ashes, and it's not. He's not really from there. Like I think that'd be cool, and that's why like honestly the I've already forgotten Winston Duke.
Yeah.
Like just Googling. I mean, first off, we all saw Black Panther, right? But like the Google image searches of him just at the top of the thing is like awesome. But it'd be interesting to do that, and then yeah, like in the chat right now. Wait, it went away. No, Slip Crit says an unknown Greek actor would be cool. I mean, even a known Greek actor, right? Like I don't even have a bench of Greek actors I can name off the top of my head. That'd be awesome to see them pull somebody like that, right?
Yeah. Also in the chat, Respect the Plight says John Goodman. I would definitely go for John Goodman as Kratos.
Yeah. He could be the World Serpent. How about that?
Ooh.
There we go. I mean, but I think it's important that if we're telling a story about a strong father-son relationship, we get one of the greatest dads ever. So, John Goodman, perfect. Call Amazon right now.
Get him in there.
So, have we all seen Raising Kratos?
Yeah.
Yes.
The feature documentary.
It's been a while, but yeah, I've seen it.
It's amazing.
So something I have bemoaned on our show many a times is just the fact that I don't like how video games don't get a lot of really good kind of, special feature content.
Sure.
Some studios do it. I remember I thought back in 2007, it was literally groundbreaking that Uncharted had making of stuff you can unlock with the game. I think Raising Kratos is one of not just the most enjoyable documentaries I've ever seen, period, because it's such a feel-good story, but I loved video games getting this much exposure. And I was just kind of curious of any takeaways you might have had from Raising Kratos. Any thoughts, starting with Greg, that you might have had?
I thought it was a needed documentary, and I was glad to see PlayStation and Sony Santa Monica in the industry get behind it and treat it like a big thing that you should watch, and it was must-see viewing on YouTube, right, and get it out there. Because I think, we talk so much about the human element of games when we talk on Games Daily about crunch or, studio culture, toxicity, to then see it, right? And I think, even before that came out, Cory Barlog, of course, the head man on God of War 2018, he had put up that video of him, I forget where on the international press tour, 4 a.m. his time, but the 9 a.m. embargo was about to go up Pacific time or whatever it was. And him clicking, okay, let's refresh, and seeing all the scores come in and start crying and being like, it's not that it's not that the Metacritic matters, but it does. Like, you know what I mean? That we made this, that we did this. Like, to see him cross that finish line is what catapulted Cory, into a stratosphere you don't see us treat our video game creators like, right? And granted, many times because a game is made by hundreds, if not thousands of people, depending on where you are at Ubisoft. And it's hard to put one figurehead on it. But to see Cory go from a guy that like had been around PlayStation forever, that I had known for a long time and talked to about different games, kissed him during a God of War live stream when he was working on what would become God of War 2018 and we didn't know it. Like to see him catapulted into that Kojima, Druckmann, Miyamoto to an extent. Miyamoto's another level, but you understand what I mean of like, you say that name and you know that the developer and you know what that game is. Like that's a big part of it because he treated that game launch and used the video assets and then the documentary to really establish like, hey, this is what it's like making a video game, because people don't know. And I say people, and I'm saying me, like I talk to people and I interview people and I hear their stories, but like I don't see it. I don't get to see what it looks like, 3 months in, some system's not working, what are you going to do? Or 3 months to go, some system's not working, what are you going to do? And like to get those kind of glimpses are so important to understand really what a miracle it is we get any video games. We get video games, and it's I can't believe they shipped it with this bug. And it's like, that is what they call a known shippable. They had to get the game out, and like that's not a game breaker. Like you should have seen the bugs that were in this before any of that happened.
Gotcha. Josh, what about you?
I don't know.
Good answer.
Good answer. No, I mean, I thought, like I said, the documentary was great. It's great to see just from beginning to end the amount of work that somebody puts into these things that we just love so much. And you see those people speed run a game and beat this game in like an hour or something like that, and it's just like, this guy worked years of his life in putting so much time and effort into this for people to break it and do that. And it's like, some people like look at that and they praise that and they respect it and whatnot too. But like, it's so great to see how much because Corey, like I believe he had a kid right before the game came out or during that time.
Son's very young at the start. If I remember. Greg, can you
Yeah,
confirm?
I don't remember when Corey had his son, but yeah, I
Because
do. It's
it had
around
to
then.
do with a lot of the narrative of the game because it started to change a little bit. But it just seeing like how much time he had to spend away from his family to get this done, and then to see that it all paid off at the end.
Yeah,
To see like all that hard work actually come to fruition, and that people just unanimously loved it. Like it is like you said, it's a feel good moment, and it was one of those times where just watching that, it was almost like the entire gaming industry came together in celebration of this one thing.
Absolutely, absolutely, yes, worth a watch if you have not seen it. It's available in full for free on YouTube. Definitely recommend checking that out. So, focusing on Corey and his team, obviously we got God of War Ragnarok coming up very soon. Greg, what do we have in terms of hopes or predictions for the game? What do you have anything that you want to see, that you hope to see?
Yeah, my hope is to be surprised again and to have the unexpected, which I know sounds, trite, and obviously you expect that for every game. But my concern with God of War Ragnarok is that you're coming off of God of War 2018, which, is game of the year for a lot of people. My favorite current game, like, it's in rare air. It's on its own. And so to try to follow that up is so difficult. And I think you can look to Horizon this year of following up Horizon Zero Dawn. And I think, Horizon Forbidden West did outdo Zero Dawn. I think it's a hands down better game, but it was still a known quantity. Like, it didn't reinvent the wheel because, all right, you're still in this, whatever, more Stone Age like wild, right? Like, you're still using a lot of the same techniques and moves and weapons and things like that because the game hasn't gone to another universe, done anything differently there. And so it was very easy to play that and be like, okay, cool. It's more Horizon, and that's great. And I think it opens up, and I think it does a bunch of stuff to be better than that, but I don't think it goes leaps and bounds better than that. And so the fact that we've seen so little from Ragnarok, but what we have seen from Ragnarok, I wonder if you showed me out of context before I ever saw it, if you could convince me that that was in God of War. And if some of that is, like, of course, looking at God of War 2018 with rose-tinted glasses. I haven't gone back and played it recently. I remember how stunning it looked and how amazing it looked back then. I haven't gone through and done the 4K footage of Ragnarok, yada, yada, yada. But, like, it's the same way the internet was like, whoa, it's the same animation for him getting into the boat. Like, fuck off with that kind of shit. But it is also the fact of, like, but if it is, like, doing the same things we did in God of War, is that enough that we're going to go, oh, it's great, it's more God of War, but that doesn't mean it's going to be in the Game of the Year conversation that, something like Elden Ring, when it blows doors off in terms of catching you off guard and, really driving that thing forward. So my hope is that this can be more than God of War, but that is such a tall order. So I don't want it to feel like I'm just playing part 2 of God of War. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it's really weird because they said that this is going to be the end of the Norse saga. And, like, when you came out guns blazing, right? You didn't give us the Empire Strikes Back. You gave us A New Hope, which is good, but, like, now you need to finish it strong. And how do you come back from such a huge release of that? Like Ragnarok has to exceed all expectations. And if it is just more of the same, then it needs to sell you on the story. Like, that story needs to be above and beyond what we've already received in the previous game, which is still a tall order.
Of course.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
it's got, and that's what I hope is. My hope is that, everything and the little bit we've seen in trailers, right, is the first 3 hours of the game, and then it's Left Turn City, and so we get kind of a Metal Gear Solid 2 moment where all of a sudden we are Raiden, maybe we are Atreus, maybe it's thrown down the thing, maybe, we're talking about Empire Strikes Back, maybe we get that, midway through the game where all of a sudden Kratos is killed, and then we pick up with Atreus years later or something like that. Like, I don't write video games for a reason, I'm not that creative, but that's the kind of thing I'm looking for. Like, I want to be sitting there with the controller and be like, oh my god, I want another Blades of Chaos moment.
So,
I get you completely.
So Tom, what about you?
Yeah, I just want to say that the story is kind of the key thing. Like, for me, when I think of fast turnaround or just, like, important sequels like that, I think of, Ocarina of Time to Majora's Mask. Majora reused a bunch of assets, but it delivered a story that was so singular that it didn't matter. So when it comes to that, I have every confidence that Corey and the team are going to put together a really compelling story. I just wonder, like, I presumed after when I played God of War for the first time, Ragnarok wasn't announced formally yet, and I was like, okay, so this is probably the start of a trilogy. I wonder how long this will take, because trilogies just make sense. nope, 2 games and we're done. So it's like, all right. And we know that like the plot involves them freeing Tyr from his imprisonment, and they're overall seemingly out for Odin. So it's like, where are we going with this?
Yeah, we're gonna get moving pretty quick.
Is this too much to do in one game? You know, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, but
but you know, Ragnarok's coming out next year. But
We'll see.
What happens after Ragnarok, right? Like, where would you like to see this franchise go if it continues?
God of War versus Jesus. You know what I mean? Kratos is dead. Let's see what Atreus takes it straight to Jerusalem.
Blade of chaos into each palm.
Yeah, exactly.
Kratos comes rowing over in the boat, and then Noah's there and starts building the boat up and gets upgrades as you keep going.
Yeah. I don't know, man. And it's also the thing of like, I'd love to see them take time off. I don't want them to see, I mean, if they're passionate and that's what they want to do. And it's the same thing here, right? Where this, you know, Ragnarok is not Corey doing the same job on it, right? Like Corey is what, I forget what his director title is now, but like there's a new game director on God of War that's pushing this forward. Like if the next game director or whoever wants to do another God of War and go with that, great. But I'd love to see them take more time off because I think it's one of the reasons like God of War 2018 hit so hard. Granted, it hadn't been that long since Ascension and God of War 3 to an extent. But, like, it had been long enough that we were ready for something new and different. And so I don't want this just to be that every few years, every 4 years, every 5 years, we get a new God of War. And it's like, cool, we're doing the same thing. I want to be surprised there, too.
Sure. Just to confirm based on what you said, Eric Williams is the credited director
Thank you very
of
much.
Ragnarok. No worries.
Have not committed that to memory yet.
Gotcha. Well, Josh, are we at the ultimate question?
We are.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, well, yeah, we're at the. So, with every episode of our podcast that we've done, we always come down to the final say. Do you skip, play, beat, or complete God of War 2018?
Oh, you complete God of War 2018. That's a fun platinum. Like, you know, you go through, you do the Ravens, and it was that same thing too. Of, you know, you put all this time into getting Kratos the best gear, the best armor, the best whatever, and then to double back and fight all those Valkyries. Like, that was so much fun too. Of like, you know, they're hard if you want them to be. You can dial down the difficulty. Not that I ever did that, but you could, you know, like there's a challenge for you even after. It's not just doing the same things or picking up just little things you missed. It's going through and having a great time and exploring that world. Yeah.
It wasn't collect-a-thon fatigue that you get in those Assassin's Creed games or any other giant open world game. It was one of those things I wanted to go and take out all the Ravens. I wanted to go and track down all of the Valkyries. I wanted to sit in the boat and just listen to Mimir the entire time.
Oh, dude, the amount of times I did that. Yeah, I was like, all right, chill. Finish your story. I want to hear this.
So, Josh, was that a complete from you as well?
Oh, yeah, 100%. I'm still on the process of platinuming it. I beat it, and then like Breath of the Wild was like there. You know what I mean? Like I still had to go back there. I was, you know, like I still had to go. Like I had to go back and continue to keep playing Breath of the Wild at the time, and I was bouncing all over the place when that happened.
Sure. Absolutely. No, this is a unanimous complete from all three of us. I think that there is just something to find in every corner of this game that will engage you at minimum and wow you in just those, you know, spectacular moments. You know, go explore all of it because it's absolutely worth it.
It's a wonderful world. Like it's not like too cumbersome. Like it's not, you don't get lost in it. Like you enjoy every place that you go to.
For sure.
Absolutely. I forgot one prediction / hope for Ragnarok. I want them to in no way dial back on Beer Belly Thor.
They are not going to do that. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, because everyone was like, that's not how the Thor I know looks. And it's like, this Thor drinks mead and smashes people's head in, and he doesn't care what he looks like. And I'm like, yo, go do this. So...
So, Greg, one thing before we sign off here at the end, I wanted to talk. You said you're going to be playing this before Ragnarok comes out.
That's my hope,
next year. Yeah. Is this story going to hit you any different now that you are a father?
I don't know. It's an interesting question. I really won't know until I get in there. I don't think so, because I think it connected already, you know what I mean, as a father, or as a son, I guess, you know what I mean? Like, you know, I think my dad, I know, loves me, but my dad didn't show love the way my mom did necessarily, right? And so not that he was anywhere like, Kratos, don't worry, you know what I mean? He's not like giving me a blade and telling me to do better or anything like that. But, you know, there are those things of like, I think, you know, the son be the father the son kind of thing. And so it'll be interesting to see. Yeah, but people are also expecting me to have Benjamin and immediately flip on like what I thought about The Last of Us. I do not. Joel is the bad guy. You know what I mean? Ellie wanted to give her life. God damn it.
Joel is the bad guy.
Yeah, no fights for me here.
So before we go as well, I have a couple quick questions for you, Greg.
Sure.
Since we've only ever spoken 2 times, I think, in the lifespan of
Life.
life, I guess. There was one time on Twitter where you and Jen posted up a picture of you guys going out on date night, and I actually sent out a picture from a year prior of me and my wife. We looked exactly the same. We were wearing the same outfits, like same pose, same everything. And then you actually, on the morning show, the one time, you actually gave me and my wife a best wishes thing with Cisco on the show. So thank you for that.
No problem.
But I have from the Facebook group, because I'm a huge component of the Facebook group, Jeff B says, remember to ask Greg if he thinks PlayStation will release Patapon on mobile devices.
I don't think so. I don't think it's happening anytime soon, sadly. There is a complete knockoff. A friend of mine, John, sent me that is like this weird, like, it's one of those games where they show you the ad before it, and it's like, does that actually look like the game? But it was literally Patapon, but it was like a little more chibi, but they were the dots and the eyeballs. I was like, what is this? What the hell's going on? But neither of us got it, so I don't know.
You've already answered my question that Resident Evil 4 is ridiculously overhyped. Yep. And then, is Wario our boy?
Oh yeah, we're down with Wario.
Yeah,
No,
Wario.
Tom.
There's 2 people that fuck in this world, okay? And it's Wario and Earthworm Jim, okay?
It's
These
true.
2 guys.
That's true. That's accurate.
Well, then there's no hope for any of us then. If you're the princes of prowess, so
Wario farts when he wants to and rides a motorbike. What don't you like?
Remember in the Subspace Emissary when he beats up and bullies Ness and
he
Lucas?
kidnaps children. He's a horrible man.
Haven't we all had? I mean, we all had the thoughts. We've all had the thought before.
So with that, there you have it. If you've enjoyed this episode of Cast of the Past, we are on all podcast streaming services.
That's right. And if you'd like to watch this in video form or see more great gaming content from us, check us out on YouTube at Bad Elephant Gaming. It's our little umbrella that Cast of the Past and a bunch of other original shows that Josh and I make lives under. And if you can give us maybe a subscribe on there, that'd be really nice. We're trying to hit that big 100. So any help you could give would be big support.
Go over there and subscribe. God damn it.
And we also have a website as well. It's badelephantgaming.com. And currently right now, as a thank you for letting us be on the show here, we are actually having a sale on our merch store where you can get some awesome Cast of the Past merch and Bad Elephant Gaming merch there. Ridiculously reduced. I think everything's like $10 to $15 off of all of the original stuff, the prices that we have on there too. So badelephantgaming.com.
It's a really great logo for Cast of the Past, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Producer Becca. I'll produce Becca with that.
Oh yeah, my wife, producer Becca, the marketing mama herself.
Marketing mama. Love that this was said on this stream. But finally, we are, one more thing. We are on Twitch at twitch.tv/badelephantgaming. And tonight I'm kicking off the road to WrestleMania, baby. Woo! I'm doing my first playthrough of WWE 2K22. Greg, you've been playing that on stream. You feeling pretty good about it?
I love it. I can't wait to get back to more of it.
Fantastic. I'm really excited to start it off. So that will be either 8:30 or 9 p.m. EST tonight if you want to check it out. Really would appreciate if you were there too.
And until next time, this has been Josh.
And
Greg,
Tom.
Greg, this is when you say your name.
After, am I sandwiching you guys or am I at the end?
Yeah, you sandwich us.
Okay, do it again.
And until next time, this has been Josh.
Greg.
And I'm Tom.
And we will see you in the future.
Take care, everybody.
All right, I cut the recording. Nailed it.
All right.
Great job, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Oh my
This
God,
is
it's been a
so
pleasure.
awesome.
I love hanging out with you guys. This is great stuff. Good show.
So you're coming over to Josh's house later tonight? How's this going?
I'm gonna come try to find you. Oh, you said stream, and you're like 8 or 9. I was like, yes. And then you said Eastern. I'm like, oh no, I will not be on. I will not be on in time to help you or play you. No, I have this baby to take care of. I can't be over there that early.
Baby's first stream. There you go. Just get away.
It's coming. Yeah, Jen was talking about that the other day of like the first time they come to the office and he can run on camera. I'm like, oh my God, I can't wait.
Get a Wii Fit board or Ring Fit Adventure. You'll be good.
There you go.
How's the production studio coming, by the way?
It's coming, all right? Why are you asking so many questions?
I was really excited. For
it's
you
the
guys.
normal thing of like this entire thing of just like, you know, COVID delays. Everything's backed up or screwed up because of it. But it's going to be amazing, and we're not that far. We're not that close, but we're not that far. So we'll see it soon enough.
All right.
But thanks, guys.
Well, yep. Thank you very much.
Take
See you
care.
in the
Have a
future.
good one.
Bye.
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 I know. Twitch, you're still with me. We're going to bring in... Hold on, we're just going to go in here. We're going to turn off this thing. We'll hit this thing. The way Kevin said, nailed it. Then we're going to bring Jerica in here. Jerica, it's Greg. Do you read me? Jerica, it's Greg. Jerica, come in, Jerica. Jerica, Hannah. I'm looking for Jerica, Hannah.
I'm coming.
Okay, good.
Yep.
How are you?
Doing great. If you don't mind, I have my co-host on speakerphone, so she's gonna do the intro with me.
Oh, that's fine. Turn on your camera, though, because when I bring you over, your camera goes away.
Oh, thank you.
No problem. It's no problem. And then camera's coming.
Is it working?
No.
Oh, jeez. Hold on.
No.
Oh, no.
This is on brand.
Oh, trust me, it happens to us all the time. You've seen what we do. Dr. Mojo Jojo X says, what happened to Kevin? Bit by a snake. I have to run this whole thing myself. Can you believe it? Kevin's actually making content with the other guys. There we go. Hold on. It's happening. There you go, Jerica. All right.
I'm here.
You did it. You nailed it. Are you ready to party?
I'm ready to party. Let's do this.
Okay, good. I have to pee. You have to entertain them for like 3 minutes, okay?
Okay,
Everybody,
cool.
this is Jerica.
All right.
She's going to host and talk to you for a second. I'll be back.
Hello. How's it going? My co-host is normally here with me, but she's at Disney World. So I have her in this little device right here. Say hey, Kayla. I'll guess we'll wait to do the intro when Greg gets back. He had to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
I also can't see the chat or anything, so I hope everybody's having a good day. I'm excited to talk about video games with Greg and stuff. So Kayla's at Disney World though, so she is also having a great time. You having a good time, Kayla?
Yes, it's fantastic. I'm so sorry I couldn't make it. I will definitely be watching though, but I could always jump on camera and you can see the castle, but I don't know how well that would do.
Well, Disney's pretty cool too, but this is also pretty awesome. So I'm sad you missed it.
Yes. Only have to do. Don't have too much fun without.
I'll try not to. You said you got a beverage earlier. What was it?
Yes, so I got a, right now I'm drinking an iced caramel latte, but earlier, we were at Epcot. Sunset. It's peach schnapps
Oh,
and some liqueur. It was an adult beverage.
okay,
It was very
nice. Nice, that's cool. Well,
And then I had some, I can't remember what the other thing I had was, but I had a couple things. I were chilling in Magic Kingdom.
nice. My co-host is at Disney World, so just
Well, I'm glad we're ruining the vacation just for
Yeah,
us to hang out here and talk to. All right, now are you ready?
yes, I'm
All right,
so
I'm
ready.
going to count you in, and then the show is yours, all right, until 4 o'clock. So here we go. 3,
You ready, Kayla?
2,
Yes.
1.
Welcome to JK Games, the game podcast where we bring you the gaming news we care about.
And maybe some that we don't.
And whether you play on easy mode,
And
this is the show that will try to level up your gaming. No!
yeah.
So don't worry, I'm not going to do the whole show with Kayla in this tiny phone. This is my co-host, Kayla. I'm actually going to hang up now. Bye, Kayla.
Bye. Y'all have a great time.
Say hey to Greg.
Hey, I'll see you soon. Not soon, but you know what I mean. You'll see the show.
Howdy. Welcome to the show, Greg.
How are you, Jerica? It's been too long. And by too long, I mean
know
I
it.
called you on your birthday one time, but like you know what I mean.
You know, just playing games, trying to eat lasagna before lunch. That's sort of my thing now. That's what me and Greg talked about on my birthday. I had lasagna. He called me when I was eating lasagna on my birthday, so that's what I do.
That's all you do. That's how you define
That's all
yourself.
I do.
No,
that,
you do way
I do
more than
have-
that, of course. I was what? Yeah, your wife or girlfriend? Am I getting ahead of
My
myself?
girlfriend.
Sorry, I don't.
I mean, we should. Hey, the goal is to get married soon. We've been engaged for a while, so.
Okay, there you go. See,
yeah.
that's what. Yeah, okay.
Close enough. It might as well at this point.
Bring
yeah.
her in the room. I'll officiate right here on JK Games. It's fine. But no,
Perfect.
she had reached out for your birthday and was like, "Hey, it's her birthday. Could you do something?" I think she's wanted a call or a voice memo. But then I got the phone number and I called on the day, and yeah, you were eating lasagna at a ridiculously early hour.
Yeah,
It's before lunch. We wanted to get some Destiny 2 game action in that day, so
Okay, so you had to,
eat,
get it out
early.
of the way. Just get it out of the way.
Yeah.
I understand. I appreciate that. And that's the thing. So for you, of course, this is your show. I don't mean to host it or anything, but you're on here on twitch.tv
Oh, no.
/KindaFunnyGames as we go. Talk to everybody about the podcast you do, because when she reached out, I was like, all right, well, I'll see about this. And then I listened to one of your episodes, like, oh, this is good. It's actually a good podcast. So what is JK Games?
JK Games is a podcast hosted by myself and my other co-host Kayla. We're just two ladies that love playing video games, and also we've been friends for a while. So we're like, why aren't we doing this, together on a camera every week for fun? Because we talk about it all the time in our personal lives. So, and Kayla has other content that she makes. She does like the makeup stuff and all that. So luckily she's already pretty talented in being in front of camera and talking, creating conversations. So we were just like, let's just do it. So we did.
And how long have you been doing it now?
It's been a little over 2 years.
Hell yeah.
And I'll say this, like we're a very casual podcast. We don't really we're strictly doing it for fun and just enjoyment, which I know a lot of people are. But we're very casual, and JK Games is obviously a podcast. Obviously if you're in the gaming, you're gonna love it. But we have a lot of random topics we talk about. Like one episode, Kayla was just talking about a personal experience. She went to a rodeo and then somehow ended up at a cowboy church. And then we talked about getting platinum trophies on her PlayStation. So it's
so you're literally the meme that always goes around of like, once you hit like 30 or whatever, you, instead of hanging out with friends, you just podcast. That's just how you do it.
That's it. That's all we do.
Gotcha. Hey, I respect it.
Yeah.
That's how I talk to everybody too. Jared Petty keeps trying to hit me up for GDC, and I keep being like, just get on a show. Just come talk on a show.
But yeah, we try to make our episodes, anybody can listen. Like we have 3 different modes: easy mode, normal mode, hard mode. We just really focused on like easy mode, which me and you will do here in a second if you're cool with it.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
Awesome.
I don't want anything hard.
Yeah, me neither. Not today. We will save. I have a few questions for you, Greg, for our expert hard mode today.
Ooh.
I got a few questions for you, if you don't mind me asking them.
So are they like trivia questions?
No.
Okay.
Oh, is there trivia? Would you rather have trivia?
No, I was just making sure I understood. Where you're like, these are hard questions. I'm like, oh man, is it going to be like, what year did PlayStation do? I'm like, I don't know.
No, don't worry. Not testing
Okay,
your,
good.
that side of your brain today.
Thank you, good.
But yeah, normally for easy mode, we just talk about what we've been playing, what we've been doing, and just catching up for the week. And
Hell yeah.
we try to have an episode out like every week, but usually it's every other week. It's just like a lot of other people, we have other things we have to do, and just trying to squeeze in the time is probably the most challenging part of doing this.
So what do you do for work?
I'm in sales, I can say that.
Okay, fair enough. That's fine.
Yeah.
And so then,
and
what draws you to then do the podcast? Because obviously you like playing games. I would imagine you want to use your free time mainly to play games, but then often you want to do this show. What makes you want to do the show?
Obviously, I just like we all have opinions about things, and I love sharing mine.
Got
and
it.
Listening to Kayla and talking about the new games that are out, what we think about them. We do have a small group of people that we have a fantasy league that we've put together this year. The picks and see who wins, like best scored games of the year. We've done that 3 years in a row. So our close group, actually Cody, the gentleman in the episode that I think you listened to,
right,
when we talked about Life
when
is
you were
Strange.
like, welcome back to the show, and he's like, I've never been on this show before.
Lost track of if he's been on the show or if I've seen him in real life. So but Cody's an excellent critique of games. He has a little blog that I like to read and sort of bring into our show, because he does like to write about games.
Gotcha.
But yeah, we got a little group that we are always talking about the latest and greatest. And I'm still trying to play Horizon Forbidden West, and everyone else is playing Elden Ring, and I'm like, y'all, I got
Poor Horizon.
I know it's so sad. 'cause
Horizon
it's
got
an
literally a
incredible
week
game.
in the sun, and then it was just like, bye.
I know. So like my rule is I cannot play Elden Ring until I beat Horizon.
Okay.
So that's
okay.
like
Where are you at in
I'm
Horizon right
doing.
now then?
I finally made it to the Forbidden West.
Okay.
That took a while.
Yeah,
A
yeah.
little bit longer than I anticipated. But now I'm so distracted by all the side quests because they're so good. I've gotten to one of the, I forget what they call them, like the big chambers underground
Cauldrons.
that you're trying to, thank you, cauldrons. I've done one of those and had a little, not spoiling anybody, but a big plot twist
Sure, I
that I'm
remember
really
it. I
excited
remember
for to see where that goes. But that's where I'm at.
Excellent. Yeah, I can't believe that I haven't Platinum Horizon, and I also can't believe that I won't Platinum Horizon for a long time. Because there's just this review season doesn't stop, Jericho. It just keeps coming, It's like, I can't believe that there's every week now something else huge to play that I need to play. And I'm enjoying to play, too. It's not even like I'm, well, Martha is dead, I didn't enjoy. But, I'm not pushing myself to play things that are just to play to be part of the conversation. I'm pushing stuff that I actually want to be a part of.
I couldn't imagine. There's so many things I want to play, and I just keep thinking if I had to do this and had to have it done by a certain date, it'd be so stressful. Because I really want to sit down and enjoy it, especially a game like Horizon, because literally like all the side quests I'm having a great time with.
Of course,
so I don't want to like
so
rush
well
through
done.
it.
They're so well done, yeah.
Yeah. So. But yeah, we're sort of already diving into an easy mode. With easy mode on our podcast, we talk about what we've been playing. And Greg, if you can share, if you want to talk about what you've been playing, anything that you can talk about.
For sure,
I'd love to hear
yeah. I can share that last night I started Ghostwire Tokyo, and that there will be a preview soon. That's as far as I can go with that. So you get that. I'm still, yesterday we did a giant stream for WWE 2K22, which I know I've talked about and reviewed on the Gamescast this week, but I'll tell you what, like I was on cloud 9 yesterday at the end of the day because it was just a great day of content because, we had Samojo, who's a friend on Games Daily with me, then we streamed 3 hours of WWE 2K, and then Fuego del Sol, KindaFunny best friend, who I'd never met before, came on. He's an AEW wrestler too. He came on the KindaFunny podcast yesterday and had a great show. And I came upstairs like on cloud 9, and so much of it was that the content was great, but then it was just the fact of like, I love wrestling games. Wrestling games for me are so core to my journey to here and like what made me want to get into video game reporting and reviewing games and what I played for fun. And so to be here in 2022, the year of our Lord, and have a great WWE game that I haven't had in forever. I haven't been like, I even when I was reviewing them, they weren't work. Like I hated it. Obviously it's fun to play wrestling every so often, but I wasn't like, I can't wait to get back to it. And so to have a wrestling game again that I can't wait to get back to is one thing. To have a wrestling game that I played with Mike and Blessing in the community yesterday, and it was like, that's a different thing of like it felt a little bit in high school to go over to Mike O'Brien's house and play No Mercy or WrestleMania 2000 and have that group of just people who want to screw around. And wrestling is always such an interesting thing to make into a video game because, of course, it's choreographed to a degree of who's going to win and who's going to go on. You go out into the ring in wrestling, professional wrestling, and the idea is to put on a great show. It doesn't really matter who wins or loses as long as it was an entertaining match and people had fun and there's all these cool spots and things like that. And so, yesterday, to do a triple threat with Mike and Blessing in what is a fighting game, right? You want to win. There is a winner and a loser, or two losers in this one. That match, was hilarious to lose because Mike still didn't understand that like one fall was going to finish it. Like Blessing pinned me and he let it happen. But the build up to that was so much fun. And then to go into Elimination Chamber and have it be the three of us and then three KindaFunny best friends who had the game early and jumped in too. And like the fact that Mike had me beat, but he went for two, it was me and him at the end of the match. He had me beat, but rather than pin me, he went to the top and jumped off and then hit the move. But we were both like, it built like a real wrestling match to me beating him with it. And it was like, even if I would have lost that, I wouldn't have been angry. Like when I play, when I'm trying to win at Injustice and my fat fingers just can't do a combo, I get angry. But like this wrestling game is approachable enough that you can jump in and not have a degree in caring about ring psychology. But then also if you want to be a crazy person like myself and, memorize all your moves and know when you're going to a float over DDT, you can still have fun and you can still put on a great show. And it doesn't matter at the end if you win or lose. And like, I did 3 hours of it and I'm so hungry for more. Like I can't wait to do another stream with everybody. I can't wait to see what the community creates and go ahead and do that and get a federation going and figure out like how to do a KindaFunny tournament together and stuff like that. Like I'm so excited to play more of that it's also one of those things of in the same way I'm excited to Platinum Horizon. Now it's like, man, when am I going to get back to WWE? I have to start like, I'm jonesing for that, where it's going to have to be that I play a couple matches and then go to work on whatever I'm working on.
I have to say, I don't know a lot about wrestling, but I love your love for it. And I know recently, at some point on Twitter, you shared, or someone's making a documentary of your
Our backyard wrestling hijinks. Yeah.
That's it. I was like, that's really neat. I never knew, that was a thing back in the day. So it's super interesting. I love like all the posts you've been sharing about this new game. And actually one of my friends, also the same guy I've been talking about, Cody, Crumb Dog Millionaire, that's what we call him.
Crumb Dog Millionaire.
He has said that there hasn't been a great wrestling game. I don't know the WW2KE, I forget. That's where I get lost.
Sure.
Whatever it's called. There hasn't been a great wrestling game in a while. Is that true?
Yeah, 100%. I think, the closest thing before this would have been, and if you're talking about WWE, then yeah, just full stop. There hasn't been one in a while that I think is like a standout, that this is doing the thing I think they wanted so bad, which is getting people who would never look at a WWE game to do a double glance. Like, oh, it's fun. It's easy to jump into. Okay. And like, that's why you have like Gary playing it, right? And Snowbike Mike, who wasn't feeling it, was having a great time with us yesterday. Like, you are having that kind of reaction to it in a way that, yeah, you haven't had in years.
That's pretty cool. I'm just excited that can you put your face like in the game or something? Okay.
I don't think it works well.
I'm sold on. Okay. That's even better. So
yeah, we tried to do it yesterday.
Try it for that.
I did not like it, and I turned it over to the community. I'm like, if you guys can make this work, and I've seen some stuff on our subreddit of people working with it. I'm like, it still just doesn't look right to me. It still doesn't look right. Like, I'd rather have a created guy that doesn't look normal than have my face on it like a Hannibal Lecter mask. You know what I mean? Like, that's not where I want to be with it or whatever. But yeah, outside of that, I've been still playing Puzzle Quest 3. Still obsessed with Puzzle Quest 3. Still out there matching my gems, doing my dailies, getting my new armor, leveling up. I'm pushing a gear score of like 580 right now. I'm having a great time in that. Like I'm so happy with how they did that game as well. Like, it's just like, again, like you turn left and right no matter where you're looking right now. There's so many great games out there to take your time away. Are you mainly and only focused on Horizon, or are you playing other stuff too?
Okay, here's where the debate comes in, because I'm currently torn between two games, and I love Horizon so much.
Of course.
But I also love and hate Destiny 2. Okay.
Oh.
So, not gonna lie, I've actually met a really close friend through the KindaFunny community. This ties together, I promise. Like maybe 3 years ago, during the anniversary stream, you like plugged a podcast, Respawn Aim Fire. Great podcast, by the way. And they were needing some help on their show. So I sent them an email, and immediately we had a lot more in common than we thought. And we were like, yeah, absolutely, you have to be on the show. So Chad Michael Innes, one of the hosts from that show, just reached out to me. We got to know each other, and literally that's how I got into podcasting, was being on their show and realizing,
awesome.
Hey, I can do this too. And we met because of that.
Hey, these guys are clowns. They don't have talent. I can do this.
Yeah, basically. And, from that, it stemmed a Destiny relationship, because not only does Chad play Destiny, him and his group of friends that also support his podcast love playing Destiny. So me and Audrey also play Destiny, my girlfriend. So now we have a full squad of 6.
Okay.
So that means we have to be pretty committed to raiding. And with the recent expansion, that's all I've been in, the Witch Queen. So getting the worm out of Savathun, that's what we've been doing.
So now you have a love-hate with it. It sounds all love. What's the hate? Is it the grind?
Okay.
Is it the grind?
Here's the hate, because like literally it's just the expansion came out like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
And I've been playing so much of it, and I just want to play Horizon and get through and enjoy it. But at the same time, like I can't not play, because I have to get to a certain
you can't fall behind.
Level.
Yeah, if everybody gets
I
in front
can't fall
of you.
behind.
Yeah.
And like I see in the group chat, like, oh, we're gonna go on and do this Lost Sector or the Strike, and like we're gonna get this gear, and I'm like seeing it, I'm like, well, I guess I'm gonna quit playing Horizon and go upstairs and play Destiny. So
you see, that's the thing, is like I I've done this for so long the way I do it professionally that I just can't multitask. Like I just can't do it. Like I need to sit down and binge and play something all the way through and have an opinion on it, and then I have to move on. And it's usually great, obviously, because especially now where there's just nonstop games all the time. But then there are the things, the rise of the live service game, where it is, I see Kevin and Joey are playing Fortnite like every night, and it's always that thing of like, that'd be fun to do, but I need to play this, I need to play that. And like even the little thing of like, how do I want to do the WWE, it has a thing called My Faction, which is like the ultimate team stuff, you know, where you're like unpacking cards and you use them to get other cards and yada, yada, yada. Like that, they have daily challenges and all that stuff. And I'm like, man, so do I have to start budgeting my time of like, you know, my first hour of gaming will be, I'll do this little WWE to ease into it. And then I'll switch over to what I need to play for work and always obviously what I want to play. I'm never forcing myself. I've walked away from plenty of games if I'm like, I hate this and there's no reason to, but like, yeah, it's like, as you can, like, it's why I did Destiny 2 at launch because I could play it all the way through, and I did the raid, and I was like, cool, I'm done. And I walked away, and now it's been years and years of content that, you know, me and Mike jumped in with the Witch Queen stuff the other week. And it was like, this was fun, but I'm not coming back. There's too much to do. And, you know, next week's GTA Online, which I'm super excited to do, but I feel it's going to be the same thing of like, you know, my mom's in town next week, so I'm juggling what shows I can do and then make sure she's seeing Benjamin, and I'm there too. And it's like, okay, cool. Like I'm going to miss the stream next week where they play GTA Online. So it's like, am I SOL then? Like, you know, I'm still going to play on my own, but will I be into it if I'm not with them? Like it's going to be fascinating to see how that nets out. I just can't do the games as a service, I feel like.
Yeah, it's really I can't have more than one. It's gonna be Destiny. Like I think it's interesting to see how these live service games like communities work. But I could definitely tell you, like, of all the ones I've played, like Destiny is it, and this is probably the first expansion that I went through phases with Destiny. I'd play for a few months when a new expansion came out, then I would get through it, play it, then get on to something else, and I just forgot about it for a few months. But this is the first time I've played Destiny probably a whole year before this expansion came out, just because with the pandemic and everything, like being stuck at home, I had more time to play Destiny. So I got really into it, and the changes with each season was really cool, and they've really enhanced the story to make you really want to like play this next part and know what's coming next week. But I gotta say, this expansion has been one of my favorites, and as someone that's been playing Destiny before an expansion, this has been really, really fun to dive into. I just want to play other things too, but I can't because I love Destiny.
Well, dude, I mean, like, there's such a big part of that. Like, I get that. I love that. It's like I used to always say at IGN, right? Like, if I didn't have this job, I would just be playing DC Universe Online. Like, if I didn't need to be playing other stuff and commenting on reviewing other stuff, like, if I was left to my own devices, that's what I'd go do. And I think, honestly, I'd still to this day probably, because they're still dropping episodes all the time for that. And I see it, and I look longingly at it of like, oh, man, but I've done it. I've done the jump back in and do it, and I'm like, where the hell am I? What is going on? What am I grinding for? And then you're just lost if you're not there. Because when you are there consistently, and like, it's one of the reasons Animal Crossing works so well, right? Of like, when you see the seasons change, when you see there be, you know, these content limited time drops happen, it's like, you feel like you're part of something. You feel like you have a community to that. And especially when you are playing with a literal community, you have a group to go out there and do stuff. It's why, you know, everybody makes fun of me for loving Avengers like I did, despite all its flaws. But it was like, just, I don't have that. I don't have a lot of those experiences where it's me and my group of buddies that sign on and get onto voice chat and BS around and like also then talk to each other. And like, that was so comforting during pandemic for Avengers to have it be me, Goldfarb, and Sean and Tam. And like, you know, we just got on and played together and have fun. And like, that was rad. And I'm always chasing that high, but I can only stay around for so long. It's kind of like why Outriders works so well for us as a company is like, cool, for 2 weeks or a week and a half, we all played Outriders, we beat Outriders, and then we moved on to the next thing. It's why I'm excited for Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Like, I love Borderlands, right? So another excuse to go through and have a narrative adventure that's going to go and end at some point, but we can drop in, drop out, and help each other. That sounds like fun.
I agree. Yeah. Like I said, it's love-hate with Destiny. I can't say I hate it, can't say I love it, because it's something about it keeps pulling me back in.
Yeah.
But I am sort of caught up now with some of the story stuff, and like we attempted the raid, because the raid came out this past weekend. So now that I've experienced some of this, I am definitely going to take some extra days to play something else finally.
You've hit the top of the mountain. Now you can just like, relax at least for a second.
Yep. Cool. Well, we can go ahead and dive into. I have some questions for you, Greg. Now that we're caught up where we're at with gaming and what we've been playing.
Oh well, I got muted. Chat, can you? You know, I guess if I can't hear, you can hear me, right, chat? Hold on, chat's catching up here. Segertron's talking about something. They're doing it. Yes. Okay. So they can hear me, and something happened to you where we don't hear you now, Jerica. Okay, good. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Madeline. I see you there. Mad Exposure. All right, so Jerica is checking settings and tapping stuff. She's not muted in Discord. It might be worth just hanging up on Discord and coming back in. I appreciate it. I see you start talking and then you realize, wait, he can't hear me. Okay, so we're going to do that, everybody. We're going to come back. I like the show. It's going well so far. So we'll get her back in here. I'll do this. Hi, everybody. Kevin's not here to help me, so I have to do this. And then we're waiting to see her restart Discord. Come back. I always like doing this because I feel like I'm swimming. Like, try to keep my head above water. Benjamin goes swimming now. Did you know that? Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Just saying. All right, she's back. No, I still don't hear you. We got a dead stick. We got a dead stick. Your mic got lights on it? Okay, she's doing the one. Now we're playing charades. She says 1 second. Sounds like tamale. What's going on? Max Bosher says, does Ben wear little floaties? No, he doesn't. It's a parent and like infant thing. So we're in there with him. I guess occasionally he's put into the pool noodle. They put him in a pool noodle. They wrap that around his body and we float him around like that. But Jenna or Mia is always in there holding him. He's having a great time. He splashes, he kicks. Getting close to crawling. We're not crawling yet. We haven't figured it out. Great head control. Flail around our arms a lot. Like we understand what's supposed to happen. We haven't actually got it in gear yet. Jen started feeding us some solids. We've done some carrots, some broccoli, avocado yesterday, which he liked a lot.
Testing.
There we go. Now I got you.
My microphone just decided to disconnect, I guess, and it's still connected. I don't know. We're back. All right.
Welcome back.
Ah, nice. Okay, so I do have some questions for you for our expert hard mode, but I don't want to scare you. They're not
hard mode
questions.
I'm ready. You can throw anything you want
Okay.
in, Jarek. I was born to answer questions.
Okay, so, with our podcast being sort of in its infancy, we're sort of a baby podcast, but we're still growing. We had to learn a lot on our own. Do you have any tips for any other podcasters, streamers that are just starting out?
Yeah, I always come back to consistency, right? Like, I think the market is flooded right now with content creators. And the way it works, even for us, is consistency. I mean, hitting the same time every day. Because people then can integrate you into their routines. Which is why it's always when a PS I Love You XOXO doesn't go live at 6 a.m. on a Tuesday, the tweets start right away, the emails start right away because people are waking up or at work or whatever, expecting that content there because that's what they do on Tuesday mornings. It's, destination viewing for so many people. And so for you guys or anybody, especially streamers, right, you have to do that because it is that idea that you come to that Twitch page and they aren't live. It happens to us too. You come to the Twitch page, it's Kinda Funny Games Daily at 10 a.m. and we're running late and not live. You have, depending on the dedication of that fan, a minute, 30 seconds before they're like, all right, well, I'm going to go do something else. And then their life continues and they forget that they were going to watch it that day and they're gone. And that's hard and that's a lot. And that can be the grind and what makes it feel like a job. But it's also what I think leads to success. It is routine. It is being there and finding an audience that way, because if they have that free time at one point, they're probably going to have that free time again.
Yeah. I think that's our biggest.
Your mic died again. Oh, no, hold on. Yeah, no, it did die. Say something else. No,
Hello.
Okay, there you go. Okay, you sounded weird, but you're there. Okay. Yeah, you lost it, but it's no, we got nothing. Now we're dead again. You keep working on it. Don't worry. Nothing. No, it's fine. Don't worry. Keep doing your thing. While you do that, what I'm going to do is tweet out this image I snapped here of Zetaflare, who said, dang, Ben swims, but Andy doesn't know how to swim. Crazy. That's true. We're going to tweet that out with the little emoji doing this thing where it's like thinking. I like the little emojis that use their hands because they're up to something. You know what I mean? You can't trust them. We've tagged Andy in it. We'll tag Gangster in it too. My wife, just so you know. We can show that Andy should come to the swim class. Yeah, you know what? That's actually, I'm going to tweet it, and then I'm going to respond to that tweet and say, Andy, we'll pay for you to come to swim class. Andy, well, and Jerica, you try to talk whenever you're ready, because I'm not going to, I will keep filling air, but then I will stop when I hear you. And if I don't ever hear you, I just fill the air. It's no big deal. Don't worry about it. Andy will pay for you to, Andy will pay for your swim classes with Ben. I want him to come to the infant thing, you know? Not that I'm saying he's a baby. I just think it'd be cute to see both of them learn to swim together. Andy will pay for your swim classes with Ben. Boom. tweeted.
Okay.
You're back.
Yeah.
It worked.
I'm not gonna touch my desk because something might be going on with the cable on attached to my mic. So I'm just gonna.
I used to work at a real rinky-dinking company, and there was a part in our old studio that if you hit the floor, the power went out. So don't worry about it. I've been there.
Okay. Okay. Whew. Good information. I think that's probably like what our biggest challenge is trying to find a date where we both are always available to have the show. Especially doing a live show, because for a while we were just, recording for our podcast and not being on Twitch.
Oh, for sure.
We recently started doing that, and that's like, okay, yeah, we really need to figure out a time that we are consistent with. But right now, it's sort of impossible for us.
Of course.
So we are just gonna keep doing it until we can make it work out. But right now, like that is the most challenging part. And right now, if you decide to follow us and watch our content, just know like we are most of the time we're sort of late, and it's because of stuff like this. Most of the time, I wish we could clone Kevin because I'd love.
Oh
to
my
have
god!
Kevin
If I
here
could
to show me
sell
a
clones
couple
of
things.
Kevin, if I could somehow clone Kevin, and like if he could like duplicate duplicate in Invincible, and we could somehow rent those out, they'd be worth their weight in gold. Because yeah, he makes everything run around here, and that's the thing is like, I can't applaud content creators, independent content creators who do this as a part-time thing or just for fun, because the hurdles that are in the way to make it happen. You know what I mean? Like I remember coming home from IGN and streaming Twitch stuff. I remember getting the Vita TV and trying to stream Freedom Wars and the latency and this. And granted, things have gotten better since then, but still, it was like I remember just being like, no, fuck this. I'll stream. I was streaming so long through the app inside the live app in the PlayStation because it was just easier and it worked. And I just want things to be turnkey and work, and that's so difficult.
Yes.
It's such a backbreaker.
Well, I have another question for you.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. So this is in regards to fostering a community. So like what do you think is like the magic sauce when it comes to like, I think you've done incredibly well with the KindaFunny community. I know a couple of things you've put your foot down on or stood for,
Sure.
Sort of explain to anyone that listens to the content, like this is what we are about. I don't really know, like if you want to sort of talk about that and share like how do you keep this community how it's positive like you do?
I think the big thing is putting your foot down and speaking about it, right? Like, we talked about it, I guess in 2020, right? When it felt like we were starting to stray a bit from the path with the community, where in 2015, when we launched KindaFunny, we were very upfront, right? Of like, listen, the good thing about this is we are our own entity now, which means that there's no boss above us that's going to get mad at us for being too honest in a comment, right? Because at IGN, you're a part of a big team, which no matter how much, my face is on whatever header or any thumbnail, it still was like, somebody's being a dick in comments. I wanted to tell them to get the hell out of here and never come back. But is that really what my boss thought? Is that what Pear thought? Is that what Ziff Davis thought? And like you go up that chain of like, you don't feel empowered to make those kind of statements. And so when we started KindaFunny, it was very clear, on that first day, just to being like, listen, if you come here and you consume the content, you're a best friend. But if you want to come here and be an asshole, get out. We don't want your money. We don't want your sub. We don't want your view. We don't want we don't need to be here. Like we don't need to worry about trying to be as big as possible. That's not what this is about. And so we said that early on, and we meant it, and it resonated with a whole bunch of people in the community for a long time. And then at some point, we started shortening the messages. If you're here, you're a best friend. Like, you know what I mean? If you're listening to this, you're a best friend, which is what I used to say on GameScoop all the time. And I think it got a little bit more then of like, okay, well, where are the lines and what are we doing? And where do we, and like people started being a bit more rude to each other, a bit more gruff. And it was finally, a moment in 2020 of being like, listen, let's get back on the same page here. Like, you know what I mean? Because Andy's saying stuff and people are being like, well, what about me? What about that? It's like, well, no, we're with Andy on this. And Andy's speaking for the company. He's not just speaking for himself. This is how we all feel about this. And so it was another moment of, cool, let's have this conversation and double down on what it is and wear that a bit more on our sleeves and talk a bit more about that. Because we do want to be a community that does this. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this would be near impossible on so many other Twitch streams or other .coms. Because you would do a community day stream, right? Your mic would go out and the chat would instantly fucking go off on, bleh, like, you know what I mean? Bleh, and like, tear you apart for something that's out of your control, right? Or tear me apart for you wasting the time doing blah, blah. Like That's not what this is. You look at the chat, you look at the replay, everybody just rolls with the punches like, okay, cool, it'll be back in a second. Most people are saying, oh, I'm really enjoying the show so far. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Like, people are here to support each other. You know what I mean? And it's something that we have done and known for so long because we've done it with you. We've built it with you. That was always the thing in 2015 of starting KindaFunny is we're not building this for you, we're building this with you, which means that you get to have says and we get to have conversations and we're going to take the company where we think we need to take the company, but we're always going to be listening to you. We're always going to want to know what you're saying about it. This is something we're not making, and pumping out to the masses. The idea is we're making this and pumping it out to our best friends, which means that when we transgress, when we screw up, which we have in the past and we will again, like we need to be held accountable for it. But I think there's such a difference between, hey, you guys missed the mark here and fucked up, and that's it, I'm out. This is the last straw. Like, damn, you were holding on to the last straw. I was just crying on the last podcast about whatever I was crying about, and like you were that close to bailing on it. Like, it's a different relationship we have here, and we're lucky enough that since we've said that, it's resonated. People have adopted that message. And again, to my shock and surprise, it's resonated with our partners on the other side of the industry, whether it be, talking about a PlayStation who will still give us codes and consoles, or a Nintendo who I didn't work directly with at IGN, the fact that they understood what we were doing. And even to this day where it's like, I had a call today about a potential sponsored stream coming up for a game, but maybe, and it was very much like, man, our Steam reviews aren't great. People are mad at the game because of X, Y, and Z, but that's not what we mean. I was like, come on the show and talk about this. Come on the stream and have this conversation right now. And like our people who like the game will go over there and be like, do it. Because it's the same thing I always talk about where, negativity is what breeds action so many times. And I don't even mean negativity like you dislike something. It's when there's something horrible happening in the world, you feel like you need to speak out about it, right? But when everything's going great and you're enjoying something, you don't think about it that way. You watch the show, you enjoy the show, you bounce to your life and go on. It's when you watch the show and they say something that you don't agree with that makes you mad. It's when they, transgress or whatever, so it could be a really negative thing. That's when they get the comment. That's when you get the thumbs down. That's when you get the 1-star review. And so it's always so important for us to, on our own stuff, to be reminding people of like, hey, it really helps out when you review the show. Hey, if you could do this, hey, Patreon, there's all these little ways to give us a tip of the hat if you like what's going on. But I totally get why that isn't what jumps to your mind. Like, I always talk about it. I love Death, Sex, and Money. It's my favorite podcast. But I forget to renew my subscription all the time when they're doing their tote bag giveaways and stuff like that. Like, everybody's so busy and there's so much going on in your life that, I like to think that KindaFunny is this respite where you can come have a conversation about games and you might not agree, you know what I mean? We might not always have the same opinion about games, but you're not ready to, gouge my eyes out when I say I didn't like Resident Evil 7, right? Yeah, Resident Evil 7. It wasn't that good of a game, and I'm glad it didn't get Game of the Year. And I told Tim it wouldn't, but nobody wanted to listen to me back then. But here we are. Greg was right. So it's honestly, it's just about being vocal about it. And I think, we get so much credit for that, and I appreciate that a lot. But I always look at what's good games, too. You know what I mean? Like, Andrea and Britt have been very clear of, like, they don't want douche nozzles in there. Like, Britt goes through her comments with the ban hammer and does it. And that's, like, something, we've always wanted to be better about, and we aren't. But, like, it is that idea that, like, oh, man, like, I try to clean up YouTube comments when I think about it, when I have the free time. But if you've been watching this entire community podcast today, I booked HBO Max to talk about a movie that I didn't even watch. I totally forgot to watch the movie because there's just not enough hours in the day. And so, it's give and take, and it's empowering the community to self-censor, and I think be like, not, fuck you, you're the one. It is empowering to be like, hey, we don't do that here. And like, so we're not going to engage with that. I still to this day wish we saw more of that. I totally get that of like somebody's being a dick on the subreddit and you want to tell them they're being a dick. And yeah, I always think it's more powerful to thumbs it down and not even engage with it, or arrow it down or just say like, hey man, we don't do that here. And like, this really isn't how we treat each other and act here. So it'd be cool. Not even say, it's not your job to say it's cool if you go somewhere else. Like, just tell them like, this isn't what this is about. And then you ignore it. Because all the people who are jerks on the internet, all they are is fire. And all they need is oxygen. Just don't give them the oxygen. If you starve them the oxygen and you don't do it, they go away. They don't matter. They're, the amount of times I get somebody talks some shit to me on Twitter and I click on their profile and it's, following 3,000 people followed by 2 people. It's like, well, why would I even waste my time arguing with you? You know what I mean? Just mute and move on. Who cares? I don't care. You're not changing my life. You guys changed my life, letting me do what I want to do and make content for you and stuff like that. Like, don't get hung up on these jerk ass. And I just said jerk ass. I don't even know if that's a real insult, but I did. It's like when I got really mad one time. The only time I think Tim's ever seen me really angry, it was with maybe the first time Tim ever saw me really angry. It was with an unnamed PR person at the old studio through email, where they were acting like they didn't know who the fuck I was, and I don't mean like I'm Greg Miller, you should know who I mean. I mean like I've worked with you for like 8 years or 7 years or whatever it was at this point. And I got so mad telling Tim the story, I called the guy a cheeseburger, which I think not an insult in any way, but cheeseburger. And Tim's like, you just call him a cheeseburger? I'm like, yes, I don't know what it means either. I'm angry.
But no, yeah, like I said, I think obviously you and the team have done an excellent job of creating a place like this where, you know, I can meet someone else and not hesitate to reach out to them about being on their podcast, like Respawning Fire. So that's one of the things I love about, that's why I listen to your show all the time. Like daily, I try to, weekly, it is my gaming podcast. It's because I love the commentary and how the community is like, how it interacts with each other.
For sure. Yeah, that's the best thing about it, right? And it's the powerful thing that I think we do have is this, not everybody, lots of people have a story like you, where they saw something or interact with somebody or got on a Discord with somebody and now they're friends and they've done all this stuff. And it's the same thing, you know, of when there wasn't a global pandemic and we were doing all the live events, you know, when I would write the packet for KindaFunny Live, that would be like a PDF you'd get, like telling you where to go and what to do and this, that, and the other. I'd always put in the thing too of like, if you're coming here alone or you're with somebody else and you just want to make new friends, remember when you're in line, you can turn to any one of those people and just say, what's your favorite game? And you now are into an hour-long conversation. Like everyone is here for the same reason, and everybody is, and I don't mean this as an insult to the audience because I'm the same way. Everybody is as socially awkward as each other. I wear that shirt sometimes. I guess I haven't in a while, probably on programming. Not that this matters. I'm getting way too into the shirt. But it says, you know, introverted but willing to talk about wiener dogs. And whenever I would put up a photo of that early on, people would always be like, I don't think you understand what introverted mean. And I'd be like, no, I am very much an introvert. Like, you think I'm an extrovert because I come out and I perform on camera and blah, blah, blah. But like, the amount of times we'll be out and doing something, Jen's like, why don't you do it? I'm like, oh, no, I don't want to do that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to put myself out there that way. And like, that's a public thing in a you know, with different stakes than whatever. And I've learned the hard way of like, maybe the Greg Miller humor doesn't work that well on a not unexpected audience. But like at a KindaFunny live event, no way. And the KindaFunny chat, no way. Like you're all, if you that's, I wish more people, you know, understood they could squat up just in the chat. They could squat up on the subreddit. And I don't know if that violates the subreddit rule, but you know what I mean? Like you can go find these things and actually do it. Like I'm so stoked for the WWE game to play. I'm so stoked that on the Puzzle Quest, I have a full KindaFunny kingdom. Like that's, we're all here for the same reason. We want to be good people and we want to play cool games.
Well, I think this is a good way to sort of wrap that up. We have one last question, and this is a fun question, not a serious topic whatsoever.
Okay.
Okay. It is a little bit about yourself. Okay.
Sure. I hate talking about me. Sure.
Oh, this is.
I'm kidding. I talk about myself.
Okay. If we had to summon you via black magic, what are 5 items we would need to complete the summoning? Yeah, 5 items. The summoning of Greg Miller. Imagine like this cavern,
circle.
like this cave, and you know, maybe there's like a pit in the middle, and where you're trying to summon you.
Sure.
I guess I don't know how dark we want to get. We're summoning you.
PlayStation Vita. 6 buffalo wings. A hazy IPA.
Okay.
Now it's like what I want to. Ghostbusters on Blu-ray. And Portillo.
Oh.
I'll go wherever he is.
Well, perfect. Well, Greg, that sort of wraps up all of my questions on my end.
Awesome.
You know, I just want to say thank you so much for having me on the show, or technically you're on my show on your thing, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, it works. Don't worry about it.
But yeah, I hope anybody that's interested wants to check me and Kayla out, listen to us talk about the most random things. Like literally 2 months ago, we both left work with ticks on us. And I know that topic is very sensitive to you, but what were the odds? And
we are sales? You do a sales job and got ticks on you?
I wish I could elaborate, but there was no way. I was in the woods. But we both had a tick on us, like a few days apart in the same place. And I have never had a tick on me, Greg. It's one thing I share with you is a fear of ticks. I hate them so much.
Get the tick patrol. Get the tick patrol ready. On my keys at
Excellent.
all times. That's a little ticker remover on my face. Is not gonna let you see. There it is. Yeah, see? Got that on Amazon. I got extra ones. I can mail you one, but you know. Jen drags me on some stupid hike. I find the tick, put it there, pull it, pop them off like that.
Nice. I need one of those, but I never expected to have a tick on me.
What state are you in?
Okay, so that might explain a little bit. I'm from Alabama, but I am in a cool town called Birmingham. If you've ever been, there's a Vulcan statue there. That's probably what if you Google Birmingham, you're gonna see the big Vulcan statue, and his butt is exposed. That's what I'm known for. Being in Birmingham, looking at the Vulcan.
See, are ticks really a big deal in Alabama? I wouldn't have thought that.
I think they're a big deal
Everywhere
wherever
now?
I see a brush, some tall grass.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
But then again, like I said, it's still a very random occurrence that happened that we both got a tick where we were both visiting. There was no forest or grass where we were, so feels like somebody planted them there. I don't know.
I don't appreciate that. I don't like that. I don't like ticks making the move. I don't like it one bit. But I'm glad you're okay.
I survived.
Excellent.
Well, like I said, thank you so much for having me, Greg. This is it.
Thank you, Jerica. It's been a pleasure.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye. And I've cut your record.
Okay, cool.
You're still alive, though.
Don't
Don't say
know.
anything back. Don't say anything bad.
Okay, I'm just still talking here.
No, you
looking.
don't have to say anything. I'm just saying don't say anything bad. You know, a lot of people, when they cut, they're like,
okay.
oh, man, I hate the chat. I hate the kids. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, man, Sims gaming time sucks. I'm like, damn, don't be that mean to Sims. He spells it with a Z. Okay.
I mean, am I still on here?
Yeah, you're still. Like, yeah. I mean, like,
Okay.
I mean, what do you want to do? You can hang out. Yeah. You had the hour, so you have it till 4. So,
Oh well, am I
no.
still live?
Oh yeah, no, you're still live. We don't cut. No, you're
Okay.
definitely still live on
Okay.
Twitch. Yeah, they can
Okay,
see
cool.
everything. They see and hear everything.
All right. Well, no, I'm done. That is all,
All right,
the
then.
material I had for you.
That's fine. Jen will be happy that I'll be ahead of schedule for a change. Usually I'm late.
Let's
'cause
do that.
I see save datacast stacking up in the waiting room, so they're all set too. Well, Jerica, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Say hi to your
Bye.
fiance for me. Bye.
I will.
And ladies and gentlemen, the podcast-a-thon rolls on. I'm going to kill the 2-cam setup. I'm going to throw open the 4-cam. I think this is our 4-cam. Yeah, there's save data. They're just them. And so now I'm going to start dragging the save data kids in, all right? Hello,
Yeah.
save data cast. How are you?
Oh, doing good.
Everybody turn on your cameras for me. That'd be great because when I drag in, they go away. There we go. Okay, good. We got one latecomer. He's working on that. Click the camera button over there. The back camera. Mizuki, that's a nice shirt you're wearing.
Oh, just got it from roosterteeth.com/kindafunny.
Oh man, I bet they got a lot of cool stuff over there.
It's a good store. I've seen a couple things in there I've liked.
I appreciate that. What else? Zach, tell me what else you've liked over there. What else have you seen on Kind of Funny?
No. I mean, the Portillo shirts.
Of course. Who could forget? Lest we forget the Portillo shirts.
All of it. No, listen, Greg. I've been a fan for 7 years. All right.
I appreciate that.
Like this.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to do that. All right,
No, you're
there we
good.
go.
You're
We got
good.
that. And then
I exclusively engage with their content via wrestling stuff. I know nothing about Kind of Funny.
that works for me.
Like, I'm not gonna stand here and lie to the man.
No, that's fair. That's fair. No, I messaged Chris yesterday and was like, "So how big of a deal is Samoa Joe?" And he was like, "Oh, pretty big deal actually." And I was like, "Oh,
Hell
cool."
yeah, he is. I'm telling you guys, I was real worried, but Kevin set me up great here. Everybody send a round of applause to Kevin wherever he is.
No, yeah, you. This is great.
Sorry, just getting everything organized on my end. God damn it, Excel! I fucking hate you. And it's actually Google Sheets. I shouldn't yell at Excel, but you know how it is. They've got the market
the
corner.
same thing.
Exactly.
It's a Band-Aid problem, yeah.
Okay. Space. Oh, is that my problem? Because I'm trying to do. Hold on. I bet I figured it out. I bet I know what this thing is. There it is. What a bunch of clowns over there. Okay, so let's go around the horn before we get going so I get everybody's names right. It's Chris, David, and Zach, right?
You got it.
Yes.
Chris, glasses.
Yes, glasses.
Zach, open shirt, looking sexy as hell.
Appreciate it.
No problem. And David, really great fashion sense with the Jesus. Oh, we're gonna have a good cast today, kids. I'm looking forward to this one.
We can start branding you that way. That's good.
Oh,
Let me get a tweet.
We gotta make some David Jesus shirts, actually.
I gotta change my Twitter handle real quick. Save Data Jesus.
Oh, that's really good.
Again, remember, I know you know you're live and everything else. What is the podcast handle? I don't have it in front of me. It's just Save Data.
Save Data Team.
Save Data Team. Thank you very much. What are we talking about today?
How games have changed our lives in one way, shape, or form.
Oh, I love that one. That's a great one.
We were supposed to have an example, right? I prepared an example. I hope I'm the one who did that.
You're like, if you'll see in my PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we didn't tell you, Greg. We're gonna stream a PowerPoint to you. You just have to put.
Yeah, you guys got Windows Movie Maker up, right?
Oh yeah, totally. I'm on top of that. You know how to do that.
I'm always up here in iMovie, really just making it happen.
Just getting the tweet out for you. Sorry.
No,
No. Take your time.
I'll tell you what.
That he scheduled a tweet and then we went early.
I was like, oh no, I scheduled a tweet for 8. Oh god,
what are we gonna do?
Well, I hope you scheduled for 7, not 8.
7.
We were never going.
And also, guys, I got bad news.
Yeah.
I'm looking for a good gift from KindaFunny.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many to choose from.
Oh, there is.
Let's see what I'm taking my shirt off. Why not? Let's close out the
How you doing, Greg? It's been you did 5 in a row, basically.
Yeah.
What how are you doing?
Your 5th hour of podcasting you're entering now.
I'm great. You guys always make it so easy. You know what I mean? Like, I was super excited for this day, especially after the last one where we did the first one, the Community Podcast Day 1, because it flies by. You know what I mean? Everybody comes with a different energy, a different thing. I love seeing how you guys run your shows, so it's just fun to jump into it. And you know, there's such a difference, as I'm sure many of you know, from hosting a show and then just guesting on a show. Hosting the show, I just show up. And like, maybe I was a bit too laissez-faire with not watching the movie I told them to watch. But you know what? We had a fun time and everything worked out. So yeah, I'm great. I'm in great spirits. I'm gonna get.
Look, it's not your fault they listened to you.
You know what? That was a foolish maneuver. You know, anybody could have told you. They should have talked to anybody at KindaFunny. Just know I'm full of shit when I tell you to do something. Raj today in the morning meeting, he's like, "Hey, are you doing a? You mentioned you might want to try to do a WWE review, TikTok review." I'm like, "Oh no, there's no time for that." He's like, "All right, cool, thanks." Just making sure I'm on the same page. All right, cool. Are you guys good?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
I'm gonna count you in and click record, and then the show is yours until 5 p.m. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. 3, 2, 1.
What's up, everybody?
Whoa!
Welcome
I got an NVENC Air. Hold on, NVENC Air. It's like ding. Remember in fucking Independence Day, when the missile doesn't fire, like fucking what the fuck's wrong, Jeff Goldblum? I'm gonna click it again. NVENC Air. Too many concurrent sessions. Try closing another recording software which might use NVENC shadow gameplay. Fuck. I remember something.
Sorry, Greg. You got to close Elden Ring, man.
Yeah, right. If only it was that easy.
Have you tried installing more RAM? Downloading more RAM.
I have a great website for you.
Are you guys recording locally? Or are you dependent on our recording?
I was.
If you give me a minute, I can record.
I'm gonna click record again. I don't. Chat, do you know why I would say this? Kevin's in the middle of a screencast. I could interrupt a screencast, I guess. But NVENC Air, too many concurrent sessions. Try closing other recording software which might be using NVENC, such as NVIDIA Shadow Play or Windows 10 Game. What the fuck are you talking about?
I can pivot and capture.
It's also the other thing. The other way around this would be that I can just download the Twitch archive and clip that up and put it up for you, or you could take the Twitch archive. I was trying to give you a straight up file.
Fair.
If you're fine with that, that's fine. But I can also give you give you a minute
we can always snag the Twitch.
Yeah, we
we've done it
do that for our content.
Clip grab is a powerful tool.
It's good.
Okay. All right then. I'm gonna click record. Yeah, no, it's on. Okay, it's on you. Do whatever you want. Show's yours.
Amazing.
All right, y'all are ready now? Good.
Let's do a podcast.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to episode 28 of the Save Data Cast, the usually bi-weekly gaming discussion show where we talk news, reviews, random topics, and today, how games have changed our lives. As always, I'm your host, David, and joining me is the captain of Save Data, that's Zach.
I'm in. I thank you. In the presence of greatness.
Zach, how many buttons are undone on your shirt right now? Because it's starting to look ludicrous. I want more. Don't button them up, son. I'm not saying that here.
For you, all right.
Wait, hey, one of Zach's most famous streams, it was just him sitting in a hot tub. In his bathtub. So
fully clothed. Service.
I didn't feel that necessary information necessary to provide.
That voice there is our Fisher King himself. That is Chris.
It's Friday. You know what that means.
We surely do.
And last but surely not least, we have KindaFunny co-founder Greg Miller joining us today. Welcome, Greg.
Hello, David. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. Doing
so much for
absolutely
having
great
me, guys.
today.
Thanks
He took the day off for this.
Yeah,
I did. I did take the day off. Yeah, treat yourself. You know.
What time? What time zone are you in?
I'm same as yours. I'm in Irvine.
So 4 o'clock, you took the day off. You couldn't even put in a half day. You've been psyching yourself up since 9 a.m. I appreciate it.
I mean, hey, treat yourself. It's a weekend.
So walk me through the rest of it. What did you have for lunch, and how many games did you play getting ready for this?
Let's see. I had a Philly cheesesteak for lunch.
Nice. Yeah.
And then I played some Triangle Strategy.
Oh, I'm jealous. God, that's
great.
Yeah,
great.
I started it. I put like an hour and a half in or whatever, and it was one of those things like, this is going to dominate me, but I can't do it right now. You know what I mean? I was reviewing WWE. Now I got to move to Ghostwire, but then I'm going to come back. I think, honestly, you want to talk about how much I liked what I played. I'm going to come back to that before I go back for the Platinum and Horizon. Like, I'm going to double over to that.
Shit. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I stopped playing Horizon and play Triangle Strategy. So.
Wow.
Dude, as soon as when I was reading the reviews and they were talking about the choices and then even playing it, like a little bit of it, I was like, okay, yeah, this is going to be great.
Oh, it's fantastic.
I'm very excited to hop in. Elden Ring is consuming my life currently.
Sure.
Yep. It got me to put down Horizon, and I was like so stalwart. I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna play Horizon through, and then I'll buy Elden Ring. Did not succeed.
Yeah,
it's hard out there. It is hard out there. This is such a crazy start to the year.
It's so hard to be a gamer these days. You know,
so really.
Let's go back, to 2021. We're all like, it's a weird year. I've played a million things. None of them are that great, but they're good. I like them.
Stuff certainly came out. You can't say that stuff didn't come out.
Gamers spent their money on games. Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Too much last year and the beginning of this year on games. Too much money.
The last couple of months have been brutal for my bank account, but here we are. So
absolutely brutal. Well, folks, you know what is also potentially brutal? These games to our lives. I don't know.
Nailed it. What a transition. You nailed it.
So I wanted to just bring Greg in, treat it like a normal podcast. Greg, you are just one of us. You're one of the folks. Feel free to hop in wherever you want. But Chris or Zach, do one of you want to?
As I'm doing right now.
Chris or Zach, do either one of you want to start off with, how a game has changed?
Hold on, can you stall for 1 second? I'm sorry, hold on. Stall for 1 second. Just talk about whatever you want to do. If I'm one of the boys, hold on 1 second.
We're presently stalling. So actually,
you're gonna unbutton your shirt.
Honestly, great that he stepped away because
I don't have buttons.
I got a level with you two. How real are we getting here? Because mine's mine has peaks and valleys.
I mean,
mine gets roll rough, but that has a pretty okay ending.
Chris, I brought 2 just to feel the room.
Oh wow, man! Now I feel like dog shit. Games, I'm like, pretty good. I like them. They made me think sometimes.
I do have the story about how the Deadliest Catch game was so bad. I decided I need to be more careful with how I approach video games for the rest of my life.
Oh my god.
Sorry, if I'm just one of the boys, I got to put on the save data dress code here. I didn't realize,
Zach, that was a call shot.
No, that's very good burn. I deserve that one.
Absolutely wonderful.
You know what? We're getting one less button for that. Okay.
You could have just.
I'll play this game, cowboy.
Oh shit!
Oh, this is not what I expected today.
This is pretty par for the course for what we do today.
But video games that have changed our lives. Either specific or broad.
You should start.
Okay, sure.
Broad, go for it. Yeah.
When you said this topic, I sat there thinking, okay, what game am I going to talk about? Is it going to be a game that emotionally affected me, philosophically affected me? One that comes back to me a lot of the times that I think a lot of people who've played it remember fondly, but it's not like, you know, a mega AAA hit, is the Talos Principle, which made by Crow Team, now owned by Devolver. They've basically only made the Serious Sam games, which aren't really my cup of tea, and also aren't really making the player think any deeper than just shooty shoot. But like this game, so deep in as far as like the terms that it, or the thoughts that it forces you to wrestle with, as far as like, what does it mean to be a person or be a human? What I like to say is it did Detroit Become Human about 5 years before Detroit Become Human, but also better than Detroit Become Human.
Well, not being written by David Cage will help with that, typically speaking.
I was wondering how long it was going to be before you dunked.
You
on
brought
David
it
Cage.
up.
No, that's fair. That's fair. But
hey, if I didn't play the Talos Principle, which I certainly didn't, what's the game like?
absolutely, yeah, no, thank you. Basically, you wake up in this like very much Garden of Eden looking ass place, and straight up like a god voice comes on and is like, "Hello, you are my chosen child. Everything you see is gifted to you. Go forth and do these puzzles." Basically, and as you do, there are like little terminals, and it's all first-person puzzles, kind of like The Witness, but it's not just drawing lines. It's you're walking around and placing things and stuff like that. But it's, as you go through this, you're finding terminals and you're speaking to something on the other end of the terminal. You don't know what, and it's asking you these kind of hard philosophical questions of like, what would you do in this situation? Like, what would you save your family for this? Would you do this? Yada yada yada. And hey, listen, I'm going to spoil this entire game right now in case you haven't played it.
You had your shot, everybody.
Yeah,
Spoilers for Talos Principle going forward.
This game is 7 years old. The big twist is like, okay, this God voice is constantly leading you throughout these different worlds, and at a certain point, the God is very early on. The God voice is like, "Do not go towards this tower. This is the only thing you cannot do." Very what is it? Forbidden fruit sort of thing. Garden of Eden.
So how soon did you go to that tower?
As soon as possible.
That was the first thing you did? Okay.
I waited. But after you finish all the worlds, it's like, okay, go to this tomb and like you've done everything I've asked of you. Go here. You've earned your eternal sleep. And I was like, well, okay, but what if I check out the tower? Also, the whole time you're playing, you're finding messages from other people, I guess, that have existed in this world.
Like actual players, or
players?
Not players.
Okay.
It comes off as like it could be, but it's not. It's all AI. But it's them saying like, some of them are saying don't trust God, basically.
Oh, is it kind of like the portal hidden messages?
Yes, exactly like that. And some of them are like
Ratman.
Yes, but there's one particular voice you see a couple times that is like, do not trust God, blah 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 blah. And so it's like, I'm gonna check out the tower. And the whole twist is you're also finding audio logs, because that was an extremely popular thing at the time. And basically the big twist is all of humanity is dead at this point. A virus, how topical that aged.
Suck on that, Nier.
Oof.
Yeah, came in just
out here spoiling
out.
several games, aren't we?
Look, if you haven't played Nier Automata, I can't help you.
I was about to get ending number 7 tonight.
No,
gotta get that fish ending. It's coming up soon.
But all of humanity is dead. But basically, you're finding these audio logs from this group of scientists who were trying to create an AI to be like humanity's surrogate moving forward. Because they're like, well, you can't kill robots, virus, haha. And just a lot of it is like, okay, it's like a month. They're like, oh, in about a year, everybody will be dead. Okay, in about 6 months, everybody will be dead. Then you get to like the later audio logs, and it's like half of the team went home to spend their last few weeks with their family, like all this stuff. And it gets really emotional. And the final ending of it is basically you had to go to the tower because... This whole thing you're in is a simulation, and it's trying to recreate what it means to be a human, basically. And it's you're getting smarter with the machine learning of solving the puzzles, but it's also the philosophical questions of like, okay, the whole thing with God is like, it's human nature to kind of rebel against authority in some way, shape, or form. And like that is the ultimate test at the end. And the final like puzzle sequence is you're doing this final thing to climb to the very top of the tower, and there is one like other simulation thing that is actively trying to stop you because it sides with this God voice. And the other one that whose messages you were reading earlier, like don't trust God, don't trust him.
Yeah.
He's there actively trying to help you get through the puzzles, but he himself cannot get to like the final area. And it's such a like moment at the very end, and it's such a banger game. Like,
I don't want to dunk on you.
A little bit talking about it.
I don't want to dunk on you this early into the podcast. How did this affect you?
No, like
it sounds like you just like the video game, my guy.
No, it made me think about like what it means to be human, and like, God forbid we do actually succeed in making an AI that like is sentient in the future, which maybe will happen in our lifetimes. At that point, I think you have to consider that the same as a human being or same as a person as we are, which is like a super heady concept. Yeah, I know.
It'll come to the same conclusion every sci-fi AI comes to of like, man, the only problem with Earth is the people.
Yeah,
we got to protect the Earth. Let's get rid of the people.
Exactly. But it's when it comes to games that like I still think about a lot, like that is one of them. I mean, like Outer Wilds, I think is a better game overall.
I expected you were going to talk about Outer Wilds just because I know that is your whole
Outer Wilds is immaculate, but I don't think the concepts in that game affected me, or I don't think I think about them as much. Like I'm not really thinking about the end of the universe because I'm going to be long dead before that happens. But
hopefully.
Oh God, I sure hope so.
Hey,
we'll see.
This could be some like Children of Men shit where like you could be alive to see the end of the world, which is rad.
No, it's not. Absolutely not.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks for putting a silver lining on that cloud.
Yeah.
Hey,
wow.
look at the upside. You might see the end of existence.
Come on, that's dope.
Chris, give us your very uplifting thoughts about video games.
Y'all know about that Firewatch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm curious where you're gonna go with this though.
Yeah. So Firewatch is a video game about a lot of things: depression, survivor's guilt, fucking off and going to the forest, looking at nature, taking photos of birds, hiking. Yeah, just seeing America first, all that crap. And it's it's a very narrative based game. It's pretty much only a single shot story, and then you can also walk around and take photos and stuff if you like. And it deals with like the game's got some problems with like the whole like they wanted it to have suspense and stuff like that. Don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about so one of the main character, Henry.
That's right.
He basically receives almost all of the like narrative storytelling through someone talking to him on a walkie-talkie, and then just stuff he finds in the environment. One of the environments, or one of the things you keep encountering in the environment, is there seems to be another person out here in the forest with Henry. Hey, spoilers for a 10-year-old game. Get over it. It's actually not that old.
I was going to say, Jesus Christ, it is not 10 years old, is it?
It's like what? It's like 5? It has to be like 5,
something
right?
like that. Yeah, it was a we were at KindaFunny for it.
Yeah. Spoilers for Firewatch. There is a guy out here. His name is Nick, I'm relatively certain. 6 years old.
6
okay.
years old.
Yeah, 6.
So I was 20 when I played this. Okay. God, that's wild.
Jeez.
I know. Anyway. Yeah, there's a guy here in the forest. His name is Nick. He basically did the thing that Henry's doing, the Firewatch program, a while back with his son, whose name I don't recall. Not important. Sorry, kid. And basically the father is this very like macho traditional dad, like wants to go out in the forest and chop wood and drink beer and God bless America. And his son is. He's a nerd. He has like a D&D booklet, and he just wants to like
he's one of us.
And yeah,
the tale as old as time.
Yeah, he's to make the player go, oh, like me.
I'm an indoor kid too.
Yeah, exactly. And through events that happened on their trip, the kid dies, and the dad doesn't know how to handle it. And just kind of goes into like survival panic mode, and has been hiding in the woods ever since. This is gonna get weird, and I apologize for that, but don't worry, it ends good. Hey, my dad, not a great dude, dipped when I was very young. later in life tried to be like, hey, I'm gonna rekindle that relationship with my kids. My siblings and I were like, nah, you ain't, Chief. Sorry about it.
I've decided I'm gonna come back into your life.
Yeah. But yes, Greg. And so after playing this, I was like, man, I feel bad for the dad character, Nick, because like he fucked up and he understands that. And he actively has no way of repairing it, and has thrown his life away because of it. So I was like, I feel like I should try to rekindle my relationship with my father. Gonna cut the long story short, I was mistaken to do that.
Damn it! That was such a sweet setup. Like we're gonna get to a really great moment.
Oh yeah.
Like, nah, he still fucking sucks.
you know, like when like a fancy waiter at a place can do the thing where they pull the what do you call it, like the sheet off the table and everything stays perfect. Yeah. I do that and then I knock the table over anyway.
Gotcha.
Just to make sure we're all on the same level. Tempted to reach back out to my father, try to make a relationship. Turns out, roughly 15, 16 years after leaving a family, still a bad person. And so like Firewatch to me, like every time I think about it, reminds me like the lesson I learned from that game, which is not the lesson this game intended for you to learn, but it is the one I learned, is that like, while yes, you can totally you can always go back, you can always try to fix a relationship. Also, sometimes relationships just aren't worth fixing. And it can be your fault, it can be somebody else's fault, it can be mixed the two. But it's also like it's not on you to have to fix it. I'm a very solutions oriented person just in general. But man, there is actually something incredibly, I don't know, empowering about realizing that like not only is it not on me to fix it, like it's not my fault, and also fuck you.
For sure. For sure.
Trust that one.
Yeah. Hey, at the end of every story, there should be a fuck you. I'm sorry.
I don't know about every story.
at the end of Lord of the Rings, Bilbo Frodo's sitting there smoking out of his pipe. He looks at the camera. Fuck you. Credits roll. Directed by Peter Jackson.
And they lived happily ever after. Fuck you.
Fuck you.
And the three wise men left the manger, and Mary said, "Fuck you."
Y'all are proving my point. Is all I'm saying.
Now, not to segue from this, Greg, did you unbutton more buttons?
Yeah, you did. So I did.
We're playing a dangerous game.
It's a competition.
I'm one of the boys. I'm one of the save data boys. All right, I'm just trying to keep up out here.
Now, Greg, compared to you in the games industry, we are all prepubescent children.
Sure.
Not in actual age, but in the actual.
Two of us are 31.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's what I mean. Not in age, but in presence in the industry, being into games for as long as you've been.
Sure.
I don't think Zach and I were in fourth grade deciding I want to be a games journalist.
Sure.
I certainly fell into this one. So Zach just randomly hit me up. I was like, "Hey, you want to be on a show? Sure."
This is true. This is
3
true.
years later.
Yeah. Here we are.
Love it.
So I'm really curious for you specifically, Greg. Like, what types of games have touched you?
Well, it's interesting, you guys have such great stories about it, right? And these like personal, like introspective moments, which I have too, I guess, as I go. But when I heard the question, like the first thing I jumped to was Ghostbusters on the Sega Master System. Not because it changed the way I thought or, empathized or something like that, but because it changed the path of my life, right? Like I was a Ghostbusters fan. I was a little kid obsessed with Ghostbusters. And so, walking through Toys R Us, my mom took me down the video game aisle by just chance to get over to the real Ghostbuster toys. And we were walking and I stopped and I turned and I saw the No Ghost logo and I pointed at the box and I was like, "What is that?" And Mom said, "That's a video game." And I was like, she explained what it was. And I was like, "I want that. And I want that for my birthday." And, they bought me the game. Uncle Mike bought me the Sega Master System. And like, that was me introduced to video games. And then, shocked to find out that nobody else owned a Sega. Everybody else had an NES and I was some weirdo, but that's not part of the story. It was the fact that, like I think about all the time of like, what, if we hadn't gone down that aisle, when do I get introduced to video games? Do they resonate? Like you imagine it would be, I was at a friend's house and I get they're playing NES, they're playing Mario, and I see that, and would I have such a visceral disdain for Mario like I did because I was a Sega kid? What is this? They're making fun of my Master System. I'll make fun of this entertainment system. What is this? Like I wonder stuff like that.
Is that the game that made you realize like going forward I'm in on video games? I've bought in, or was it like later? Like I for me vividly, Street Fighter Third Strike, I know. But I was like, yeah, I'm going to play video games for the rest of my life.
It wasn't, I don't think, it being so young as I was when I got this, right? Because I would have been, Louise. I get the Genesis in first grade, so this is maybe kindergarten, maybe pre-K or whatever. Like
4 or 5.
Yeah, I'm young. And so like I don't think I had that level of it. I did know immediately like this was like, I loved this, and this was like my hobby kind of thing, where it was, that's obviously before I'm reading, so it's before I'm into comics. Like this was, this interactive art that I was able to go do, and I wasn't obviously calling it interactive art, but I was playing it and doing it. I don't have the moment of like, oh man, this really is going to be my life until, really, the fourth grade story is correct, right? Of like issue of Game Pro on the cover, Death and Return of Superman, on the inside, Maximum Carnage. Read it every night, called the stores every night on my little card, and a month of reading it cover to cover. I walked in the kitchen and I told my mom, like, I'm gonna do this. This is I know what I want to do with my life. She said what, and I said I want to write about video games, and they said okay. It would be, in terms of like, I'm definitely, this is there's no getting off. It would be well, I get off a lot, but there's no getting off this train.
Nice.
Sweet. Gotta stop. One more button.
Oh my god.
It was
not on the shirt though.
No, the one that was like I'm in this the rest of my life was Metal Gear Solid on PS1, where
nice.
For sure, grade 4, that's what put me on the path, and that's what doing it. But like, it's a tired story for KindaFunny best friends, so I apologize. But it was, freshman year homecoming, I reunited with some kids from junior high that I hadn't seen in a while, and we were talking, and one of them was like, so are you still into video games? And I didn't say it as I do now, with all these years of reflection, but I said something to the effect of like, yeah, but I don't know, like it was very much like I felt like I was aging out of games, where it was, it was like, we were still waiting for Conker's Bad Fur Day. You know what I mean? Like it was like, what is this really going to become? What, like, is Mario, 64 really the end all be all of what this can be and where games are going to go and yada yada? There's always going to be a toy, a distraction kind of thing. And so it wasn't too long after that where PS1 entered my life, and then me and Poe went and rented Army Men Sarge's Heroes and Metal Gear Solid, and we didn't play Army Men for long, and then we popped in Metal Gear Solid, and I remember being like, oh, I've read about this
back and forth.
I've read about this in EGM, you know what I mean? Like I remember them talking about this, and we popped it in, and it was just like, that game we played until whatever 2 a.m, like, and I think he came back the next day immediately to beat it with me, and it was like, this was unlike anything I had ever seen. And that was the one where I was like, the cinematography of the beginning, when the credits are rolling, and it like, you look at it now and it's so funny, but like back then we were like, is this a movie? Or is it a game, or is it a movie? Oh my God. You come out of the water and like just going through that and getting that Solid Snake story, and the voice acting and the twist and the turn, and Sniper Wolf and Meryl, and like the way they were eliciting responses from you. Kojima was eliciting responses from us. It was like, oh no, I'm all in. I'm not, this is, I always talk about it now, with all these years behind me of like how lucky I've been that the art form aged with me, like it matured with me. So there's that growing pain of like, man, is it always going to be these blocky, colorful graphics and like, a distraction, or is it going to be something that can then become Metal Gear and do all these different things? And like now, obviously, you can still get all manner of, just a game to jump in with your friends and screw around with, or you can get, Gone Home, you can get God of War, you can go and get Last of Us, you can get these experiences that are something truly unique and special in so many ways. And so that was the one where it was, okay, cool, I am committed, I'm not going anywhere, this is going to be my life, and that's where I'm going to go. And so Metal Gear is on that list of games that changed my life, right? But then, for the questions you're talking about and like examples you're pulling, I would go to Gone Home next for me, where it's like, Gone Home, is always a game I point to when people are talking about the power of video games and what you can do with them. And, I think already we're KindaFunny are in such a blessed position because our audience is so empathetic and is so want to take care of each other and want to do the right thing. And I feel like we feel that way because of the experiences we've had. And so, I talk about, the regrets I've had in my life, right? And the times I've not understood the words I'm using are painful or hurtful, right? Until somebody has to stop me that I respected, no, and say, hey, think about what you're saying, what you're doing, yada, yada, yada. And those are those like gut check, oh my God, thank you for doing that moments that's kind of turning around. And so Gone Home obviously comes out at a point where I'm already an adult, I'm already working at IGN, I'm already doing all these things. But it was so different and hit in such a unique way because I'm never going to be a teenage girl wrestling with her sexuality. And even today, I'd like to think that if I knew, because again, you don't play that character in Gone Home. You're a sister, you find letters around the house and you try to piece together what has happened to your sister, where she is. And throughout that adventure, you slowly, it seems like it's gonna be a horror game to start, but when you start piecing it together, it's actually a love story of your sister's first love, falling in love with a girl in her class. And so going through and doing that, like I would like to imagine, it was, it's set in the 90s, so it's set, even though this sounds ridiculous now, I would like to think though in a less tolerant era where being gay is more of a scarlet letter than it is now. And for so long I thought we were fighting doing really well in that battle, and then every day now it seems like it's a little bit worse on that front. But to separate them from that, right, it was the idea that like even if I was to, I like to think, know an adolescent woman right now, an adolescent girl who's coming to terms with her sexuality, I would hope, at least, again, I'm in San Francisco, I'm in California, that it wouldn't be such a closeted, shameful experience, right? And so it was so personal playing this fictional game. It read and played so much like I was reading someone's real diary as they go through these mundane moments, but then also these character defining moments and life changing moments. And so to read through that and go through that, and then not only that, it was a game at the time that, everyone I knew and respected in the games industry was beating it and saying, go play this game and don't read anything about it. Just jump into it, go play it, go do it, blah, blah. And so I sat down and did that. And like I said, I thought it was a horror game for a long time. And then you start getting
I did as well, yeah.
You get this side story of like, okay, cool. And then there's that moment where it's like, wait, is there no ghosts in this house? Is it really just that? Then you get to the end and like there's this whole ramp up to where your sister actually is and what's going on, and like you get this happy, bittersweet ending from it that isn't like all sunshine and roses, but it is also happy for the characters that went on this journey. And I remember finishing that. And, Colin used to make fun of me. I finished it and immediately went into the other room where my girlfriend at the time, Christine, was playing Guild Wars and hugged her. And it was just like, I didn't know how to express that. Like I had so many emotions inside me of going through this thing and really falling in love with a character, not romantic love, but like I love Sam and Lonnie. I loved their relationship. And so to see how it was tested and pushed and all this stuff, it resonated in a way that I don't think reading an article would, or even like watching a movie would. Like I got to live that moment to moment, and I got to go through the adventure as the sister, where it was, what is going on here? Has everybody been murdered? Is there a ghost? What, blah, blah. And then it was like, no, it's actually more important than any of that. It's my sister, coming to terms with that. And like, it's still hard, I think, to put into words exactly what it meant, but it just resonated so strongly with me in a way that, an experience I can never have and never would have. I don't have a sister. I'd like to think we're more tolerant, yada, yada, yada. Like to have that really, I feel like once in a lifetime experience was incredibly special.
Did you play that like just because everyone was talking about it, or did you play that for work effectively?
I played it more because everyone was talking about it. I remember Mitch was talking about it, and I think then I came off and I was really like championing it for IGN for a long time, where I was like, I remember buying it for fans and stuff and doing a few different things. So I think it wasn't like where we were talking game of the year or anything like that. I think it was just like, hey, this is a special game, you need to play it.
I always think about that now, like with any kind of media really, is like watching, interacting with it, playing with it. It's like, if I'm doing it in a work capacity, am I thinking of this differently than I would if I was just playing it regular?
For sure, yeah. And that was the thing that, it was a game that I forget now, but it's only a couple hours. So it was like just a Sunday afternoon on a lark. I was like, oh, I'll do this. And, playing it on the PC I had hooked up to the TV, so I was using the coffee table as this weird desk or whatever. Like, it wasn't like a big investment in the same way. Like I'm playing Ghostwire Tokyo now. Like that's for work, and like that's very much like, oh, I need to budget my time and I need to hit this embargo for the preview. So like that there weren't those restrictions on it.
Yeah. It's one of those like it's the power of games, of like the medium is unique in the ways that it can make you experience a story and feel certain things, and Gone Home does it really, really well.
And that's the thing, right? Those games can put you into somebody else's shoes. And I think, It's honestly it's a reaction right out of it, and I think it's so interesting in the way that like it's similar in the way I think a lot of us feel at the end of Last of Us. Where my old story with that is right, like spoilers for Last of Us. When you get into the operating room, like I got killed because I waited for the choice to pop up. I thought for sure I was going to get a choice, and I didn't get a choice. You know what I mean? Like Naughty Dog was telling me a story, and even though it seemed like me and Joel were aligned for a lot of our thoughts and opinions on things, when we got to this one, we weren't, and there was no way around it. And then it was like finishing that game and wanting to go discuss that in a very specific way. And then I think they really doubled down with The Last of Us Part 2, where it was like, cool. Like, we're going to put you in all sorts of situations with Ellie and Abby that you do not agree with what they're doing, and you wouldn't necessarily do the same way. And, like, that is going to be something where you're playing it and you love these characters, but you hate what they're doing and you don't know. Like, we're making you experience this and literally walk in their shoes, which, again, a movie doesn't do. Movies, you watch a horror movie, and it's, don't go upstairs, you idiot, or something like that, but you're not, like, you haven't spent so many hours feeling like you're them in a way and connecting with them and being really given such a unique look into somebody's head, right? Like in a movie, you'll see the character in a montage set to a peppy song, get up, snatch their keys, their wallet, run out the thing, miss the bus, and oh shucks or whatever. Whereas like, you wake up in Last of Us as Ellie and you walk around the room and you choose what you pick up and you hear stories and you see the robot toy, right? From when she ran into Sam and Henry. It's like, oh man, like that means something, that resonates. We have a history there and I'm experiencing it at my pace, even though it's her pace. And then to get that, the control wrestled away in certain decisions and stuff, it's like, oh man, like this is such a unique form of storytelling that only video games can do.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned the horror story. Like, why would you go in there? I was playing Returnal, and for one of the house sequences, went to the house, and my partner Vic was sitting on the couch, and she goes, "Why would you go in the house? What the hell's wrong with you?"
Yeah, dude, that was always that was my game. I loved it obviously, despite all its warts and flaws. But that was always one of my favorite things about Friday the 13th. Is that I remember playing those games and streaming those games and hanging out, and it would be that thing of like, when you're the counselor running from Jason, you'd watch Nick or whoever, and they'd go and hide. Like, oh my God, why would you? I'm like, oh my God, this is how you watch a movie. This is how you watch a horror movie. Everybody has their own idea of what they should do, but when you watch someone else do it, it's rarely ever what you would do. Like, oh my God, put down the gas. You're never gonna get the boat running. Like, oh, but like you just felt like that's how you had it. It's such a bizarre thing that game, because it was buggy as all hell. Obviously, I don't think got enough credit for it. Of like, man, this really did enact the vibe of a horror movie in a way most games don't.
Yeah.
David, what about you? What game has changed your life?
This one, okay. I wasn't sure I was going to talk about this, but I'm going to talk about this one. So I'm going to talk about Celeste.
Ooh.
Celeste is a very special game that I have only recently realized is so special.
Really?
So, flashback, 2018, year Celeste came out. Heard it was great. Platforming game, 10 out of 10s. I was like, oh, I got to get me some of this game. Played it,
I gotta
loved
see what
it.
this is about.
Loved the whole thing. Didn't think about it too hard. There's a great story there.
On to the next
one.
one.
Was like, this is great. I'm gonna go on to the next one. I wasn't critically looking at games yet, so I was like, oh, this was great. Had a good time with it. Loved the game. Bought a bunch of merch. Not something I usually do. Something was wrong up here, right? Just something was noodling and I didn't know it was there. Just stuck in the back of my head. Flash forward to this year. I'm starting to reevaluate some of the things that I really liked in the past and finding like imagery and stuff in them. So recently popped open Celeste again. Not a long game. It's like 6-8 hours. So popped it open, started playing through it again. And folks, let's talk about mental health briefly.
What? In Celeste? No.
In Celeste? No. So Celeste, fantastic platforming game. Not a ton of dialogue and story, but the parts that are in there are incredibly powerful once you actually like read into them if you can relate to them. It's very much a story of depression, and it's very much later even the creator Maddie learned that it was a story, like a trans story, which that's not my side. I'm not even going to pretend to go over there. But on the depression side, I've been dealing with that for like 25 years. It's been a long time. It's just there, it happens. Deal with it, move along. Push everything down. That's going to sound familiar to the Celeste story in a second. You just shove it down. You don't deal with it. You just keep moving on. And so I played Celeste the first time, didn't think about it. Playing Celeste this time, I'm literally every time that she is talking to someone, I'm like, oh my God. This is just me. It is me in a video game. Every single one of these discussions. If you haven't played it, there's the main character Madeline, and there is her dark reflection Badeline. I think that's her official name.
Badeline,
yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. And Badeline is, while climbing the mountain, trying to prevent Madeline from going up, trying to talk her down, like, you can't do this. You're not able to climb this mountain. You're insane. Quit now. Like, I'm protecting you from harm. And one of the things, if you have had depression or are dealing with it, there are a lot of reasons for why you put yourself down. And one of the ones that I'm only recently discovering is that a lot of it is, protective qualities about your own mind that have helped you in the past, like helped you deal with situations, helped you push through things. But then it goes to a point where it's bad. It's a coping mechanism gone to the extreme, where it's like, okay, now you're actually harming yourself. And that is what Badeline is. And it took me 4 years to realize that that's what Badeline was. She was coping mechanisms gone completely mad, to the point where it's harming Madeline. And the entire story up for the first 5 chapters, I think, is Madeline trying to get rid of Badeline, trying to just wipe her out, because she's like, no, this is a horrible part of me. This isn't what I want it to be. I want to just wipe this part from existence, which is not how mental health works, and not how those issues go away. You don't just wipe them out. They don't clear out. You're good to go for the rest of your life. Not how that works. It's a lot of it's a dance of trying to get into balanced, healthy ways to cope with things, balanced, healthy ways to, deal with your own shit and keep moving on in life. And Madeline doesn't realize this. I didn't realize this for years. That, like, hey, we need to actually get into a balance, not just wipe out the bad parts. There's good parts to those bad parts.
Also, like, what a clever subversion of, like, it's a video game. You beat the bad guy. That's what you do in a video game, right?
Yeah.
And then,
Absolutely.
and then it's like, yes, but this, so many things, movies, games, they're like, we're about a thing, but we're not about that thing. Whereas Celeste is like, no, this is a game about depression. You need to fucking understand that and level with it.
Yeah.
Like, that's good. That's fine. And it's a better way to start a conversation about, like, this is a game about depression than to be like, this is a game about themes and you'll figure it out. But it's like, no, Celeste is like, everyone is understanding what we're talking about here.
Oh, let's get on the same page and then we'll tell you the story. All right.
Yeah, exactly.
There's a character by a campfire who literally is like, yo, you're depressed. What's up? And like, even back then, I'm like, oh yeah, Madeline's depressed. Whatever, she'll figure it out. It's fine.
This is the character in the game.
Click. This is the character in the game. This isn't me. This has nothing to do with why I like this game so much. Absolutely nothing.
I'm completely detached. This isn't the same.
No. It's just the ways they describe everything is so perfect. If you're out there and you're like, hey, I have a friend with depression and I want to try and understand how they feel, Celeste is a fantastic game for you to play. If you are depressed and you want to feel like understood and understand more about yourself, Celeste also a great game to play. But it's just like the parts they ask questions in there. Theo, the character who's climbing the mountain, sort of alongside Madeline, even talks to her about her whole experience of like, well, what is it like? And the way Madeline describes it is, it's like being really deep in the ocean, and you're so deep that you can't see anything around you. It's dark, it's cloudy, and no matter which way you go, you still feel lost. You don't feel like you hit anything. And like, that's such a good explanation for the way it feels for me too, of like, hey, you're always trying to like get in the right direction, but you don't, it's so hard to actually get there sometimes.
For sure.
And sometimes you need a little light, and occasionally that light is an anglerfish, and you end up like, getting fucked up by yourself for those things around you. But other times, it's actually leading you up to the surface. And it's such a fantastic message. And the way that they tell the story of Madeline and Badeline actually starting to work together is just done so exceptionally well. Like, you have basically Madeline gets explained to her by this old woman who lives on the mountain that, like, at a point where Madeline's at her lowest, gonna give up, the old woman's like, oh, shame you're giving up. I thought you were gonna make it. And I was like, why? What's so special about me? And the old woman's like, oh no, you just hate yourself so much. Like, I figured you'd do it despite yourself. And like, that's such a like depression, self-loathing thing of like you'll push yourself through due to even self-hate sometimes. And I was just like, oh, okay, I really didn't need every single piece of dialogue in this game to like hurt me,
to hit you right in the chops. Yeah.
She's like, no, you need to go figure it out.
Doesn't
so,
also
like,
once Battleline coalesce, don't you like change? You have an additional jump, right?
Yeah, it ties
and
into the gameplay.
That's exactly what I was
well.
getting to, because that's sections right before there. So you fight Battleline, you have a kind of makeup session where Badeline's like, hey, I get that you're afraid because I'm afraid too, but we both need each other if we're going to climb this mountain. And the mountain is life, y'all. That's just what the mountain is.
What? No. It's a
And
metaphor
so
for something else.
Once they start working together, like Madeline is a stronger person. So you get that second jump. You can start climbing to different heights that you weren't able to climb before. Get over obstacles that you weren't able to get over before.
So smart, so brilliant.
Sense the symbolism. It's just, and then even then, once you combine into one Madeline, you're going back up through the areas you had been before, but you're able to go through them so much faster now because you have that double jump. So you can get through those different floors really quickly. You can get up to areas that you hadn't seen before, and between each level, you're having another dialogue with Battleline, slowly improving your relationship and making Battleline less scared and Madeline less scared, like working together better and getting higher and higher up, getting more power as you keep going up. And eventually, like, Battleine's last quote before you're combined for the rest of the game is, I think it's, you know what's really scaring me? I think we might actually be able to do this. Like, we might actually be able to get up the mountain, which is another thing. If you're not familiar with depression, the climb up is terrifying. So like when you're in the pits, the climb up is like, it's terrifying because even if you get up there, you're always afraid of the fall back down. That's always there, of like, I've been at the depths and I don't want to be at the depths again. And if I'm at the top, that means I can be at the depths again. Whereas if I just stay down here,
everything's fine.
I can't get worse. It can't get worse. I'm already at the bottom.
Yeah.
So like, just the way that game explains that entire cycle in such intelligent and symbolic, and tying it in the gameplay is just so amazing to me. And it's also amazing to me that I played it once and didn't fucking have any of that click into my brain.
Cool game. Put it down. Moved on.
You're like, oh, strawberries, sweet.
Yeah.
Tosses the switch out window.
Yeah, this is recent. I was going to talk about a completely different game today, and I played Celeste last week.
Oh wow.
Yeah, wow, shit.
So this is a very recent discovery, but like it's fantastic. I recommend anyone who has struggles with that stuff to give it a try. And part of why I want to talk about it is there's a mental health stigma, and there shouldn't be. So
For
like,
sure.
you know,
Yeah, absolutely.
We had
Good
mentioned
deal.
it earlier, and I feel like it's such a thing that people say in games nowadays, where it's like games is a unique medium. But like it is the power of games. Like take a thing that seems like this completely non-actionable problem and like display through games that like, yeah, it is actionable, but it's also not beatable. Like it is a thing that you work at, and it's like, and like everything else, work is difficult.
Well, and I think games have this unique piece, whereas books and movies, music, they all have this thing about them where the character isn't you. It is this out of body person. It's another person, no matter what. Whereas even when I took notes this time when I was playing Celeste, I'm writing, and sometimes I'm using Madeline, and sometimes I'm using me, and it's like that is a unique game experience because you are playing the character. That character is you.
Think about it, right? When you play a game, and if somebody what happened? I died. You died,
Yeah.
right? It's not
Yeah.
Mario died. Mario fell off a thing and died. Mario didn't make this mushroom walked in and hit Mario. Like, you know, it's like I died. You're part of that journey, right?
Yeah.
It is very much, and that's why it's always interesting when you play a game that is like, you know, you have somebody in their head. Right, where it's like, well, there's like 3 of us in here now, so it's like, all right, well, we're all part of this thing, but it is that idea of like you're pushing them through that story, you're doing that, and even if you're not making choices in their narrative, often you're making choices in what they're using. You know what I mean? What kind of weapon, what kind of armor, what kind of class.
Yeah.
Like there are these things that give you ownership over something in a way. You're right. Reading a book doesn't. Reading a book, you are getting what the author intended you to get.
Yeah. Even linear games like
Sure.
like a Last of Us, where it's like in a lot of parts you have one weapon. There's sometimes corridors where there's not a whole lot of choice on what you're gonna do. So you're there, but it's still you. It's not Ellie. It's not Joel. It's
For sure.
Or it's not Abby. You're that.
It comes down to
character for
your
that moment,
skills,
yeah.
right? At the very base of it,
Yeah.
like whatever you're making those choices. You're doing that thing. You're enacting the gameplay in the game world.
Do you find yourselves like in different kinds of games, like how you react to the player model, the player character differently? So like when I play Horizon, like I'll say like if I miss jump, sometimes I'll be like, God damn it, Aloy. But like
100% all the time.
Like
all the time.
in any game where I make my own character, basically, like in Elden Ring, I'm not gonna say like, damn it, whatever I named the
God
character.
damn it, you tarnished.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, come on, tarnish. No, I'm gonna say, God, I gotta say, I fucked up.
I think for me, I typically just refer to myself for those ones.
I think it comes down to, especially, it's funny you bring up Aloy, right? There's plenty of times that you miss a jump because of the controls are being clunky, or she doesn't grab where you know you want her to grab.
Maybe that's what it is.
Right? Like,
Yeah,
that's it.
yeah.
The parts that take you out. It's more of a game now. Yeah.
That is what it is. I did the input right. It's not my fault. It's her fault. God damn
You
it.
see the handhold I want you to go to. Why are you going left? What are you doing? Or in a cauldron trying to do that weird back jump thing they have you do with circle or X. It's been
Oh,
Circle,
yeah.
Hold away in circle and
Yeah.
she'll do a backflip and what?
100%.
Heck yeah. Oh, one other thing I do want to bring up for Celeste. There's another piece where we're talking about, feeling like the character. They actually make you stop and breathe like Madeline does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
When she's dealing with her anxiety.
The two games that make you stop and breathe, Celeste and Wolfenstein.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Wii Sports.
I was going to say Wii Sports makes you go outside.
3 games.
You've been playing too long. Get the hell out of
Holy
here.
trinity of games.
Does Wii Sports do that? I don't remember that.
It tells you to stop playing like every 20 minutes or something.
Oh, really? Yeah. I didn't know what we had.
Like take a breather.
And Skyward Sword Fi telling you your battery's low. You've been playing too long. Take a break. Go outside. Quiet, Miyamoto.
Let me just play the damn game. It's my one day off.
This is my joy.
Oh, the one day off being spent playing Skyward Sword. That's rough, buddy.
Is it that bad?
I don't care for it.
Listen, this isn't what we're here for.
No,
we can't do the Zelda cast again.
Yeah.
Awesome. Anyone else have any ones they want to bring up for you?
No. I mean, I look, we started early. Greg's had a long day. And I could easily just for 20 minutes talk to Greg about wrestling, but I don't want to do that to the guest. Actually, hold on. I do have one for you.
I mean, wrestling games have definitely changed my life, but go ahead.
You talked about Ghostbusters earlier.
Sure.
Did you watch the AEW Halloween main event?
No. Oh, but I saw clips.
Oh,
People
okay.
sent me the clips. Yeah.
I was gonna wonder if that was like a crystallizing moment for you when wrestling and Ghostbusters finally.
It was like Stay Puft, right? Then the guy dressed as Stay Puft or whatever. And come on.
Yeah. Adam Page was a Stay Puft, and then the Elite were all wearing the proton packs and dressed like the Ghostbusters.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I
That's
saw
good.
that. I saw those clips. Yeah.
Man, I don't
AEW is
care
this like
about
weird fever
rest.
dream I feel for me, where it's like I don't know the pay-per-views are happening, and then they are happening, but then I'm just like watching the Twitter explode about it, and then I'm just getting a million clips of it where I'm like,
Yeah, you're just getting thousands.
I don't even know how to get it, but it's
happening.
happening and I'm seeing it, so that's cool. Like, everything that happens there, CM Punk covered in blood, chained to dudes' necks and hitting them. Like, Jesus Christ, man. Sting jumping off things like he's New Jack and ECW. My lord.
60 years old, jumping through tables.
Yeah.
I'm like 30 and I don't want to do that.
I know. I'd be dead in minutes. I'm in terrible shape. You kidding me? Play video games all day. Like, what is it?
Are you playing WWE 2K22?
No, I haven't got it yet, but I was probably gonna get it for us and then do some kind of bit. Is it as buggy as has been passed in the previous times?
I mean, it's still got a collision bug here or there.
Yeah, I mean,
that's
like, gonna
online
happen.
was effed up earlier this week, but I think they were trying to fix stuff, so it was just like, hey, it's pre-release, whatever. But no, that's great. I can't wait to play more of it this weekend.
Nice,
awesome. Well, Greg, thank you for coming on. Thank you for having us.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Yeah, of course, anytime. Kind of Funny best friends, thank you for making this happen on patreon.com/kindoffunnygames.
Hey, Dave,
if you like,
they can find us. Oh, you're doing it.
I'm
You're
just
doing
about
it.
to.
He's in the middle of something.
Zach, put a button up. Put a button up now. All right, you lose a button for that. All right.
Change the shirt. Damn has to get done now.
Oh man.
Oh, you're doing top with a gap? Okay.
How do you?
That's
how
a
do you
punishment
think-
worse than death. All right.
How do you think shirts work? is this new for you? Oh no! You guys look like you're about to fucking start telling me about like, hey guys, you should come to youth camp after school.
This is what the people were. This is how people showed up to work. That's a youth camp you don't want to go to. That is immediately a red flag. It was just everybody watching.
I said that as you buttoned it, but then you like flared out the bottom, like you're fucking like you're the worst superhero I know.
Yeah, I'm just reversing it the wrong way.
Like you're a Captain Underpants villain. I don't know if that joke tracks.
It works. No, I got it.
Well, if you like this awesome content of having our shirts sort of open, sort of closed, I don't know. If you like this, check us out on twitch.tv/SaveDataTeam, youtube.com/SaveDataTeam, SaveDataTeam literally everywhere, all your social medias.
Type it
even
into
your
Google, you'll
Patreon,
find
you know?
us.
Yeah, there's a Patreon too, Save Data Team. And also, in about 15 minutes, if nothing's going on the Kind of Funny channel, we're going to be doing Video Game Jeopardy. I believe we have Carlos from Nerd a Day. Is that right, Zach?
Correct,
You
that's
know the
correct.
people that are actually coming.
Yeah, Carlos Nerd today. We got another. I don't know if they've been involved with Kind of Funny content, but Debate This Cast, another great podcast that we're friends with, and Elise, who is one of our own members on that, competing, and people can watch. And we're actually doing some Steam code giveaways as
That's
well.
awesome.
So yeah,
We'll host you for sure.
Video Game Jeopardy, a blast, and Zach actually does very good at it. When I host it, it's questionable.
yeah.
We have to censor it when Chris
It's- yeah,
hosts
but
it. This is not a joke.
Yeah, we did have a video get demonetized because of Chris's choices in questions.
Well, thank
Look,
you, everybody.
You can censor me, but you can't censor Rule 34. Sorry, go ahead, David.
God damn it.
We did. We had to censor it.
Someone did it. It was me.
Thanks, everybody, for watching, listening. It's been a blast. Have a wonderful weekend.
Goodbye.
And ladies and gentlemen watching on twitch.tv/kindoffunnygames, thank you so much for watching all 5 hours of these community podcasts. Remember, it's all because of your support on patreon.com/kindoffunny and patreon.com/kindoffunnygames. For now, though, it's over. Get ready to watch Save Data and their Jeopardy right after this. 30-minute reset, 15-minute reset, and then they'll get over there and do it. But yeah, until next time, go play some video games this weekend. It's been our pleasure to serve you.
Greg gets to rest now.
I get to stop the stream. Yeah, right. Who do you think's taking care of Benjamin when this is all over? You know what I mean?